Douluo, my Sharingan isn't very proper. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 151 Sense of Boundaries. With Xiao Lan by his side, they quickly arrived at the gates of the Crown Prince's residence. Yichu didn't even need to announce his arrival, the guards at the gate were already used to it. Zhu King had just finished dealing with official business and was sitting in the pavilion in the back garden, waiting for dinner. What? Is there anything I can help you with again? Looking at Yichu who appeared before him, Zhu King closed the book in his hand. Apart from his daily evening cultivation, Yichu rarely came to see him. He was a typical person who wouldn't visit unless he needed something. Indeed, I need to trouble you with something, Brother Zhu. Yichu didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. Xiao Lan also sat down next to Yichu. Hello, big brother, it's been a long time since I've seen you, little sister, you've become even more beautiful. Zhu King smiled and responded to Xiao Lan's greeting. Just as he was about to ask Yichu, a butterfly suddenly flew in from outside, fluttering about. Before seeing her, he heard her voice. Crown Prince. Why didn't you come to my performance again? A girl with short, white hair and a golden laurel wreath on her head flew into Zhu King's arms, leaving a trail of white blur. I was just too busy. I'll definitely come next time. Zhu King smiled helplessly, gently patting the girl's back. You always say that, you have to make it up to me today. The white-haired girl was a little persistent, but Zhu King patiently soothed her, his noble face showing a doting expression. Alright. Zhu Ke, I have guests here. Guests? Zhu Ke looked up curiously, and the first thing she saw was a quirky blue-haired girl, who seemed to be a little younger than herself. She was sucking on a candied hawthorn with her cherry-like lips, her azure eyes filled with a strange smile, staring straight at her. Zhu Ke felt a little embarrassed. Then a blue figure came into view, handsome, with deep, bright eyes and an excellent temperament. Zhu Ke's face flushed slightly, and she was a little stunned. Yichu also glanced at her. Her face was delicate and slightly childlike, with thick, long eyelashes, giving her a pure and innocent look. Her slightly slender eyes held a hint of allure, and her skin was fair with a rosy glow. She had a good figure. I am Yichu, greetings to Princess Zhu Ke. Oh. You, hello. Zhu Ke stood up nervously from Zhu King's embrace, a blush creeping onto her face. Zhu Ke, Crown Prince brother. Zhu King pointed to another pavilion, where a table had been set up with many dishes. I need to talk to Yichu about something. You can eat over there first, okay? Zhu Ke replied, her steps unsteady, glancing back several times. Haha. Little Lan, if you're hungry, you can eat some too. Maybe you and Zhu Ke can become good friends. Noticing little Lan's eager gaze at the food, Zhu King, remembering this foodie well, invited her to join them at the table. Go if you want. Yichu pinched Xiao Lan's soft cheek, dismissing her. After Xiao Lan and the other girl left, Zhu King let out a cold laugh, his voice much stiffer. He hadn't missed Zhu Ke's unusual behavior. He looked at Yichu with a mocking gaze, his words seemingly sarcastic, with a hint of resentment. Yichu, your charm is really something. Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't do anything. Yichu shrugged helplessly. Could he blame himself? Who told her to be a sucker for good looks? Speaking of which, Jin Ringsu herself seemed to be similar. Yichu gave her a deep look, as if trying to discern something. What kind of look is that? A frown appeared between Zhu King's brows, Yichu's direct gaze making him very uncomfortable. Ahem, nothing. After being glared at by Zhu King, Yichu stopped dwelling on those issues. He got straight to the point, a sketch appearing in his hand, which he handed to Zhu King. Here. This is what I need. Taking the item Yichu handed her, Zhu King's face darkened. What do you need so many long, large hollow pillars for? It's a secret, you? Zhu King's face was filled with anger. She didn't even know how many times he had used those two words to brush her off. Asking for help, and this is it. Do you know how much iron this will use? As for iron ore, I've already acquired quite a lot, it's all here. I'll also reimburse you for other expenses. Yichu took out a special soul tool from his divine might space and placed it in front of Zhu King. Who cares about your stinking money? Not far away. Watching the friendly exchange between Zhu King and Yichu, Zhu Kei's expression was somewhat strange. She had never seen her gentle and refined elder brother, the crown prince, show such an angry expression. Sister, why do you keep staring at my brother? Xiaolan stretched out her slightly oily little hand and waved it in front of her twice. The gold-plated and diamond-encrusted circular crown on Zhu Kei's head was already on her head. I didn't. I was looking at my crown prince brother. Zhu Kei's face flushed red as she looked away. She frowned and glared slightly at Xiaolan. Xiaolan, it's time to go. Xiaolan opened her mouth, wanting to say something more, but Yichu's call came over. He had almost finished talking with Zhu King. Coming. Xiaolan responded hurriedly, quickly wiping her hands clean with a handkerchief, and then with a wave of her hand, several dishes disappeared from the table. She was about to leave while Zhu Kei looked on in a daze. Oh. Right, sister, here's yours. After running a few steps, she didn't forget to turn back and return the laurel wreath to Zhu Kei's head. Xiaolan, what are you doing? Yichu's forehead creased with annoyance. She had already gotten a free meal and now she wanted to take it all back? It was something that sister promised Xiaolan. Xiaolan blinked, looking somewhat innocent. Little Lan likes it, so take it with you. You can come often in the future, okay? Thank you, big brother. Little Lan smiled sweetly at Zhu King, then hugged Yichu's arm and stuck out her tongue at him. Yichu smiled wryly. Since the host didn't care, he didn't want to make a fuss. In that case, brother Zhu, I'll take my leave now, okay? Zhu King nodded calmly. The two exchanged a glance. The space slowly fluctuated, and Yichu took Little Lan and left the crown prince's residence. He was going to be late to pick up Douluo Yan. Huh? Crown prince, where are they? Zhu Kei ran over, looking around but couldn't find them anywhere. They've already left out of thin air. Yeah, if they hadn't left, you lovesick fool, would have clung to them. Zhu King teased his sister. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not lovesick. Zhu Kei stomped her feet and retorted unhappily, then hugged his arm again. Crown Prince. Is this Yichu a student at the Royal Academy? Ouch! Zhu King tapped her head irritably, cursing Yichu, that bastard, in his heart. Night fell. In a village not far from Soto City, a third of the area was rented by a Shrek Academy. In the dormitory, Xiao Wu and the other two girls were not sleepy at all, each sharing their little stories with Yichu. However, they all seemed a little impatient. Their words became increasingly unrestrained. Wrong. Why do you always talk about kissing, hugging, and lifting her up high? Are you doing it on purpose? I didn't. Xiao Wu also always talks about sleeping with Yichu. Wrong, you're talking nonsense. I only mention it briefly. It's clearly Zhu Qing who always talks about Yichu dressing her. Their heated conversation finally stopped after a while. They covered their faces with their blankets, feeling a little hot. Shrek Academy, shrouded in darkness, appeared remarkably tranquil. However, a sudden thud and scream from the nearby grove of trees added a touch of irony to the night. A black shadow shot up from the trees and vanished into the air. Following this, Dun Flander helped the unrecognizable Xiao Wu out. Because Tang San was more seriously injured, Tang Hao showed no mercy. Employing the traditional principle of beating the child to attract the elder, he gave Xiao Wu a full-body spa treatment. Cough, tui. Xiao Wu spat out a tooth, mixed with blood, his speech slurred and slightly lisping. That bastard went too far, alright. Just shut up. Who knew Tang San was his son? He's probably already far beyond level 95. Just swallow this, HMPH. I was just complaining, Xiao Wu muttered, not daring to harbor any thoughts of revenge against someone who dared to beat even the Pope, in the secret chamber of the Crown Prince's residence. Jin Ringsu waited for Yichu's arrival as usual. Holding a letter from the Hall of Offerings, she knew there was progress in Yichu's matter. This afternoon, the sixth offering, Jin Jun Douluo, and his younger brother, the seventh offering, Zheng Mo Douluo, had already set off for Soto City. Buzz and invisible ripple spread out, and Yichu's figure appeared in the secret chamber. What is this? Before he could even stand still, a piece of paper was slapped over his face. Jin Ringsu's cold voice rang in his ears at the same time. Well, your matter has been resolved. The two offerings should arrive at the Spirit Hall branch in Soto City early the day after tomorrow. So fast, Yichu looked at the letter in his hand, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Jin Douluo to send these twin brothers. Both of them were level 96, their spirits wielding the Panlong staff. Isn't speed a good thing? Doesn't it show how much I value you? Jin Ringsu rolled her eyes at him. She had sent someone back that very night. Thanks. But why does this letter seem to be missing a tail? Yichu sat down beside the newly built stone table, waving the letter in his hand and looking at her strangely. HMPH. That part has nothing to do with you, it's my personal privacy, Jin Ringsu pouted, and a flash of light appeared in her small hand under the table, instantly making the small note disappear without a trace. Yichu looked at the crack, where half of the character Yi seemed to still remain, somewhat puzzled. But here, alright, I've already told you the message. If there's nothing else, let's cultivate. Swish. Jin Ringsu stood up, snatched the letter from his hand, and put it into her soul tool. Then she sat cross-legged on the bed. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get on, okay? Coming. Yichu did as she said, coming to sit behind her, leaning against her back. By the way, I might not be coming for the next few days, I have some things to take care of. Close to Yichu? Jin Ringsu's face flushed even more. Where are you going? A secret, Yichu? Jin Ringsu gritted her teeth, calling out his name word by word. She tilted her head, wishing she could bite his ear off. Can't you say anything else besides those two words? Don't think I don't know you're going to find that little girl Ning wrong. Keep your voice down, you know that, don't you? Yichu was a little uncomfortable from her shouting so close to his ear. HMPH. You just don't trust me. When will our martial soul fusion technique become perfect if you keep this up? Trust isn't built overnight. Let's take it slow. Let's get to know each other better, alright. We can begin. Yichu took both of Jin Ringsu's hands in his, then interlocked their fingers. HMPH. Jin Ringsu snorted coldly, shifted her buttocks back slightly, and pushed Yichu away unhappily. This was their familiar position. Back to back, hand in hand. After activating the two elements Heart Sutra, soul power and spiritual power connected, progressing together. Upon mastering it, their minds became one. Inside the secret chamber, golden light intertwined with crimson light. A six-winged angel wearing colored contact lenses soared through the chamber. Soul power merged with meridians. Sacred, scorching crimson soul power surged in the Danshan. The rising sun accompanied by purple aura. Sunlight bathed the heavenly Tao imperial city, and the secret chamber returned to tranquility. However, the two on the bed remained closed, Yichu's face beaming with joy. He had broken through to level 32. In his mind, Jin Ringsu's surprised voice echoed. You broke through. Yes, there was no need to hide it, they were so close, Jin Ringsu would easily notice. I've already told you, if you understood my soul skills, you definitely wouldn't, you bastard. Who told you to pry into my thoughts? I didn't. Crack. Simultaneously, a shattering sound rang in both their minds, and their consciousness returned to their respective bodies. I don't think you're better than me. Don't let it happen again. Jin Ringsu opened her eyes and turned away, her face filled with anger and her voice icy. She hated this jerk with no sense of boundaries. Okay, I understand, Yichu nodded, also somewhat puzzled. This had never happened before. He turned his head and explained softly, I really didn't mean to spy on you just now, HMPH. Who knows? Jin Ringsu's ears turned slightly red, and her expression was rather unpleasant. Get lost. I'm a little tired, alright. Take care of yourself and get some rest. In just a few words, Jin Ringsu felt the emptiness behind her. The secret room suddenly felt a little cold. HMPH. That jerk, why couldn't I spy on him? Why did he see me first? Still sitting cross-legged on the bed, Jin Ringsu's face remained unpleasant. This involved the content she had torn out from the Two Elements Heart Sutra. She hadn't expected that in that instant, she would completely let down her guard against him, revealing everything. It wasn't his fault. But she was still angry with Yichu. Why had she tried to spy on him from the very beginning, yet still couldn't find out even the slightest bit of that bastard's thoughts? Jin Ringsu straightened up and took a deep breath. What's this? Just as she was about to get up, her hand touched something. Picking it up in her palm, it looked like a lily, with a pleasant medicinal fragrance. This was the Yuanzi lily left behind by Yichu. HMPH. What use is this useless flower? I'm not really tired. Her voice had lost its previous anger. Although she said it was useless, she still put it into her soul tool. A slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, the ice and fire yin-yang I secret realm. Damn it. You old man scared me. Yichu had just appeared in the wooden shed when an old man in gray appeared in front of him. Hearing his voice, the old man in gray's face darkened, making his dark green beard and pupils even more conspicuous. Hey kid, it's only been a short time since we last met, and you dare to be so disrespectful? If you keep this up, believe me, I'll have Yan Yan make you sleep on the floor from now on. Senior Douluo, it's because you always come and go without a trace. I was just a little too excited. Besides, my Yan Yan would never do that. This gray-robed elder was none other than Douluo, who had disappeared for quite some time. Seeing Yichu's teasing gaze, Douluo's dark green eyes glared. Good lad, when did you become your Yan Yan? You two aren't even married yet. You'll still have to watch my face, hey, HMPH. Do you dare disagree? Of course I can, ha. How could I disagree? As long as Yan Yan herself is happy, that's fine. Ha. Douluo, who had initially been quite defiant, immediately smiled upon recognizing his granddaughter's voice. His smile could even be described as fawning. He turned to look at his granddaughter. Yan Yan, why are you up so early? You two woke me up. Douluo Yan rolled her eyes at them, annoyed. Yan Yichu looked at the girl behind Douluo, a smile on his face. Douluo Yan walked to Yichu's side, hugged his arm, and turned to look at Douluo. Grandpa, can't you come back more often? You don't have to stay outside every day. I'm doing this so it's easier for you to do things. Douluo sat down at the table and took a sip of the freshly brewed tea. Senior, you probably won't need to go out for a while. Yichu pulled Douluo Yan down to sit as well and poured her a cup of tea. What? Are you going on a long trip? Yes, so I'll have to trouble you to take care of Yan Yan during this time. Yichu nodded calmly. He had to reach Soto City before Jinjun and Jiangmo. You brat, you really think Yan Yan is yours? I'm her grandfather, okay? Isn't it my duty to take care of her? Douluo was somewhat indignant. He'd only been gone a short time. His family, who understands? He found himself a grandson-in-law, and now he's an outsider. I was just worried you'd run off. Yichu chuckled dryly, scratching his head. Going to Soto City. Douluo Yan leaned on his shoulder, looking at his profile, her breath sweet as orchids. She already knew Yichu's plans, so she wasn't too surprised. Yes, I'll leave after I take you to the academy. Please take care of Xiaolan for a while, don't worry. But don't get so caught up in your sweet moments that you forget about me. Douluo Yan's eyes were resentful, yet helpless. How could I? I still have to come back and give you an explanation. Yichu put his arm around her slender waist, turning his face to meet her gaze. Thinking of this, Douluo Yan remembered that night, her face flushed with shyness, and she softly agreed. Then I'll wait for you to come back. Kiss ahem. Douluo coughed twice, an awkward look appearing on his old face. These young people nowadays. Helplessly, he raised his hand to shield his eyes, not forgetting to put on the 9-section jade pendant on his shoulder as well. The sun blazed high in the sky. In a town on the edge of the starred-out great forest, Yichu, who had already said goodbye to Xiaolan and the other two girls, appeared out of thin air in a grove of trees outside the town. He had passed through here before and left a mark. Traveling to Soto City from this location would be much faster. 2 chapters combined, 5,400 pages total. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 152. The 7 monsters gather. Early morning sunlight bathed the earth. Xiao Wu and the others, already up, were making their way to the Shrek Academy cafeteria. The 3 girls walked together, followed by Daimube and a short-haired, chubby man. The chubby man was about the same age as Tang San and the others, with short red hair and a bulky leather jacket. His face was fleshy, with a mustache and lecherous eyes, making him look extremely sleazy. He was Ma Hongjin, the original 3rd student of Shrek Academy after Daimube and Oscar. His beast soul was the evil Fire Phoenix, a level 27 power attack type battle soul master. At this moment, he was in a bad state. His already large body was unnaturally swollen. There was a bloody claw mark on his chest, several shoe prints on his clothes, bruises on his face, and blood around his nose. He needed Daimube to support him as he walked, looking as if he had been abused. HMPH. What kind of weirdos are in this academy? Xiao Wu's displeased voice rang out. They're not short of scum and scoundrels, Zhu's Huking chimed in, her face frosty. Just moments before, They had barely stepped outside when they encountered Ma Hongjin trying to force himself on Kihua. They tried to stop him, but were met with Ma Hongjin's foul language. So the girls teamed up and gave him a good beating. By the time Daimyo arrived to explain, the fat man was already collapsed on the ground. After Daimyo's explanation, they learned that Ma Hongjin's martial soul had mutated. But the three girls still felt uneasy. They wondered how old he was when he started needing to regulate his internal fire. Hearing the conversation between Daimyo and the fat man behind them, they felt disgusted. And there's a perverted guy too, Ningrongrong, who was following closely behind Zhu's Huking, frowned as they entered the cafeteria. Inside, Tang San and a white-haired man were already eating. The white-haired man stared intently at Ningrongrong, his peach blossom eyes gleaming with a lewd light. Xiao Wu. Are you alright? Tang San immediately stood up to greet her, his face still bearing bruises from waking up late the previous night. I'm fine, Xiao Wu replied coldly, not glancing at him again, before joining Ningrongrong and the other two girls to get food. Oh, brother Dai, what's this? Tang San chuckled awkwardly, about to follow, when he suddenly noticed Daimyo and Ma Hongjin entering. Tang San, come help me. Oscar. Quickly get some sausages out, that fatso is about to collapse. Daimyo didn't answer Tang San immediately, instead calling him over to help Ma Hongjin to a stool, while simultaneously shouting at Oscar. Damn. Fatty, what happened to you? You've gotten so much fatter again. Oscar looked at him in surprise, but his hands moved quickly, already producing two sausages, one large and one small. Little Oscar, are you itching for a beating? Ma Hongjin's face contorted, his voice muffled. Just kidding. By the way, who beat you up like this? Should Leota and I get revenge for you? Oscar stuffed a sausage into Ma Hongjin's mouth, asking about the source of his injuries. I can help too. After their conversation, Tang San realized that this fat guy was probably one of his classmates. Since his classmate had been beaten up, Tang San naturally wanted to lend a hand. Daimyo smiled wryly, about to explain, when a clear voice rang in their ears. What? You want revenge on the three of us? Xiao Wu, who was getting her food, turned around and looked at them, her beautiful eyebrows furrowing. HMPH. Come on then, Xiao Wu, have never been afraid of anyone. After saying that, she ignored them. She quickly followed Ningrongrong and Zhu's Huking, afraid of missing anything. Noticing Xiao Wu's gaze fixed on him, Ma Hongjin shuddered. If Daimyo hadn't arrived in time, he would have been in serious trouble. Hey fatty, were you hit by them? You didn't actually lay a hand on them, did you? Oscar pointed in the direction of Xiao Wu and the other two, his face strange. Ma Hongjin nodded quickly, still shaken. It was them. Brother Dai, what happened? Tang San frowned. With Xiao Wu involved, he dared not mention revenge again. It's all a misunderstanding. It's like this, Daimyo explained to Oscar and Tang San, and also introduced the three senior students to Ma Hongjin. So that's how it is. Tang San looked at the three senior students with a strange expression. Each of them had their own unique characteristics, and each was more eccentric than the last. One had a handsome, roguish look and was known for his womanizing ways, another had a lewd soul curse and was covered in hair, and the third was consumed by lust and couldn't control his desires. Truly, this was an academy that only accepted monsters. Tang San's eyes brightened slightly, showing no discomfort whatsoever, but rather a sense of belonging. After all, didn't he also possess the memories of his past life spanning several decades, along with hidden weapons and martial arts techniques? By the way, from now on you can call me Boss Dai, just like Fatty and the others. Calling me Brother Dai is too formal, so how about I call you Little Sen instead? After explaining what had just happened, Daimyo fulfilled his duty as a senior student, to foster good relationships with his classmates. Yet, of course, no problem, Tang San nodded, indicating that he had no objections. Afterward, seeing that Fatty was free to move around, the group dispersed to get their own food. Shrek Academy's cafeteria only employed some villagers to cook, so the food wasn't anything special, mainly focusing on large portions and fillings. There was only one large rectangular table in the middle. 7 people sat around the table, with the men and women spaced quite a distance apart. Zhu's Huking sat between Ningrongrong and Xiao Wu, who kept a close eye on her every move. As soon as she took a bite, the other two would immediately follow suit. Zhu's Huking's face flushed red, and she lowered her head, unsure how to chew her food. Xiao Wu, Why are you two staring at me like that? Unable to bear their stares any longer, Zhu Zhuking frowned at Xiao Wu. It was Rongrong's idea. She said eating with you might help me grow faster. Xiao Wu looked a little embarrassed. Rongrong, Zhu Zhuking turned to look at the mischievous girl. I couldn't help it. You won't share any tips with me, Ning Rongrong pouted. She didn't want to do this either. But what could she do when someone liked big things? But I don't usually eat these things, Zhu Zhuking looked at her resentfully. She had already told her that she was exceptionally gifted, but she just wouldn't believe her. And she even came up with this terrible idea, making her uncomfortable with Xiao Wu. Ah! You should have said so earlier. This food is awful, not even as good as what I make myself. Humph! Ning Rongrong's face fell. And she threw down her chopsticks. The food here was truly awful. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it coarse tea and plain rice. Rongrong, aren't you the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school? You can actually cook? After a night of conversation, Xiao understood just how enormous the 7 treasure glazed tile school was. She also learned just how noble Ning Rongrong's status was. Of course. I specially learned for you Chu. Ning Rongrong rested her elbows on the table, cupped her face in her hands, and smiled softly, her jade-like feet gently swaying. Xiao and Zhu Zhuking gave her a helpless, disapproving look. They both snorted and ignored her. However, the already unappetizing food on the plate suddenly tasted sour. Wow, Boss Dai. What do you think they were talking about? Ma Hongjin, who had mostly recovered, peeked mischievously at the girls diagonally opposite him. Their faces were flushed, making them even more beautiful, causing Ma Hongjin to howl like a wolf. Hey, Boss Dai, what are you doing? Dai Mubei shoved the fat guy next to him with his arm, his wicked eyes flashing with warning. Fatty. I advise you to behave yourself, damn it. Boss Dai, you've gone too far. Even if you're going to make a move again, you should at least leave some for the brothers. Ma Hongjin's tone was filled with anger, and his voice didn't lower. Can you fucking keep your voice down? Dai Mubei elbowed him again, glancing at Zhu Zhuking and the others. Sure enough, the smiles on Xiao Wu and the others' faces had vanished, and they were looking in their direction. Disgusting, Zhu Zhuking cursed without any attempt to hide her disgust and contempt. Dai Mubei's face also turned ugly, feeling not only that he had lost face, but also that they had just been talking about a man he didn't know. I didn't expect that Boss Dai, who calls himself a heartbreaker, would also be thwarted. Fatty definitely has no chance. Hearing Oscar's voice from the side, Tang San looked at him strangely. Oscar, how do you know Ma Hongjin has no chance? TCH, who can't see that Xiao Wu is yours? Boss Dai seems interested in that cold Zhu Zhuking, and there's Ning Rongrong left. With that fat guy's looks, how could he possibly compete with me? What nonsense are you talking about? When did Xiao Wu become mine? Tang San's expression changed, and he glanced at Xiao Wu's side. Seeing that they weren't making any moves, he breathed a sigh of relief. Damn. Oscar, I think you're really asking for it. I'm telling you, fat guy, you have to accept reality. I'm just better looking than you little brat. Humph. Ma Hongjin glared angrily at Oscar, but immediately deflated. What he said was true, his appearance wasn't exactly pleasing. If he had Dai Mubei and Oscar's sly faces, he would definitely be more adept than Dai Mubei, who is always at 3 events a day. Boss Dai, why don't you tell us about some of the Academy's rules? Tang San keenly noticed several sharp gazes directed at him and quickly changed the subject. Alright, Dai Mubei composed himself and began explaining the rules of Shrek Academy to Tang San and his new classmates. Actually, Shrek Academy doesn't have any particularly strict rules. The most important thing to note is that rape and kidnapping are forbidden, but fighting and gambling are encouraged, but only in moderation. Hearing Dai Mubei's words, Ning Rongrong and the other 2 girls rolled their eyes. It seemed there were quite a few lewd people here. What about the course schedule? We have ample teaching staff, and there are only a few students like us, so there's no fixed schedule. It's adjusted according to individual circumstances, Oscar chimed in, addressing Tang San's question. I see, Tang San nodded, quite satisfied with this approach. This way, each student could be taught individually. No wonder it's a school highly praised by the Grandmaster. Clang. Clang. Clang, a heavy bell rang out from outside. That's the assembly sound. Let's go. Follow me. Hearing the bell, Dai Mubei immediately stood up and led everyone towards the large playground. Xiao Wu and the others followed immediately. On the playground stood a burly middle-aged man, around 50 years old. He had a long face, a protruding chin, and a hooked nose, a typical long, narrow face. He wore rigid square-framed glasses, and even with his eyes closed, he still looked somewhat cunning. Several people stood side by side in front of him. I didn't expect Shrek Academy to be able to recruit 4 students this time. Let me introduce you, I am your Dean Flander, Beast Soul Cat Owl, Level 78 Soul Saint. On behalf of Shrek, I welcome you. Flander chuckled twice, opened his eyes, and paced back and forth as he introduced himself, his hoarse voice magnetic. He seemed quite pleased with their surprised expressions. But when he saw Ningrongrong's indifferent expression, he paused, a shrewd glint in his eyes. The first lesson today is paying tuition. It's not expensive, just 100 gold coins a year. Mubai, collect their tuition fees and give them to Teacher Lee. Yes, Dean. Dai Mubai's face was respectful, clearly showing his trust in Flander. Flander nodded, but a faint muttering came from someone nearby. HMPH. What kind of class is this? Ningrongrong rolled her eyes, muttering softly. A mere 100 gold coins was nothing to her. After paying, Ningrongrong and Oscar stay. The rest of you can leave now and get yourself ready. We have a tough battle tonight. Oscar's face fell as Flander pointed at him, but thankfully, his crush had also been called back. This was a rare opportunity to be alone. Ma Hongjin said something to Flander, took a money bag from him, and hurriedly ran away. He needed to vent his frustration. After exchanging a few words with Ningrongrong, Xiao Wu and the other 2 girls left. Dai Mubei watched Zhu Huking's retreating figure, his expression uncertain, but decided to deliver the money first before going to find her. Only Tang San remained standing in place. Grandmaster had something for him to pass on to Flander. Flander didn't care about Tang San standing there, he wasn't doing anything shameful anyway. Looking at Ningrongrong and Oscar, who were quite eloquent and had received some of Yu Xiaogang's inheritance, he began to launch into a long speech. Everyone on the continent has a different martial soul. What the Academy will teach you is not how to cultivate, but how to better use your martial soul, how to better unleash its abilities, support type soul masters. In the end, Ningrongrong and Oscar still had to undergo the physical training of running 20 laps around the village. Watching their departing figures, a cunning smile appeared on Flander's lips. As an academy that only accepted monsters. Among those students, there was never a shortage of arrogant and unruly individuals. Having been the dean for so many years, he had considerable experience in disciplining these troublemakers. He tempered them with difficult tasks, pressured them with collective punishment, shattered their pride by belittling them, and hurt them by isolating them. He comforted them with the care of their classmates and bound them with team spirit. This was merely the first step he took to get Ningrongrong to let go of her pride and fully integrate into the group. His smile vanished, and Flander looked at Tang San. Tang San, is there something you need, Dean? My teacher instructed me to give you this letter if I successfully pass the entrance exam. Tang San retrieved the letter from within the 24 bridges under the moonlit night and presented it with both hands. HMPH. Still so stubborn, Flander snorted, took the letter, and immediately opened it to read, his face gradually revealing joy. Haha. Xiaogang is actually coming to Shrek Academy too. Finally, he's not hiding from me anymore. My teacher is coming to Shrek too. Tang San's voice was filled with surprise. That's right, great, alright, you should go and rest properly first, don't get injured tonight. Flander put the letter in his hand into his soul tool and waved Tang San away. Okay. Then Tang San won't bother you anymore. Although he was puzzled about what kind of training they would be doing that night, Tang San still left as instructed. Watching Tang San's back, Flander's eyes were filled with relief and complex emotions. If it weren't for this disciple giving him hope of proving himself, he probably would have been stuck in some remote corner of the continent for the rest of his life. Third sister, you trampled Xiaogang into the dust for over 10 years back then, 2 chapters combined, 4,070 pages. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 153 Rejecting Pua. On the path encircling the village, Ningrongrong and Oscar ran side by side. She wasn't averse to this physical training. Flander's words did indeed make sense. But the length of this lap was starting to wear her down. She hadn't even eaten much breakfast. Besides, there was this annoying guy beside her, constantly staring at her. Wrong, are you hungry? Want some sausage? I have a big sausage. Seeing Ning Rongrong clutching her stomach, Oscar immediately seized the opportunity, chanting a lewd incantation, and a sausage instantly appeared in his hand, which he offered to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong glanced at him, her eyes full of disgust. Take the disgusting thing away, or I'll beat you to death, HMPH. 7 treasures is famous. Secondly, speed. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda appeared in her hand, a stream of light attaching to her jade feet. Wrong. In Oscar's bewildered gaze, she dashed off towards Soto City. Above Oscar's head, a black dot appeared. Flander flapped his wings, a smile playing on his lips. Things were going exactly as he'd predicted. Oscar, you'll have to run 20 more laps then. Night fell. The 7 Shrek Academy students stood on the playground once more. Ma Hongjin looked refreshed, while Dai Mubei's face was ashen. Tang San glanced around, somewhat puzzled. He hadn't seen any teachers besides the dean all day. The others were also in high spirits, except for Oscar, who was soaking wet and looked rather disheveled. Flander glanced at Ning Rongrong, then locked onto Oscar, beginning his second step in the plan. Oscar, have you finished running? Oscar panted, turning to look at Ning Rongrong, who was whispering to Xiao Wu. Dean, I finished. I'm asking you all. Not just you. Flander raised his voice, a hint of anger in it. We've all finished. Oscar gritted his teeth, choosing to help Ning Rongrong after all. Very good. Very good indeed. Your spirit of friendship has truly moved me. Since that's the case, then go run 20 more laps. This time, I've already sealed your soul power. Flander walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and smiled. Dean, why is that? Didn't Xiao and the others already finish running? Tang San looked at this scene with confusion. Oh? Ning Rongrong, tell Tang San, have you finished running? Hearing someone call her, Ning Rongrong finally ended her conversation with Xiao Wu. No. I was too hungry, I didn't want to run. Ning Rongrong told the truth, she disdained to lie. So you went to Soto City for a feast and spent the whole afternoon strolling through the commercial street? Flander's anger was undisguised, his voice suddenly becoming heavy and serious as he shouted at Ning Rongrong. What crime have you committed? Hey! Why are you shouting so loudly? I just wanted a full meal. What crime have I committed? Flander's face turned cold, and even his eyes behind his glasses seemed shrouded in gloom in the night. Insolence. This is my academy. Not only did you fail to carry out the tasks I assigned you, but you also made your senior lie to you, causing him to be punished. If this kind of behavior of deceiving your superiors and deserting your post were in the military, it would be an unforgivable crime, enough to get you killed many times over. Ning Rongrong didn't tolerate Flander's overreaction. No? Are you sick? Which eye of yours saw me make Oscar lie? Wasn't it just him being nosy? Besides, what kind of military camp is this? If this were a real military camp, Dai Mubei and Ma Hongjin, those people who go out to brothels, would have been beheaded long ago. And you too, I saw you paying that fat bastard for sex this afternoon, HMPH. Trying to pin a label on me? Save your breath, Ning Rongrong snorted coldly. Having already been warned by Yichu, she had already sensed something was wrong. This difficult task was designed for her from the start. Intelligent and quick-witted since childhood, she quickly understood. Trying to fool her? In your next life? Her title of Little Witch wasn't given lightly. P.S. I feel the Little Witch's combat power in the original work is too low, unworthy of the title. Hearing Ning Rongrong's rebuttal, Tang San and the others looked at her in surprise, not expecting her to remain unfazed even when facing a soul saint. Only Dai Mubei's face darkened further. Zhu Zhuking's contemptuous gaze ignited his fury. Insolence. Flander was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the pampered girl to be so sharp-tongued. But it didn't matter, he could go straight to the third step. At least I'll carry out the tasks I assign, unlike you who's so disobedient. Mubei, go throw her things out of the dormitory. Okay, Dai Mubei responded, already annoyed, and was about to take action. You dare. You're just a mere soul saint. If you dare let him touch my things, I'll tear your skull down. Swish. Just as Xiao Wu was about to act, a black shadow was faster than her, blocking Dai Mubei's path. Get out of the way, Dai Mubei shouted coldly. The only response was a meow. Zhu Zhuking had already activated her martial soul. Flander frowned, surprised that Ning Rongrong was surprisingly popular. He hadn't intended to drive Ning Rongrong away, so he had to continue with his own script. That's right. I'm just a soul saint, but I'm also the dean of Shrek Academy. I have the right to decide which students stay and which go. I can't teach a student like you. You don't deserve to stay here. PFFT, haha, are you confused? As the owner of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul, tell me why I don't deserve to stay here. Ningrongrong was almost amused. Wasn't she selected through rigorous screening to be allowed to stay? Tang San, with his better eyesight, suddenly noticed a sly smile playing on Flanders' lips, hidden in the darkness. Excellent, the conversation was proceeding as he had planned. He was about to achieve his goal. Why? Because you're the worst of these 7. You'll only bring shame to your world's #1 support martial soul, the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Flanders' voice was firm and resolute, his words carrying an air of authority. Ningrongrong frowned. She suddenly recalled Yichu asking her what she should do if someone deliberately belittled her. She remembered the words he had whispered in her ear while holding her. Ningrongrong felt much more at ease, her expression softening, a meaningful smile appearing on her lips. You should know how effective my martial soul is on the battlefield, right? Then tell me, why am I the worst? Why do I bring shame upon my 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul, still not giving up? Then I'll tell you now. Flanders smiled smugly. You think your #1 support martial soul is strong? But with your personality, will anyone be willing to protect you? If you go to the battlefield, as a support, you'll be the enemy's first target. Hell, it seems your target will be the one who dies the fastest. Ningrongrong was stunned, suddenly wanting to laugh. But before she could laugh, Flander continued pointing at Daimyo. I don't need to say much about Zhu's Huking and Xiao Wu. Before they arrived, Daimyo, with his white tiger martial soul, was the youngest soul master in Shrek Academy's history. Can you break through to soul master at 13? You were there during Tang San's battle with Xiao Wuji, weren't you? He's the same age as you, but his soul power is significantly higher, and his combat strength is unparalleled. Flanders' finger then swept over Tang San and Ma Hongjian, pointing at them one by one. And Ma Hongjian, the quality of his mutated martial soul is no worse than your 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. In that respect alone, few on the continent can compare to him. Even if he has to suppress his flaws, his soul power is still no lower than yours. Flanders stopped, his gaze sharp. Well? Do you think you can compare to any of them? Tang San and the others listened blankly to Flanders' words, their eyes scrutinizing Ningrongrong. What about Oscar? How could you forget him? Ningrongrong calmly pointed to Oscar, who had recovered. She was remarkably calm. Her calmness surprised even Flander. He had expected Ningrongrong to immediately retort, and then he would unleash Oscar as his trump card. That would shatter her pride in one fell swoop. Suppressing his unease, he was now ready to strike. Flander sneered. Have you ever heard of a support-type character with innate full soul power? Are you suggesting that Oscar is that person with innate full soul power? Ningrongrong's expression finally changed, and she looked at Oscar not far away with surprise. That's right. Seeing Ningrongrong's changing expression, Flanders' eyes flashed with joy. It seemed this trump card was indeed powerful. Only by suppressing her in her proud support-type domain could he completely shatter her pitiful pride that she was still desperately trying to maintain. Flander patted Oscar on the shoulder, his eyes filled with anticipation. Let me put it this way. Oscar is unprecedented, his future achievements are limitless. Give him time to develop. He might even replace the 7 treasure glazed tile school as the top support-type soul master. PFFT, ha. Hearing Flanders' words, Ningrongrong couldn't hold back anymore. She laughed so hard she couldn't straighten up. So Yichu's joke about someone surpassing the 7 treasure glazed tile school was actually true. Wrong, are you alright? Xiao Wu quickly came over and helped her up. What are you laughing at? Flander frowned, a sudden sense of unease rising in his heart. I'm laughing at you for talking nonsense. Ningrongrong's voice was mocking, a cold smile playing on her lips. Oh? Do you think everything I said is wrong? Flanders' unease deepened. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Whether what you said is right or wrong, let me, this young lady, straighten it out for you. Ningrongrong smoothed a strand of hair that had fallen beside her ear, looking at Flander with confidence. First, she extended her index finger, pointing at Daimyo. Let's talk about Daimyo first. Breaking through to Soul Master at 13 years old, that's really nothing special. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing can do it too. As for why, I don't want to explain. Without giving Flander a chance to speak, she continued, pointing at Tang San. Perhaps Tang San's combat power is indeed incredibly strong, but his martial soul is a fatal flaw. A mere blue-silver grass, his upper limit has already been determined. Then there's your personal disciple, that fatso. Is it fun to deceive yourself? Ning Rongrong looked at Flander with sarcasm. In my opinion, that fatso is the first to die. He doesn't even need to go to the battlefield. How long do you think he can suppress his evil fire? I'm afraid that as his cultivation increases, he'll explode and die sooner or later. Flander's expression suddenly froze, and Tang San and the others looked at Ma Hongjin in surprise. They hadn't even thought of this. And then there's Oscar. He's just a commoner soul master. Even if, as you say, his potential is enough to replace the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, without protection, who knows what might happen to him one day. Ning Rongrong's smile was chillingly cold, disdainful and arrogant. She had once told Yichu that becoming a proper young lady wasn't a joke. She had genuinely studied under Ning Fengzi for a while. Hearing her words, Oscar's face paled, and Flander's expression also turned ugly. They hadn't expected this little girl to already possess some of the demeanor and mindset of someone in power. Ignoring their expressions, Ning Rongrong continued. Besides, he simply doesn't have that ability. Oscar is only level 29 at 14, while my 7 treasure glazed tile skull's enhancement level increases proportionally with my soul power. He thinks he can replace my 7 treasure glazed tile skull all by himself? Can he guarantee that his descendants will all have innate full soul power? It's utter wishful thinking. Furthermore, would I bring shame to the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda? That's nonsense. Ning Rongrong suddenly puffed out her chest, a hint of pride on her face, her eyes occasionally glancing towards Zhu Ziuqing and Xiao Wu. Yichu said that I am a genius, with innate full soul power at level 9, the most talented person in the history of our 7 treasure glazed tile school, and will be one of the next 3 sect masters. Yichu? Flander looked at her strangely, unsure who this person was. Daimyo Bei, however, clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on Zhu Ziuqing, whose expression flickered slightly. So that wild man's name is Yichu? Tang San was also shaken, looking at Xiao Wu beside him, seeing the envy in her eyes. A fierce killing intent ignited in his heart. Yichu. He deserved to die. The most ridiculous thing is that you actually said I have no one to protect me. Ning Rongrong's face showed a sweet smile, her blue eyes suddenly brightened, and her voice softened. Maybe that was true before, but since he appeared, that situation no longer exists. Yichu is stronger than any of you. He will definitely protect me. You don't need to worry about that. After saying this, Ning Rongrong dropped her infatuated look and turned to look at Flander. Alright, I've finished. What do you think of what I said? Am I the worst among the 7 of us? Based on my status, it should be Shrek's honor to be here. You're just being unreasonable. What, Yichu? I've never heard of this person. Shrek doesn't care about your status as a young lady. Flander was somewhat embarrassed and angry. His own arguments were easily refuted by this girl, without shattering her pride. The subsequent steps became almost unnecessary. Haha. If I'm just being unreasonable? Aren't you a fraud too? The youngest elder of the Spirit Hall, with a status second only to the Pope, as the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, I've never heard of such a person. Your bluffing is quite something, like an old sow wearing a bra, one trick after another. Ning Rongrong was completely unfazed and directly retorted. Tang San and the others were shocked, never expecting Ning Rongrong to dare say such things. Enough. If you don't want to stay, you can leave now. Shrek Academy doesn't welcome you, Flander roared, his aura becoming violent. If it weren't for Ning Rongrong's status, he probably would have already attacked. Facing the enraged Flander, Ning Rongrong, contrary to her usual self, remained calm. The tension dissipated instantly, like a well-behaved student receiving earnest instruction. Actually, Dean, there's no need for you to deliberately suppress me like this. If the training you arranged is truly reasonable, Rongrong will naturally complete it on time. I understand your good intentions. I'm sure my father would be grateful to have a teacher like you. What I said just now was indeed a bit extreme, and I apologize to you. Ning Rongrong bowed slightly to Flander to express her apology. She emphasized the word father in her speech. She had mastered the art of giving a beating followed by a sweet treat. You? Flander was stunned, his imposing aura vanishing without a trace. His previous action seemed to have become a joke. He hadn't expected Ning Rongrong to be not the spoiled, willful, An unruly girl he thought she was. His little schemes had already been seen through by this shrewd girl. Flander gritted his teeth. Undoubtedly, he valued his reputation. He couldn't let Ning Rongrong off so easily. But Ning Rongrong's mention of Ning Fengzi clearly carried a threatening connotation. Flander's expression shifted constantly, his mood shifting between light and shadow. Finally, he took a deep breath and decided to pass the decision-making power out to the students. You 6, raise your hands if you agree that Ning Rongrong should stay. Flander looked quietly at the other 6, a wry smile playing on his lips. He couldn't very well expel her, nor could he bring himself to keep her. Letting these students decide would surely be alright. Even if they did let Ning Rongrong leave, would the 7 treasure-glazed tile skull really hold a grudge against a few children? If Ning Rongrong didn't leave, it wouldn't matter. His intention wasn't to force her away. Hearing his reply, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing raised their hands without hesitation, followed by Tang Xin and Oscar after a moment's hesitation. Finally, even Ma Hongjin wanted to raise his hand, but seeing Daimyo Bei's gloomy face, he gave up. He had only considered raising his hand because he felt Flander didn't want Ning Rongrong to leave either. But it seemed the outcome was the same whether he was there or not, so he decided to go along with Daimyo Bei. 4-2, Flander calmly observed the result. Since that's the case, then you can stay. Thank you, Dean. No need, you should thank them. From now on, you will be an inseparable team. Flander stood with his hands behind his back, still remembering his fundamental purpose, to make the team more cohesive and perfect. But Daimyo Bei's reaction made him discover a new problem. Then thank you everyone, Ning Rongrong giggled, as if she had won a battle, looking at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. They were both still here, she didn't want to leave. Alright, today's farce should end now, Flander said, somewhat listlessly. Come with me, I'll lead you in tonight's training. Bonus chapter, long chapter 5,400 words. A massive 10,000 word update. Wishing you all a happy life. Chapter 154 Heavenly Harvest Fate. Flander didn't dwell on the unpleasant exchange. With a light tap of his toes, he spread his wings and soared towards Soto City, leaving only his hoarse voice on the training ground. Hurry up and catch up. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly followed. Flander maintained a speed that wouldn't leave them too far behind. Due to the varying strengths, the team was divided into several groups. Running at the forefront was Zhu Zhuqing, who already possessed the cultivation of a soul master. As an agility-type soul master, she had a unique advantage in speed. Following behind was Daimyo Bei, whose expression wasn't very good. Looking at the graceful figure ahead, his anger grew even stronger. He had gone to see Zhu Zhuqing that afternoon. He thought that by lowering his stance and taking the initiative to talk to her, their relationship could ease a bit. But within just a few words, he had completely lost his temper. Even now, that scene kept replaying in his mind. Her icy face was filled with sarcasm, and her disdainful tone drove him crazy. If it weren't for the fact that she was with Xiao Wu and he was outnumbered, he might have had to fight. Behind Daimyo Bei was Tang Xin, keeping close behind, his feet leaving many afterimages. The Ghost Shadow Steps technique is all about subtlety, its effectiveness for straight-line acceleration is limited. At this moment, his mind was still replaying the conversation between Ning Rongrong and Flander. He didn't agree with Ning Rongrong's words. He had never considered blue silvergrass a constraint. He always believed in Grandmaster's wise saying, there are no useless spirits, only useless spirit masters. Besides, he didn't only have blue silvergrass. His clear sky hammer was the #1 weapon spirit in the world. In his view, his future held limitless possibilities. A smile appeared on Tang San's lips, his movement seemed lighter, and his gaze drifted back to pink figure. In the fourth group, Fatty Ma Hongjin was in a league of his own, followed not far behind by the food-type spirit master Oscar. No one spoke, except for Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who were running beside Oscar, chatting and laughing. Hearing the cheerful sounds around him, Oscar looked at the smiling girl in blue beside him, a hint of fear in his eyes. Ning Rongrong's earlier words, filled with murderous intent, made him uneasy. Xiao Wu, you must not be full. I brought you and Zhu Qing some good food. Look, Xiao Wu followed Ning Rongrong, her crimson eyes sparkling as she looked at the carrot Ning Rongrong took out from her soul tool. Great. Thank you, Rongrong, you're welcome. Ning Rongrong smiled and handed her the carrot. Rongrong, you were amazing just now. How did you do that? Xiao Wu asked curiously, munching on her carrot. Haha. Yeej, you taught me most of that. In the group ahead, Daimyo Bei, unwilling to fall behind Zhu Xiuqing, mustered all his strength and, using his powerful soul force, sprinted forward. Arriving beside Zhu Xiuqing, he met her gaze with a provocative, wicked look. Boring, Zhu Xiuqing's gaze flickered away, her speed suddenly slowing, falling behind Tang San and Ma Hongjin. She then approached Ning Rongrong and the other girl. Xiuqing. Do you want some too? Xiao Wu, munching on her food, spoke haltingly. No, thank you. I'm full. Zhu Xiuqing's icy expression softened as she politely declined. Xiuqing, you carry such heavy things every day, you should eat more. Here. This is caviar bread I bought especially for you, Rongrong. Can't you talk seriously? Always like this, Zhu Xiuqing blushed, giving her a charmingly disdainful look before taking the bread. Daimyo Bei, running at the front, had a livid face, like a tiger ready to pounce. Led by Flander, the 7 Shrek Academy students quickly entered the gates of Soto City. The group stopped running. Dean, where are we going to have class? Tang San quickly walked behind Flander, looking around curiously. These places didn't look like suitable for Soul Master instruction at all. Our destination, it's over there, Flander pointed ahead, adjusting his glasses, then tilted his head back. There, Tang San and the others looked up. All they could see was a dome, wide and towering, seemingly just a corner of a building. Alright, come with me, we'll explain as we walk. That place is called the Great Soul Arena. Flander walked slowly forward, hands behind his back. Behind him, Tang San listened attentively, while Ma Hongjin's eyes darted around, swallowing frequently, regardless of age or build. Oscar, compared to him, was much more restrained, his eyes more inscrutable. Daimyo Bei had no interest in anything today. Ma Hongjin tried several times to share his joy, but he remained unmoved. Xiao Wu, though she had spent some time in Soto City, hadn't really explored it properly and was very curious about everything in this big city. Whenever she encountered something new and interesting, she would jump forward to take a good look. If it weren't for Zhu Xiuqing watching over her, she might have already lost track of them. Flander's voice came from ahead. The Great Soul Arena, simply put, is a place for soul masters to spar and exchange skills, and it's also an excellent place for various forces to showcase their strength. It's also a place for gamblers to seek thrills. Dean, I don't understand. Soul masters are clearly a very noble profession, so why should they be treated like monkeys for people to watch? Tang San frowned, feeling somewhat disliked this kind of place. This kind of place shouldn't exist. You're wrong. Although I don't like this place either, there's no doubt that only the Soul Arena can provide soul masters with a relatively fair environment to compete. Its system is already very complete. It can be said to be a third-party force outside the Empire and the Spirit Hall. Here, even if you kill some powerful people during a soul battle, your safety can be guaranteed. After Flander's explanation, Tang San and the other inexperienced individuals had gained a certain understanding of the Great Soul Arena. Gradually, the group finally approached the colossal structure that occupied Soto City. It was oval-shaped, over 100 meters high, and even from the entrance, the walls didn't extend very far. What a tall, huge building, Xiao Wu exclaimed in amazement, craning her neck to look up, as if it stretched endlessly. Of course. It not only has a main arena and 24 sub-arenas, but also over 100 private boxes, capable of accommodating 60,000 spectators, Oscar explained. Alright, I won't say anything more. Tonight's lesson will be practical training in the Soto Grand Arena. If you have any questions later, you can ask the staff here, or Hongjin and Mubai. My requirement for you is that you graduate with at least a silver soul medal. I hope you won't disappoint me. Flander led them into the arena, gave them a few more instructions, and then left alone for the audience seats. Brother Dai, is this silver soul medal difficult? Faced with Tang San's question, Daimyo Bei wasn't in the mood to answer him. He turned to Ma Hongjin, who was staring at the staff. Fatty, explain it to them, Okay, Ma Hongjin dropped to a sleazy look, cleared his throat, and began to explain. According to him, the Great Soul Arena has 8 badge levels, distinguished by the quality of the mineral, from lowest to highest: iron, bronze, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. Badge upgrade requirements: iron soul to bronze soul. 100 points, 1 point for each win, -1 point for each loss. 5 consecutive wins, plus 10 points for each additional win, over 10 consecutive wins, plus 100 points for each additional win. Bronze Soul to Silver Soul. 1000 points. Bronze Souls gain 10 points for each win, minus 10 points for each loss. The point gain for consecutive wins is the same as Iron Souls. Soul battles are divided into 3 types: game, deathmatch, and gamble. Tang San and his group are participating in the game type. Generally, there are no casualties. They can only be matched with opponents of similar soul power levels. My current record is 33 battles, 21 wins, 12 losses, and 9 Iron Soul badge points. Brother Dai also currently has an Iron Soul badge, 29 wins, 27 losses, and only 2 points. After listening to Ma Hongjan's explanation, Tang San couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's no wonder this academy only accepts monsters. The methods of classes and assessments are also unique. Hey, you two fatso, you're both terrible. You've fought so many rounds and only got so few points. Xiao Wu stood with her hands on her hips, eager to try her hand at the soul battle. HMPH. What do you know? This Silver Soul Battle medal isn't easy to obtain. At your level, if you encountered a level 39 Soul Master, you'd only end up losing. Dai Mubei sneered, his gaze deliberately sweeping over Zhu Xiuqing as he spoke of losing. Alright, enough talk, you guys should register first. We'll wait for you inside. Dai Mubei patted Tang San's shoulder, then turned and left with Ma Hongjan and Oscar. Xiao Wu, let's go register first. Tang San turned around, wanting to call Xiao Wu to come along. But all he saw was her back. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were already heading towards the registration area. Xiao Wu, wait for me. Tang San's expression froze for a moment, then quickly recovered and hurried after Xiao Wu. Hearing Tang San's call, Xiao Wu's pretty brows furrowed. Even Ning Rongrong couldn't stand it anymore. This guy is so annoying, just ignore him. Xiao Wu hugged Zhu Xiuqing's arm, while Ning Rongrong hugged the other. Faced with the two constantly rubbing against each other, Zhu Xiuqing could only blush and silently endure it. By the way, Rongrong, you're a support type. How are you going to complete the mission? Didn't that fat guy just say I can participate in the 2-on-2 soul battle? But you and Xiuqing are both soul masters now, so you can't carry me. Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong felt a little discouraged. She didn't want to be partners with Tang San and that fat guy. The registration process wasn't too complicated. Each person just needed to pay a processing fee of 10 gold coins. Then they tested their soul power and registered their names, ages, and other information. Soon, Xiao Wu and the others received their own Iron Soul Battle medals. Xiao Wu and Zhu Xiuqing even formed a cat-rabbit duo. The 3 girls and Tang San had just entered the Soul Battle arena where Dai Mubei and the others were. Zhu Xiuqing heard her own name called. Upon hearing her opponent's name, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Looking ahead, she met a pair of gloating, malevolent eyes. In the center of the arena stood a middle-aged man in a tuxedo, loudly announcing the start of the next match. Next up is a one-on-one battle. 2 Soul Masters will be entering. They are Zhu Xiuqing, the Battle Soul Master with a Beast Soul Nethercat, against Dai Mubei, the Battle Soul Master with a Beast Soul White Tiger, who has already won 2 consecutive matches. Let's welcome our 2 Soul Masters to the stage. Cheers! As the middle-aged man's booming voice rang out, cheers erupted from the surrounding stands. Some who had placed bets even began cheering for Dai Mubei. Dai Mubei glanced at Zhu Xiuqing with a cold smile, then turned and walked towards the battle passage. Zhu Qing, this guy definitely has bad intentions, you have to be careful later. Xiao Wu worriedly clung to Zhu Xiuqing's arm, knowing full well what had happened that afternoon. Don't worry, he can't possibly be my match. Zhu Xiuqing smiled confidently and walked towards the soul battle passage. Go Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong cheered her on from behind. The soul battle hadn't officially started yet. As soon as Zhu Xiuqing appeared, cheers erupted from the stands, some even whistling. Her long hair cascaded down to her hips, and a black leather jacket tightly hugged her voluptuous figure, highlighting her curves and perfect waist-to-hip ratio, making her appear exceptionally tall. Her cold expression and indifferent eyes further fueled the desires of the wolves. People's values follow their appearance. Some who had initially cheered for Dai Mubei had already switched sides. I declare this soul battle officially open. At the host's signal, the 2 activated their martial souls. A tiger roared and a cat howled. Dai Mubei's muscles bulged, a few white hairs sprouted from his body, tiger claws extended from his hands, and his eyes were heterochromatic. 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose from beneath his feet. Zhu Zhuking's head was adorned with a pair of cute cat ears, and a long, thin tail appeared behind her. Her left eye was dark green, and her right eye was clear blue, adding to her charm. 3 spirit rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, also rose from beneath her feet. Oh my god! Our newcomer, Soul Master Zhu Zhuking, her second spirit ring is actually purple. It seems the outcome of this battle has become uncertain. As soon as Zhu Zhuking's second spirit ring appeared, another thunderous cheer erupted from the stands. Those who knew anything about the spirit master profession were speechless with astonishment. Zhuking, you don't actually think you can defeat me with your second ring, do you? Should I go easy on you? Daimyo Bei's tall, imposing figure stood on the arena, looking at Zhu Zhuking not far in front of him, a mocking expression on his face. No need. You can't possibly beat me. Zhu Zhuking's face was devoid of any emotion, as if she were looking at a stranger. She had absolute confidence in this battle, no matter what. She had the Shadow Spider Spear as a backup. Are you really going to be so heartless? I'm still your fiancé. Daimyo Bei's playful tone vanished, replaced by anger, his disdain for Zhu Zhuking turning into fury. I've already said, you're not worthy. The person I'm looking for here isn't you, HMPH. Enough, Daimyo Bei roared. No matter what she said, she was still referring to that wild man. Daimyo Bei's face darkened, the anger and frustration he had harbored since meeting Zhu Zhuking exploded within him in an instant. You think you can resist this? If you don't cooperate, your fate won't be any better. Today, I'll make you face reality. As Daimyo Bei finished speaking, the purple spirit ring beneath his feet lit up. Third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra transformation. His muscles bulged further, his fur grew back, black stripes appeared on his skin, the king character on his forehead looked even more majestic, and his claws grew even larger. He was going to crush Zhu Zhuking's confidence with his strongest form. Whoosh! With a push of his hind paws, he attacked directly towards Zhu Zhuking. Perfect. I also want to see what you've improved since you fled here like a stray dog seeking pleasure. Zhu Zhuking responded coldly, but his speed was not slow, and he was already running around the soul arena. His slightly lowered body seemed to be staring at his prey, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. First soul skill, Netherworld Thrust. His speed increased, and Zhu Zhuking quickly used Netherworld Thrust twice. The first time, he rushed behind Daimyo Bei, and then quickly turned around, stabbing towards his heart. First soul skill, White Tiger Protective Barrier. Daimyo Bei stopped, and his first soul ring suddenly lit up. A white wave spread out, making it difficult for Zhu Zhuking's claws to move. Missing her first attack, Zhu Zhuking immediately retreated. There was a 5-level difference in soul power between the two. Facing Daimyo Bei's extreme output, disregarding soul power consumption, Zhu Zhuking's attack was somewhat inadequate. Zhuking, why are you running? Second soul skill, White Tiger Blazing Light Wave. Daimyo Bei sneered. Suddenly, he spat out a ball of milky white light, directly attacking Zhu Zhuking. He knew Zhu Zhuking's strength well and dared not hold back in the slightest. He couldn't afford to lose this battle, and he had no face to lose. Third soul skill, Netherworld Slash. Zhu Zhuking fought and retreated, her two claws seemingly combined. Suddenly, she swung them fiercely, and a crescent-shaped purple blade directly collided with a white light ball. Bang! The two collided, the aftershock spreading outwards, ruffling Zhu Zhuking's black hair. Daimyo Bei, is this all you've got? Zhu Zhuking's expression was calm. So, this is how it ends. How could it end like this? Daimyo Bei lowered his waist, instantly transforming into a white lightning bolt and running around Zhu Zhuking. Zhu Zhuking frowned. Daimyo Bei's speed was now no less than hers. Sacrificing most of your soul power to increase speed and defense, looking at the white aura around Daimyo Bei, it was clear he had been maintaining his first soul skill. Your second soul skill can even break through Teacher Zhao's defense, which I indeed cannot withstand, but now you cannot lock onto my position either. Next, I just need to defeat you before my soul power runs out. Second soul skill, White Tiger Blazing Light Wave. With that, a beam of light shot towards Zhu Zhuking. As soon as Zhu Zhuking dodged, Daimyo Bei immediately seized the opportunity, closing in before she could react, ready to engage Zhu Zhuking in close combat. This guy is shameless. Ning Rongrong's indignant voice came from the soul battle waiting area. Although Xiao Wu and the others couldn't hear their conversation, They could still understand the situation on the field. Since Daimyo Bei had violently leveled the speed advantage, Zhu Xiuqing was forced to engage him head-on a few times. Her face turned pale, she was clearly in pain. Third soul skill, Netherworld Slash. Daimyo Bei's figure loomed larger in her sight again, and Zhu Xiuqing immediately retreated, unleashing her ranged attack. Whoosh! Daimyo Bei barely dodged the sharp blade. He wasn't feeling well either, the consumption of his soul power was much more severe than he had anticipated. Whoosh! Without a moment's pause, he immediately charged towards Zhu Xiuqing again. His tiger claws shot out, but he pounced on nothing. His heterochromatic eyes trembled slightly, he had only attacked an afterimage. Daimyo Bei, you're too naive. Zhu Xiuqing's figure appeared behind him, 8 spider legs strapped to her back. P.S. Some readers think the spider spears are too bulky, but they aren't the large, fleshy ones from anime, they're the slender, simple type like Tom Holland's, emphasizing agility. This was Zhu Xiuqing's external soul bone, the shadow spider spears. After activation, all of Zhu Xiuqing's attributes were greatly amplified, her current speed far surpassed Daimyo Bei's. How is this possible? Daimyo Bei's face showed disbelief. He had clearly pushed his speed to its maximum. With such a huge difference in soul power, how could he have lost? A sharp claw pressed against Daimyo Bei's neck, drawing several bloody marks with the slightest pressure. A spider spear was also pressed directly against the back of his head. You lost? As Zhu Xiuqing's words fell, enthusiastic applause erupted throughout the arena, along with insults directed at Daimyo Bei. They had all lost money. That was fantastic. It seems the outcome of this battle is decided. Congratulations to the newcomer Zhu Xiuqing for winning her first point in the Soul Arena, the host's voice echoed throughout the arena. Zhu Xiuqing quickly retracted her spider spear. She glanced around, thankfully, no one recognized its value. Without another look at Daimyo Bei, Zhu Xiuqing swiftly left the Soul Arena. What was that? Was it some kind of special soul skill? Tang San looked at the thing growing from Zhu Xiuqing's back with suspicion. Xiuqing. You're amazing. Ning Rongrong rushed over and hugged her tightly. Xiao Wu had also arrived beside them. Boss Dai, are you alright? Just now, Mo Hongjian's battle had also begun. Oscar, who was still there, had already seen Daimyo Bei slowly approaching. He and Tang San went to greet him. I'm fine. Daimyo Bei's eyes were fixed on Zhu Xiuqing's direction. He still couldn't understand why he had lost. Xiuqing, let's go. Our double spirit battle is about to begin. Xiao Wu pulled Ning Rongrong away and grabbed Zhu Xiuqing's arm to leave. At this moment, Ning Rongrong also noticed Daimyo Bei's gaze, put her hands on her hips, and wore a contemptuous smile. What are you looking at? Xiuqing's defeated opponent, try looking at me like that again. Daimyo Bei's cold voice was somewhat chilling. He hated this kind of look towards losers. Haha. Xiao Wu was right after all. What white tiger? You're just a sick cat. You only dare to be fierce to a support like me. Ning Rongrong still remembered that this guy didn't want her to stay at all before and even tried to throw her things out. Ning Rongrong. Do you think your status as the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school is so great? I'm not afraid of you. If you push me too far, believe me, I'll give you a good beating. Daimyo Bei's evil eyes flashed coldly, his face icy. Oh my, I'm so scared. You cowardly, weak, and furious idiot. Rongrong. Xiao Wu and Zhu Xiuqing, who hadn't gone far, heard Ning Rongrong scream and quickly turned back to help. Boss Dai, Daimyo Bei had reached his limit. His soul power surged, directly knocking Ning Rongrong away and knocking her to the ground. Tang San and Oscar wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Today I'll show you whether I'm a coward or a weakling, whether I'm incompetent or not. Daimyo Bei. Stop. Rongrong, watch out. Ning Rongrong covered her bottom, looked up, and found a hand reaching out towards her. Ah! What is this? A shrill scream rang out. In the darkness, a blue-haired youth had just crossed the city gates of Soto when he suddenly froze in place. Rongrong's heavenly harvest fate has been triggered? Did Daimyo Bei still say that line? He really theirs. QQ Group. 831,821,005. 3 chapters in 1, 6,600 pages. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 155 Slicing Meat and Deboning. Ah! A shrill scream echoed from the waiting area of one of the 24 divisions in the Soto Grand Arena. Zhu Xiuqing, who was rushing forward, suddenly stopped, staring in shock at the scene. This is Yichu's soul skill, Black flames suddenly ignited on Dai Mubei's hand, and he let out a series of screams. Boss Dai, Tang San and Oscar watched this scene in shock. Oscar! Don't move! Seeing Oscar about to reach out to extinguish the black flames on Dai Mubei's hand, Tang San quickly pulled him back. He could feel the terror of those black flames, which were far stronger than Ma Hongjin's raging flames. Dai Mubei kept trying to extinguish them with his other hand, but to no avail. They were still spreading up his arm. Wrong. Xiao Wu had already run to Ning Rongrong, wanting to help her up, but Zhu Huqing stopped her. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was slumped on the ground, her eyes fixed ahead, a thin line of blood trickling down the corner of her right eye. Strangely, her originally blue eyes turned blood red, inlaid with a black six-pointed star, inside which was a purple three-leaf windmill. It looks like Xiao Wu stared blankly at Ning Rongrong's eyes. The crimson background and the six-pointed star pattern were still vivid in her memory. Ning Rongrong. You'd better kill her, Dai Mubei roared, his handsome face turning ferocious and terrifying, his arm, wreathed in black flames, reaching out to grab her. Boss Dai, be careful. Suddenly, Tang San, who had already activated his purple demon eye, sensed something was wrong. The color of Zhuan Yu spread from his palm, already placed on the 24 bridges under the moon at his waist. Dai Mubei! How dare you! Xiao Wu shouted sharply, about to step forward to stop him, but was still grabbed by Zhu Huqing. She knew very well the power of those black flames. Huqing, Xiao Wu looked at her in confusion, but Zhu Huqing pointed at Ning Rongrong. Look, at this moment, Ning Rongrong's left eye also underwent a change. A strange light, reddish-purple, flashed, and the black flames on Dai Mubei's body suddenly surged. Ugh! Ning Rongrong, stop! The black flames suddenly spread upwards, and Dai Mubei screamed in agony. A figure rushed forward beside him, a cold light flashing, and Dai Mubei let out an even more shrill scream. Swoosh! This was the sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh. Plop! A pool of blood sprayed onto the ground, exuding a heavy stench of blood. In Tang San's hand, he held a gleaming bone-scraping knife, dripping with dazzling crimson blood. Holding it, with a powerful perception of his purple demon eye, he sliced off a large strip of flesh from Dai Mubei's shoulder, close to the bone, along his arm. Before the flesh even hit the ground, it was already devoured by the black flames. Gulp! Xiao Wu, Zhu Huqing, and Oscar all swallowed hard, their faces pale. The bloody scene was incredibly impactful. The power of the black flames filled them with terror. Ugh! Dai Mubei's eyes widened suddenly, his open mouth unable to utter a sound. Thud! With a muffled thud, Dai Mubei crashed heavily to the ground. He had already lost consciousness. Lying on the ground, his face was as pale as paper, his body soaked in sweat. Half of his clothes in the ground were stained with his blood. His once muscular right arm was now flattened, revealing the grim white bone stained with blood. From the moment he reached out to Ning Rongrong to now collapsing on the ground, only a dozen or so breaths had passed. Boss Dai, Tang San put away his bone-scraping knife and quickly knelt down, channeling the soul power he had cultivated from his Zhuan Gong into Dai Mubei's body. His expression was also somewhat solemn, and he was worried. Looking at Dai Mubei's right arm, she could only hope he wouldn't blame her later. After a moment's hesitation, she didn't forget there were still food-type soul masters on the field. Oscar! Don't just stand there, quickly make some sausages. Okay, Oscar nodded repeatedly, frantically chanting his soul incantation. I have a small sausage, I have a big sausage, he kept repeating his lewd soul incantation, holding all the sausages he had made in his arms, and handed them to Tang San. Alright. You should go find the dean quickly, otherwise, there might be some after effects. Okay, I'll go right now. Oscar paused, turned around and glanced at Ning Rongrong. He wanted to ask if she needed sausages, opened his mouth but didn't say anything, and quickly left. Rongrong, are you alright? Xiao Wu and Zhu Huqing also helped Ning Rongrong up and sat her on a bench. I'm fine, it's just that my eyes hurt so much. Ning Rongrong's eyes were filled with tears, and she let Xiao Wu gently wipe away the bloodstains flowing from the corners of her eyes. How do you know your Chu's soul skill? Zhu Huqing looked at her strangely. I don't know either. Yichu never told me it might be his new soul skill, right? Ning Rongrong rubbed her eyes, which were still stinging. Mubei. What happened? Rapid footsteps approached. Seeing Dai Mubei lying in a pool of blood, Flanders' voice was filled with shock. Ning Rongrong. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Flander looked at her with a gloomy expression. His student, whom he had taught for so long, was injured like this and almost died. Dean, Daimyo Bai attacked Rongrong first. If Rongrong hadn't had some tricks up her sleeve, she might have been bullied by this lecherous thief. Xiao Wu stood in front of Ning Rongrong, staring directly at Flander. Even in the face of the Soul Saint's pressure, she didn't back down an inch. That's right. You can ask Tang Sen and Oscar if you don't believe me. They saw the whole thing. Zhu Xiuqing also stood next to Xiao Wu, pointing to the two people who were helping Daimyo Bai up. Little Oscar. Flander looked at Oscar with suspicion. Oscar simply nodded affirmatively at the gazes of the others. It was indeed Basta who attacked first, trying to harm Rongrong first. Hearing Oscar's description, Flander remained silent for a moment, his expression still uncertain. Even so, could Mu Bai really do anything to Ning Rongrong? You went too far. This attack isn't something I can control. It triggers whenever someone tries to hurt me, Ning Rongrong explained, standing up as well. Besides, if he really touched me, it wouldn't be so simple. Ning Rongrong's gaze towards Daimyo Bai was filled with chilling coldness. She was already Ichiu's. This lecherous thief actually tried to touch her. He deserved it. Flander's heart skipped a beat. Seeing the fear and hatred in her eyes, he knew Ning Rongrong was right. With her status, if something happened to her, if she suffered any harm, the lives of everyone in Shrek Academy wouldn't be enough to pay for it. Sigh, that kid Mu Bai can just play around outside the academy all the time, but he actually dared to attack his classmate. And that classmate's status isn't lower than his. Flander didn't know what to say, looking helplessly at Mu Bai. Dean, I think we should take Mu Bai to healing-type Soul Master for treatment as soon as possible, otherwise it might negatively impact his future Soul Master career. Tang Sen, seeing Mu Bai's condition, was worried and urged Flander to send him for treatment quickly. Okay. I'll take him there now. You guys can return to the academy after your soul battles. Flander took Mu Bai from Tang Sen, and before leaving, he didn't forget to say to Ning Rongrong, once Mu Bai is better, I'll personally make him apologize to you. No need. He's already so badly injured, let it go. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground, Ning Rongrong was also a little shaken. Alright, Flander nodded, then quickly walked out of the Soto Great Soul Arena and flew away. He felt a little bitter. What kind of people are in this academy? One by one, these teachers couldn't afford to offend them. Having learned from Xiao Wuji's brutal defeat at the hands of Tang Hao, he didn't want to needlessly provoke the behemoth that was the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, especially since it housed Sword and Bone Gallows who had become famous even earlier than Tang Hao. He, a mere soul saint, couldn't afford to be injured. Watching Flander leave, the waiting room suddenly fell silent. It wasn't until the host urged Zhu Xiuqing and Xiao Wu to go on stage again that everyone reacted. Xiuqing, Xiao Wu, I'm fine, you go fight first, okay, then Rongrong, you wait for us here. After saying that, Zhu Xiuqing and Xiao Wu headed towards the fighting passage, preparing to go on stage, in the direction of the Soto City Gate. Yichu was rushing towards the fighting arena. Suddenly, he noticed something and looked up at the sky. A figure flew by above, with a pair of eagle wings on its back. That must be the four-eyed cat owl, Flander, with his Sharingan glowing with purple light. Yichu easily made out the figure in the sky and the bloodied arm hanging down. Without delay, Yichu continued forward. After entering the city gate, Yichu sensed that the Heavenly Heart destiny had been triggered, so he immediately rushed in that direction. Along the way, he fully utilized the Sharingan's X-ray vision, searching for Ning Rongrong and the others. The two elders of the Spirit Hall would arrive in Soto City the next morning. He also had to find Xiao Wu before they arrived, in case anything unexpected happened. Before long, Yichu arrived at the entrance of the Soto Grand Arena. His steps faltered, and his breathing became somewhat rapid. His heart was filled with mixed emotions, fear, heaviness, joy, a variety of feelings. Phew, he let out a long sigh. I wonder if that silly rabbit I haven't seen for years will still recognize me. And Zhu Qing too. A slight smile returned to his lips, and Yichu solemnly lifted his foot and walked inside. Before entering the Soul Arena, he had already scouted the area. He hadn't expected Tang Hao to be so far away. He wondered where Tang Hao had gone to get some cheap alcohol to numb himself. However, whether he was there or not, it didn't pose much of a threat to Yichu now. It was better that he wasn't there. Even if he were, Tang Hao wouldn't recognize him or even remember him. Besides, Yi Chu would find a way to expose Tang Hao to the watchful eyes of the two elders, Qianzhen and Jiangmo, tomorrow. He couldn't kill him, but at least he could keep him from venturing near Soto City. Yi Chu composed himself and headed towards the badge registration area. In the waiting room, only Ning Rongrong and Oscar remained. Tang San had already been called up for a one-on-one soul battle. As for Ma Hongjin, he had disappeared after the battle. Ning Rongrong held a small mirror, gently wiping and rubbing around her eyes. In the mirror, Oscar appeared, looking hesitant. She put down the mirror and turned to look at him. "Oscar, is there anything you want to say?" Gulp. Oscar swallowed hard, a little scared, avoiding her gaze, his usual lewdness gone. "Rongrong, do you have someone you like, huh?" Ning Rongrong looked at him strangely. "Why would you ask such a stupid question? Haven't I made it obvious enough, haha?" "Is that so?" Oscar gave a fake laugh, his expression dejected. Of course he could see it, but he still held on to a sliver of hope. He finally found a girl he fell in love with at first sight, and it was over before it even started. Seeing Oscar's expression, a shrewd glint appeared in Ning Rongrong's eyes. "Actually, even if I didn't have someone I like, we couldn't be together." "Why?" Oscar looked at her strangely. Ning Rongrong held up two fingers, her expression serious, her eyes calm as she looked at him. "2 reasons. First, the 7 treasure-glazed tile skulls ancestral precept, direct descendants of the sect must marry a combat-type soul master." "What kind of ancestral precept is that?" Oscar was stunned, utterly unable to understand this ridiculous rule. "For the continued strength of our sect, for the safety of our members, we need a powerful partner." Ning Rongrong, like a leader, spoke solemnly, her eyes filled with a hint of mockery as she looked at Oscar. "You, a food-type soul master, what can you use to protect me? What can you use to uphold the glory of my 7 treasure-glazed tile school? To kill the enemy with your sausages? Or to stuff them to death?" Oscar fell silent. He wasn't stupid. Upon reflection, he had to admit that this ancestral precept did indeed have its merits. But he was still somewhat unwilling to give up. And the second reason is even simpler. Simply put, Ning Rongrong smiled lightly, her expression suddenly becoming condescending. She glanced at him indifferently, her voice cold. "What is my status, and what is your position? Don't you have any self-awareness?" A muffled sound suddenly echoed in Oscar's head upon hearing this. His body trembled, his already fair face turned even paler, a bitter smile appeared on his lips, and the light in his eyes completely dimmed. Ning Rongrong's icy words extinguished the flame of hope in his heart like a tsunami. "HMPH. Don't put on that deadpan act for me, making people think you have deep feelings for me. I doubt even you believe it yourself." Ning Rongrong snorted coldly, frowning and glaring at him. This isn't a memorial, oh no, just a moment of reflection." Oscar laughed awkwardly. Ning Rongrong was right, he had only known her for a day or two. Even if he had feelings for her, they weren't anything special. "It's good that you understand." Ning Rongrong nodded in satisfaction, then looked at him curiously. "Oscar, do you have somewhere to go after graduation?" Hearing her question, Oscar's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at her in surprise. "Rongrong, what do you mean by this? Can't you tell? Of course, I'm inviting you to join my 7 treasure-glazed tile school. With your talent, the sect will definitely nurture you. As for your marriage, I can also help you find someone. How about it?" Ning Rongrong knew how much potential Oscar, the first innate full soul power food-type soul master in history, had. Currently, aside from being a little sleazy, he wasn't too bad. As a proper young lady, recruiting talent for the sect was her duty. What if I don't join?" Oscar's Adam's apple bobbed, his mind replaying Ning Rongrong and Flanders' conversation. "What? You don't really think you can threaten the 7 treasure-glazed tile school's position, do you?" Ning Rongrong looked at him like he was an idiot. "Haha, of course not. I still have some self-awareness." Oscar awkwardly scratched his head. He knew his own limitations, he wasn't particularly interested in cultivation. Moreover, they outnumbered him, while he was just a lone commoner soul master. "All right. I've said my piece. Think it over." Just as she finished speaking, Ning Rongrong suddenly cried out in surprise. A body had already pressed itself against her and sat down beside her, an arm encircling her waist. "Who are you?" "Let go of Rongrong." Oscar had just gotten up and was about to pounce on the suddenly appearing figure when Ning Rongrong was faster than him. Yi Chu. You've finally come." After seeing him clearly, Ningrongrong almost jumped up excitedly, immediately hugging his neck and leaning against his chest. "Yichu?" Oscar stood there blankly, looking at the boy in front of him who was holding Ningrongrong in his arms. Blue shoulder-length hair, azure eyes, and a face that was even more outstanding than his own. More importantly, there was his aura. Although he was only dressed in simple white clothes, he still exuded nobility. Oscar felt bitter. At this moment, the last bit of hope in his heart had dissipated. "Miss Rongrong. You're quite eloquent." Yichu had already arrived, but had been waiting for her to finish speaking. He suddenly realized that Ningrongrong had a unique charm when she put on her young lady's act. "Of course. I'm the future sect leader." Ningrongrong buried her face in his neck, greedily inhaling his scent. Even after just a few days apart, she already missed Yichu's faint fragrance. Yichu also noticed Oscar standing nearby, nodded slightly, and greeted him. Oscar forced a smile and sat down again. "Rongrong, are you alright?" Yichu withdrew his gaze and focused on the beauty in his arms. "No, thanks to your soul skill. But my eyes hurt a bit and are bleeding." Ningrongrong tilted her head back, pouting, her gaze fixed on Yichu. She pointed to her eyes, her face flushed, and her voice was soft and sweet. "Could you blow on them for me a couple of times?" "Okay," Yichu smiled and agreed, gently blowing warm air into her eyes. Like a warm spring breeze, delicate flowers bloomed on Ningrongrong's pretty face, her eyes even carrying a hint of spring. Before she could blow a few times, Ningrongrong grabbed Yichu's collar and gave him a big kiss. Looking at Yichu's glistening lips, Ningrongrong smiled with satisfaction. Yichu just chuckled and wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. He paused for a moment. "By the way, where are Xiao Wu and the other two?" Hearing his question, Ningrongrong's face darkened. She looked at him resentfully. "HMPH. I knew you didn't come here specifically to see me." Yichu paused before he could finish speaking. Saying he came here specifically to see them seemed shameless. Not far away, Oscar, who understood the meaning of "don't look at what you shouldn't see." Listening to their conversation, her expression gradually turned to shock. That eerie black flame that injured boss, that was actually his soul skill. And judging from his words, that guy named Yichu actually had a close relationship with Xiao Wu and Zhu Ziuking. How could Ningrongrong, this young lady, tolerate this? Looking at the silent Yichu, Ningrongrong glared at him fiercely. Always like this, would it kill him to say a few sweet words? HMPH. They're having a soul battle up there, she snorted coldly, pointing to the sub-arena where Xiao Wu and the others were. Sorry, Yichu chuckled dryly, saying nothing, but lightly kissed Ningrongrong on the cheek. Seeing her expression soften, he then looked at the battle taking place in the Soul Arena, QQ Group. 831,821,005. 2 chapters combined, 5,600 chapters. Wishing everyone a happy life. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, The Ineffective Blue Silver Grass. Ningrongrong clung to Yichu's arm, a hint of shyness on her fair face, nestled quietly in his embrace. Yichu's gaze had already turned to the Soul Arena. They've really changed a lot. On the stage, 2 tall girls moved about, one pure and innocent, the other fiery. Compared to when Yichu last saw them, both girls had grown to varying degrees. In their martial soul possession state, Xiao Wu's pink rabbit ears stood up high, her small face fair and rosy, her cherry lips slightly cleft, which only made her look more delicate and beautiful. She wore a pink dress, and her figure was already quite well developed. Her slender waist was incredibly supple, her long, shapely legs were perfectly proportioned, and a fluffy white tuft of fur adorned her lower back. Using her charm soul skill, she appeared very playful and cute. Zhu Ziuking, guarding her side, had a cold and calm expression. The cat ears on her head looked very soft. Her delicate face and heterochromatic eyes, even without a smile, could not hide her beauty. Her voluptuous figure, so large you couldn't see her toes, paired with a black leather outfit, made her resemble a queenly older sister. As she ran at top speed, her long, slender legs moved like harp strings, entangling the thoughts of onlookers. Her long black hair flowed behind her, carrying a fragrant breeze, and the sharp claws on her hands concealed a murderous intent. Second soul skill, charm. Xiao Wu's crimson eyes glowed pink, captivating her opponent with a mere blink. Third soul skill, netherworld slash. Zhu Huking seized the opportunity. Her third soul ring suddenly lit up, and a white crescent-shaped purple blade flew straight towards her opponent. Third soul skill, black-spotted strangulation. Their opponents were known as the snake-rat duo. Duolami, with a beast soul of the golden-haired rat, was a level 34 agility-type soul master. Li Mang, with a beast soul of the black-spotted snake, was a level 33 power-type soul master. Just as Zhu Huking's soul skill was about to hit Duolami, Li Mang's hoarse voice rang out, and the yellow spirit ring beneath his feet rose into the air. Suddenly, it transformed into a large, black and white serpent with its head and tail intertwined. It swiftly unfurled its body, rushing towards Duolami, completely enveloping him and protecting his teammate. Their battle was nearing its end, with Li Mang's yellow spirit ring granting him a third spirit skill that wasn't primarily defensive. Trying to withstand Zhu Huking's third spirit skill was simply a pipe dream bang. Sure enough, the black and white serpent was directly sliced into several pieces by Zhu Huking's attack. Third spirit skill, teleport. At the same time as the netherworld slash struck Duolami, Xiao Wu also used teleportation to appear above Li Mang's head. As he looked up, Xiao Wu suddenly reappeared on the ground, her body pressing down, her long, powerful leg already kicking him in the chin. He was sent flying high into the air. Xiao Wu also pushed off the ground, leaping up to pursue him. Second soul skill, sharp harangue. Not far away, Duolami, having regained his senses, ignored the netherworld slash still hurtling towards him. The white fur covering his body stood on end in an instant, shooting towards Xiao Wu. PFFT, the netherworld slash struck, and Duolami immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, losing his fighting ability. Countless fine rat hairs, like silver needles, continued to attack Xiao Wu, who had just left the ground. Zhu Qing. It's up to you. Xiao Wu's third soul ring lit up, and her body, still in midair, suddenly vanished without a trace. When she reappeared, she was already standing on the soul master named Duolami. Second soul skill, Shadow 100 kills. Zhu Qing's attack was the best response to Xiao Wu. Her claws flashed with a ghostly light. Her legs slightly bent. When they straightened again, she was already attacking Li Mang in the air. Dense attacks wove a black curtain in the sky above the soul arena. Li Mang, at the center of the storm, was in midair, with nowhere to hide. Unable to see Zhu Huking's attacks clearly, he could only defend. First and third soul skills, mottled armor, black-spotted serpent strangulation. His body suddenly covered in fine scales, white with black spots. His third soul ring transformed into a giant serpent, enveloping him bang. Under Zhu Huking's dense, rapid, continuous attacks, the serpent vanished into starlight. Li Mang's fine scales shattered inch by inch. Zhu Huking's relentless attacks even created a moment of midair. Only after her attacks ended did the unconscious, blood-soaked Li Mang collapse to the ground. Phew, as soon as he landed, Zhu Huking breathed a sigh of relief. She had deactivated her martial soul possession. She had been very careful with her soul skills, afraid of killing him. Great! Zhu Huking, we won. Xiao Wu quickly ran to Zhu Huking's side and hugged her tightly, enjoying the bouncy sensation. That was incredible. Congratulations to the cat and rabbit duo for winning their first victory in the Soto Grand Arena. As the host announced the end of the battle, a deafening roar of cheers erupted from the stands. Xiao Wu and Zhu Huking exchanged a smile, then held hands, ready to leave the arena. Xiao Wu's crimson eyes looked down from the stands, meeting a pair of bright blue eyes filled with excitement. Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with confusion. Wrong. What's wrong? Xiao Wu, noticing Xiao Wu's pause, Zhu Huking looked at her curiously. Following her gaze, her pupils dilated. The unruly young lady Ning Rongrong, whom she remembered, was now quietly nestled in the arms of a blue-haired boy. After the initial surprise, Zhu Huking frowned. Shouldn't Ning Rongrong like Yichu? Who is that guy? Why did he seem somewhat familiar? Xiao Wu, let's go down first, okay? The sudden appearance of the boy dampened the joy of their victory. Xiao Wu nodded somewhat absent-mindedly, letting Zhu Huking pull her away. A flutter ran through her heart. The boy's features were so similar to her memory of him. That look in his eyes was so familiar. A mixture of pity and doting, a smile entwined with love. Thinking of a certain possibility, her eyes began to glisten with tears, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. Yichu watched them leave the arena, his eyes then turning towards the direction they would return from. Yichu, why is your heart beating so fast? Phew, I'm a little nervous. Ningrongrong looked up at the somewhat reserved Yichu, rolling her eyes at him. HMPH. This young lady will be merciful and let Xiao Wu have you for a while. Ningrongrong wrinkled her small nose, reluctantly leaving Yichu's embrace and releasing his arm. She knew they hadn't seen each other for a very long time. Thank you. Wrong. Yichu's heart was indeed beating fast, and his back was slightly damp. Let's get this straight, you have to compensate me, or I won't let you off the hook, Ningrongrong muttered, raising her delicate fist and lightly tapping Yichu's face twice. I'll definitely make you satisfied then. Yichu grasped her small fist and chuckled awkwardly. He had already obtained the hidden spirit secret technique. He would find a time to give it to Ningrongrong, and once she had mastered it, Yichu could give her the immortal herb. He was afraid she wouldn't be able to handle the surprise. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Yichu pulled himself out of his thoughts. He couldn't help but stand up, his eyes fixed on the place where Xiao Wu and the other girl were about to appear. Tap, tap, tap. Each step seemed to tread on Yichu's heartstrings. The accumulated longing surged from his heart. He lifted his foot lightly, about to slowly walk forward. Finally, the figure Yichu had longed for appeared before him again. But Yichu's steps faltered, and he frowned. Because, besides Xiao Wu and the other two girls, there was a black-haired boy dressed in light blue. Tang San's one-on-one soul battle had just ended. On his way back, he happened to encounter Xiao Wu and immediately clung to her. Ningrongrong followed behind Yichu, still somewhat unwilling, tugging at his sleeve as he walked towards Xiao Wu and the others. Oscar's peach blossom eyes gradually brightened. His gossip-loving heart was bursting. He watched with anticipation as the two groups of figures met. The closer Xiao Wu got, the more hesitant her steps became. The closer she got, the stronger the sense of familiarity she felt with the blue-haired boy opposite her. For some reason, tears involuntarily streamed down her face. Her small mouth opened slightly, her lips trembling. As if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Zhu's Huking was also staring intently at Yichu. This face always seemed so familiar to her. Moreover, Xiao Wu's condition behind her, and Ningrongrong's petite and affectionate demeanor behind the boy, made her heart pound wildly. What did this mean? Holding Xiao Wu's hand, she couldn't help but tighten her grip. Her pale purple eyes reflected only one color, a refreshing blue. Who are you? Tang San, walking beside Xiao Wu, looked at the boy blocking their way and couldn't help but feel puzzled. He quickly stepped forward, standing directly in front of Yichu, and questioned him. Seeing Tang San's appearance, Yichu's troubled mind gradually calmed down, and he felt a sense of gankei, a complex feeling of mixed emotions, including regret and a touch of melancholy. Yichu chose to ignore him. His gaze swept over everyone else, and his face was filled with a smile of long-awaited reunion. His gaze was leisurely. He looked at Xiao Wu, then at Zhu's Huking. Oscar, Ningrongrong, who exactly is this guy? Tang San's already dark face became even darker when he saw that the other party dared to ignore him. When questioning Ningrongrong and Oscar, his tone was somewhat unfriendly. Before Tang San could get their answer, Yichu slowly spoke. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, long time no see, tick-tock. Xiao Wu looked at the figure in front of her in disbelief. Tears welled up in her eyes and dripped to the ground like broken pearls. What the hell? Xiao Wu, thump. Before Tang San could finish speaking, a force pushed him aside. Out of the corner of his eye, Tang San saw a pink figure. Her face streaked with tears. She quickly threw herself into the arms of the blue-haired boy. Hearing Xiao Wu's voice, his eyes widened in shock. His heart skipped a beat. This person, could it be the same Yichu who accompanied Xiao Wu to Notting Academy years ago, and then left without a trace? The seemingly ordinary, useless person with only level 1 innate soul power, Yichu. Shucked, Tang San collapsed to the ground. Xiao Chu. Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu rushing towards him, Yichu immediately opened his arms. The powerful impact made Yichu stagger slightly. The delicate body in his arms was still as soft and warm as ever. Holding her, Yichu could clearly feel time passing. She had indeed grown up. Xiao Wu in his arms let out a loud cry. Her two little hands gripped Yichu's clothes and flesh tightly behind him. Although he didn't know why, his Xiao Chu's appearance had changed a lot. But he couldn't be wrong, his feeling couldn't be wrong. This was his Xiao Chu, everything was the same as before, the body temperature, and a faint fragrance added to the familiarity. Feeling the fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. Even though it hurt from being gripped, Yichu still smiled. He hugged her tightly, as if he wanted to meld her into his body. Xiao Chu. You finally came to find me. I was so scared that you wouldn't be able to find me. Why? Xiao Wu's voice choked. She rested her forehead on Yichu's shoulder, as if releasing all the tears she had shed over the years. In no time, the fabric of Yichu's shoulder was soaked. She had always believed in Yichu, believed he would come looking for her. How could that be? No matter where you are, I will find you. Yichu held her tightly, his chin resting on her forehead, softly responding to her. He tightened his grip on her waist, drawing her closer. Yichu? Zhu Xiuqing also slowly walked to Yichu, her eyes filled with joy and anticipation, yet also a little lost. She was certain that the boy before her was Yichu. But she didn't know how to interact with him. He hadn't even accepted her confession yet, and she had already considered herself his woman. Thinking of this, her face flushed. The anger and resentment from not receiving the letter earlier had long been forgotten. Yichu noticed her too. He smiled bitterly to himself. Is this the trouble of being a scumbag? He simply couldn't get away. He could only exchange an apologetic glance with her. Zhu Xiuqing understood that they had been separated for a long time and nodded in understanding. But she hadn't seen him for a long time either. With her brows lowered and eyes downcast, she felt a little disappointed. Her delicate fist slowly clenched, and she secretly made up her mind. Next time, she would definitely make this bastard give her an identity. Then she could hug and kiss him legitimately. HMPH, Ning Rongrong snorted and threw away Yichu's clothes. Her blue eyes were filled with sourness, yet she was helpless. She also wanted to lean on Yichu's chest. Oscar stared at this scene in shock, his eyes wide open. Like G. Bond, his mouth was agape, his jaw almost dropping. This was just too crazy. Putting aside the identity of the young lady of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school, these 3 girls were all stunning beauties. They had different personalities, different styles, and different figures. Each martial soul has its own unique charm. At this moment, Oscar's gaze towards Yichu held no jealousy, only admiration and astonishment. Coach. Teach me. You bastard. You piece of trash, let go of Xiao Wu right now. Tang San, stunned for a moment, finally came to his senses. The sudden scene before him ignited his jealousy. He couldn't help but roar. Seeing the girl he had so desperately wanted, being held so intimately in someone's arms, made his eyes burn with rage. He couldn't understand why Xiao Wu was so fixated on this guy. He was clearly far superior to him. He was clearly the one who had been with her the longest. I'll say it again, let go of Xiao Wu. Tang San slowly stood up, his voice icy cold. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The killing intent that had accumulated since his past life erupted forth. Even Oscar, who was watching the commotion from a distance, felt a chill. His sinister eyes were like those of a venomous snake ready to devour its prey. His 2 hands, as smooth as jade, were already pressed against the 24 bridges under the moon, ready to strike at any moment. Yichu and Xiao Wu remained entwined, completely ignoring him. They had been held back for far too long by Tang San. Xiao Wu didn't want to let go for another second. Tang San. What do you want to do? Zhu Xiuqing sensed the killing intent emanating from him, and her sharp claws immediately shot out. Ning Rongrong also reached out, her 7-tiered, 7-colored pagoda spinning in her palm. Xiao Wu, do you still have any illusions about him? He clearly abandoned you back then. Tang San's voice was hysterical. He was completely unfazed by the combined warnings from Zhu Xiuqing and Ning Rongrong. His eyes were filled with boundless hatred. It was all this good-for-nothing's fault. Why, after spending so much time with Xiao Wu, did he have to appear again? He had a path to heaven but chose hell. He was practically courting death. The spirit rings beneath his feet slowly rose, and the blue-silver grass floated around him, baring its fangs and claws at Yichu. So noisy, Yichu frowned, looking in Tang San's direction. Xiao Wu in his arms nodded gently in response. Then I'll quiet him down. Yichu smiled, gently patting the still slightly sobbing girl in his arms. Useless. You're courting death. Tang San's black pupils could no longer tolerate this blinding reunion. Blood vessels appeared in the whites of his eyes. Then, purple energy began to surge from the depths of his eyes. He had to be extremely careful to avoid hurting Xiao Wu. Just as Tang San was about to make a move, Yichu glanced at him. First spirit skill, entanglement. How is this possible? Meow. A cat's meow rang out, and Zhu Ziuqing had fully entered the spirit possession state, the three spirit rings, yellow, purple, and purple, pulling beneath her feet. She looked strangely at Tang San, whose face was filled with shock and disbelief. What on earth is going on? Tang San discovered that his blue-silver grass seemed to have suddenly withered. It lay limply on the ground, completely unresponsive. Useless trash. Did you do something to it? Tang San immediately realized what was happening and looked at Yichu, only to see a sea of blood, 10,000 words added. A long chapter of 5,000 words. Wishing everyone a happy life. QQ Group. 831,821,005. Chapter 157 Rose Hotel. Yichu wore a disdainful smile. Mere blue-silver grass? How could it possibly stand tall before him, who possessed the blue-silver emperor's bloodline? This was bloodline suppression. It could also be said, when the ruler commands the subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. Seeing Tang San dare to meet his gaze so recklessly, even if he couldn't kill him now, Yichu showed no mercy. To avoid Tang San pulling out some strange poisons or hidden weapons, he directly unleashed the Tsukuyomi he hadn't used in a long time. With just a glance, even though Tang San was activating his purple demon eye, Yichu forcibly pulled him into the Tsukuyomi space. Blood filled Tang San's vision. His consciousness blurred, and the figures of Xiao Wu and the others vanished before his eyes. After endless darkness, when his vision brightened again, all he saw was blood. A blood moon hung high, boundless and endless. Countless crosses were planted around it. Beneath the crosses was a red, viscous liquid, resembling blood. Where is this place? How did I end up here? Tang San's voice echoed in this boundless, blood-red space, but apart from his own echo, there was no response. He tried to move, only to find himself bound to a cross. Unable to move. Damn it! Where am I? Tang San screamed hoarsely, surging with all his soul power and strength, but he couldn't budge the cross an inch. Gurgle, gurgle, the blood-red liquid below suddenly churned, slowly forming a human-shaped outline. So it was you piece of trash, who did this? Where is this place? Appearing before Tang San was Yichu. He had tried everything, but there was no way to leave. Yichu's voice was devoid of emotion. The entire space, besides being blood-red, was filled only with the purple in their eyes. I don't need to answer you. You'll be staying here for 3 days and 3 nights, explaining his soul skill to an enemy? Yichu wasn't that bored. As Yichu finished speaking, the liquid below formed a sharp blade in his hand. 3 days and 3 nights? What do you mean? What are you trying to do? Seeing the longsword in Yichu's hand, he finally showed a look of panic. Swoosh. That was the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. Ah, that was Tang San's heart-wrenching scream. Yichu pulled the longsword out again amidst his cries. As he thrust it in again, Tang San saw another version of himself, and Yichu holding the sword. Ah, Tang San was horrified to discover that the pain he felt had doubled. You piece of trash. You think this illusion can defeat me? Wishful thinking. Before he could finish speaking, 2 more such places appeared in this space. The pain doubled again. Tang San opened his mouth and screamed incessantly, drool pouring out. Yichu coldly and mechanically withdrew the longsword. Yichu's brows furrowed slightly, his voice calm and collected. Instead of talking, let me see how you think you can break this move. Ugh, you're useless. 4 more such scenes were added to the Tsukuyomi space, bringing the total to 8, meaning 8 times the pain. Then came 16, 32, 64. Yichu slowed down his thrusts each time, but didn't maintain a fixed speed. This was to ensure Tang San could experience the ultimate pain. In the blood-red space, Tang San's purple demon eyes emitted extremely intense light, operating frantically. But they still couldn't break Yichu's illusion. The blood moon in the sky witnessed this cruel scene. Tang San couldn't perceive the passage of time. His consciousness was on the verge of collapse from Yichu's relentless torture. He couldn't utter any words, only endless wails. Time slowly passed. The Tsukuyomi space, stretching as far as the eye could see, was now filled with Yichu's figures. Ah, the light in Tang San's eyes dimmed, bloodshot everywhere. As Yichu withdrew his sword for the last time, he let out a final, most painful wail and scream. His eyelids slightly lifted, his numb eyes carrying a hint of relief and hatred. The blood-red scene in his eyes gradually collapsed and dissipated. Tang San's consciousness slowly returned to his body. But before parting, those blood-red eyes tinged with purple had become his nightmare. Outside, Oscar, Zhu Xiuqing, and the others looked at Tang San strangely. After he loudly questioned Yichu, he suddenly began to tremble violently. Tang San was covered in cold sweat, his legs shaking. He might collapse at any moment. The purple light in his eyes was extremely dim, containing fear, anger, shame, hatred, and so on. Yichu also suddenly closed his left eye tightly, a tear of blood sliding down his cheek. As expected of a reborn person, coupled with his purple demon eye, Yichu had to operate his Sharingan beyond its capacity to maintain the duration of the Tsukuyomi space. How? Tang San's face revealed an extremely ugly smile, even his muscles were out of control. Looking at the blood left by Yichu, this proved that his resistance was effective. Before he could even feel his triumph, Tang San felt his eyelids grow heavy, and his mind became incredibly foggy. He was almost at his limit. Xiao, what's wrong? A drop of blood accidentally fell onto Xiao Wu's forehead, startling her as she was still nestled in his arms. Yichu, are you alright? Ningrongrong was also startled and immediately rushed over. Although Zhu Xiuqing didn't speak, the concern in her eyes was genuine. It's nothing serious, Yichu chuckled lightly, gently raising his hand to wipe the blood from Xiao Wu's forehead, who was tilting her head back. Xiao Wu stared intently into Yichu's eyes. She loved looking at his martial spirit. Yichu was most handsome at this moment. Gradually, her face flushed, and her body felt warm and weak. Quickly, she hugged Yichu's neck, her toes resting on the back of his foot. Tilting her head back, she offered him a sweet kiss. Red lips and white teeth met. He captured her red lips in his mouth. Yichu didn't refuse. He hadn't tasted that sweet, soft, and sticky feeling in a long time. No, the swaying Tang San cried out in pain before collapsing, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In his blurred vision, the person he loved was passionately embracing someone else, shaking his head and giving in to their every whim. Thud. With a muffled sound, Tang San finally collapsed to the ground, motionless. His eyes were still slightly open. If it weren't for his continued breathing, Oscar would have been startled, thinking he was dead. His face immediately fell. He hadn't even had a chance to stop it, didn't know what had happened, and Tang San had instantly collapsed. He would have to carry Tang San back later. His eyes looked at Yichu, filled with fear. A sharp, angry, murderous gaze suddenly attacked him. Oscar shuddered, his hair standing on end. He quickly closed his eyes and turned his head away. She kept repeating to herself, "Don't look, don't look." Ningrongrong snorted coldly, withdrawing her gaze, her expression anything but pleasant. She glared resentfully at Yichu, who was still kissing her, like a resentful woman confined to her chambers. Zhu Xiuqing, watching this scene, felt a pang of resentment mixed with sympathy. Her face flushed. She had never experienced anything so prolonged before. Xiao Wu's face, forehead, ears, and even her entire head turned bright red. The redness then spread down her neck and collarbone. Her resilient body, lacking the strength to lift itself due to lack of oxygen, leaned heavily against Yichu's chest. Dear audience, next, let's welcome the participants of the next one-on-one soul battle. They are Yichu, a controlled type soul master whose martial soul is the Sharingan, and Xiao Wu, the soul master from the cat and rabbit duo who have already appeared. Let's invite them to the stage. Hearing the host's voice, Zhu Xiuqing and Ningrongrong looked strangely at the two still kissing. Yichu's breath caught in his throat. Disrupted from her rhythm, she finally raised her head. Fine teeth marks marked her lips, and large drops of saliva glistened at the corners of her mouth. Looking at Xiao Wu, who lay sprawled in his arms like a rag doll, Yichu gave a wry smile. This girl wasn't afraid of suffocating. Even like this, she wouldn't move away. Leaning against Yichu, she breathed heavily, drool dripping from her lips, beads of sweat forming on her pink forehead. She looked completely dazed and disoriented. Yichu, what do we do now? Ningrongrong glared at him, her eyes filled with jealousy as she looked at Xiao Wu. She had never been so audacious before. Yichu's favoritism was blatant. This young lady was clearly at his mercy. Please, the two soul masters participating in the one-on-one soul battle on the 24th Soul Battle Arena, Yichu and Xiao Wu, Take your positions, the host on the stage continued his relentless urging. Although Yichu wanted to participate in the soul battle, it certainly wasn't against Xiao Wu. Moreover, he had come to see Xiao Wu for something more important. I'm sorry, wrong. I might have to take Xiao Wu away for the night, Yichu said apologetically. What? A night away? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise, her eyes even reddening slightly. A lone man and woman, reunited after a long separation, not returning home for the night. Putting these words together, Ning Rongrong really didn't know what kind of images would appear in her mind. This is not good. After looking at Yichu, Ning Rongrong finally agreed. She turned her head away, her eyes glistening with tears, not wanting to see him. Xiao Wu in her arms was still a little dazed. Yichu put his arm around her waist and led her to Zhu Xiuqing. Yichu? When they met eyes, Zhu Xiuqing's icy expression was on the verge of thawing, the warmth on her face enough to melt away the coldness. Hearing Zhu Xiuqing's voice, Ning Rongrong secretly turned her head again, observing the two of them out of the corner of her eye. Give me your hand. Yichu stretched out his hand, flat in front of Zhu Xiuqing. Zhu Xiuqing looked at him strangely, hesitated for a moment, and then gently placed her soft hand in Yichu's palm. When they touched, it seemed as if there were electric currents. The electricity was conducted to the furnace on her face, making it even hotter. Palm to palm. Yichu was stunned for a moment, not paying attention to these details, and pulled her hand over. He placed a small notebook in her hand. Cultivate well, huh? Zhu Xiuqing looked at him in surprise. That's all? Wrong. Here you get one too. Yichu glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was still sulking, and handed her a small notebook as well. What is this? Ning Rongrong looked like she had been caught doing something wrong. Her face was flushed with shyness as she stretched out her two small hands to take it. Cultivate well, and when you've cultivated well, I'll give you a surprise. Yichu chuckled, and even Xiao Wu in his arms giggled along. A surprise? Ning Rongrong's reaction was not as big as Zhu Xiuqing's. Yichu had told her about the surprise many times before, she was just curious about what it was. But Zhu Xiuqing's heart suddenly raced. Since Yichu had also given her a notebook, she must have one this time too, right? He shouldn't have forgotten her like he did with the letter. She was still a little resentful. Looking at the notebook in her hand, she felt inexplicably happy. Among the girls, perhaps Zhu Xiuqing was the easiest to satisfy. Yichu, kiss. Ning Rongrong seized the opportunity and gave Yichu a long kiss. After their lips parted, she grabbed his collar and complained fiercely. You damn Yichu. If the compensation doesn't satisfy me, I'll teach you a lesson. Get out of here. Humph, she pushed him hard and turned her head away. Zhu Xiuqing took a step, swallowed, and stopped in her tracks. She clenched her fists tightly. She had to make Yichu acknowledge her as soon as possible. Sorry, wrong, Xiuqing, see you tomorrow. The words fell. Yichu activated his divine power and left. Okay. See you tomorrow. Zhu Xiuqing's voice was barely audible, only she could hear it. With no movement, Oscar glanced around curiously, then his eyes widened. The two living people who were just standing there were gone. Was that Yichu a human or a ghost? On the stage, no one came up for a long time. The host had no choice but to announce a draw and move on to the next match. Oscar. Tang-san is yours now. Xiuqing and I are leaving. Oh, okay. Oscar nodded repeatedly upon hearing Ning Rongrong's instructions. Let's go, Xiuqing. Let's give Yichu to Xiao Wu today. We'll show him our power later. HMPH, okay. Ning Rongrong, holding Zhu Xiuqing's arm, walked out of the Soto Great Soul Arena and headed towards Shrek Academy. Oscar was left alone, looking miserable, carrying Tang-san on his shoulder. Yichu didn't take Xiao Wu very far either. The two figures suddenly appeared in a deserted alley. Xiao Wu. Are you alright? He gently smoothed the slightly messy hair of the girl in his arms, then habitually placed his hand on her head and ruffled it. Xiao Wu gently shook her head, enjoying this head pat that she hadn't experienced in many years. She carefully felt the warmth emanating from Yichu's palm. Xiao Chu, will you go shopping with me? She reached out and took Yichu's hand, her crimson eyes filled with tender affection. Of course, when they first appeared here, Yichu had used his Sharingan to explore the limit of his coverage. Tang Hao was still nowhere to be seen. Since that was the case, it wouldn't hurt to accompany Xiao Wu for a while. Let's go then. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly, took Yichu's hand, and walked out of the alley. At this moment, Xiao Wu was truly like herself. She skipped and jumped, and whenever she saw something she hadn't seen before, she would drag Yichu to take a look. Holding Yichu's hand, she turned around every now and then, flashing him a smile. Yichu's smile never faded. "Xiao Chu, didn't you still have some things to explain to me?" Xiao Wu pressed herself against Yichu's side, her red eyes fixed on him. She remembered what the letter said, that Yichu had explained to her in person. "Yes, that's true." Yichu's smile faded, even becoming somewhat serious. "I don't need any explanations. Just tell me about your experiences these past few years behind my back." Xiao Wu clung to his arm as they walked down the street. The explanations didn't matter, the facts were already laid out before them. She just wanted to know how Yichu and those mistresses had gotten together. HMPH. Sister Xiao Wu wasn't someone to be trifled with. "Okay. Then come on up." Seeing Xiao Wu's bossy demeanor, Yichu couldn't help but chuckle. He wouldn't refuse any of her requests now. He slowly squatted down. Xiao Wu didn't stand on ceremony and slowly climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. A slight blush appeared on her face. A young woman coming of age? The pressure was indeed considerable. Yichu hooked his arm around her thigh and bounced her around a couple of times. The weight wasn't much. It was just that the touch was incredibly alluring. "Let's go, Xiao Chu." "Okay." Yichu carried Xiao Wu on his back, slowly walking along the bustling street. The things on the street had lost their appeal. Xiao Wu just stared at Yichu, listening intently as he recounted his experiences and observations since leaving Notting Academy. After this reunion, she suddenly felt that Yichu's scent was much more pleasant, and it made her feel calmer. Their faces were pressed together. Xiao Wu inhaled his breath, occasionally leaving a few drops of moisture on his face. As she listened, Xiao Wu frowned, her inner alarm bells ringing. No wonder Yichu still smelled of grass and snake. Especially when she heard that he and that beautiful snake woman had almost consummated their relationship, her heart skipped a beat. She became somewhat depressed. Tears welled in her eyes, her lips pursed, and she looked a little aggrieved. Yichu felt a few tears falling on his eyelids and slowed his pace. "Those women are just too much." Xiao Wu still buried her head in Yichu's shoulder, and Yichu stopped confiding, gently swaying his head and nuzzling his pale face against hers. They walked slowly down the street. Xiao Wu didn't suggest stopping, so Yichu continued walking. "Xiao Chu, I'm tired. Let's go rest over there." Suddenly, Xiao Wu's shy, soft voice rang in Yichu's ears. Yichu nodded, then looked in the direction she was pointing. He only glanced at it before coughing dryly, staring at her in shock. Cough cough. "Xiao Wu, do you know what that place is?" "Yes." Zuqing said, "It's a love wine." Xiao Wu's voice was barely audible, too shy to lift her head, her face flushed and ears burning. She was pointing to the Rose Hotel, radiating a pink glow. You can't refuse. Otherwise, I won't forgive you." Seeing Yichu's hesitation, Xiao Wu's voice was firm as she tightly hugged his neck. There were just too many temptations surrounding Xiao Chu. She had to do something. Yichu's heart was pounding wildly. Du Yuyan's words suddenly echoed in his mind. 10,000 words, 5,200 words long chapter. Wishing everyone a happy life. QQ Group. 831,821,005. Chapter 158. Heartbreaking Red of Longing. Hiss. Seeing Yichu still hesitating, Xiao Wu bit his shoulder. "Are you going or not? Do you even have a place for me in your heart?" Xiao Wu's face flushed red, her crimson eyes filled with stubbornness, and she looked at him with teary eyes. Her two small hands were already gripping Yichu's collar tightly, her fingers turning white from the force. Yichu looked at Xiao Wu, who was panting heavily with anger, and saw two lines of clear tears streaming down her face. Gulp. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his mouth was dry. "Persuade her, maybe she'll force you." The words Du Yuyan had said to Yichu that night kept echoing in his ears. He was silent for a moment. He pressed his forehead against Xiao Wu's and tapped it slightly. His breath was much hotter. Even his voice trembled slightly. "I'll listen to you." How? Yichu's decision made Xiao Wu's breath catch in her throat, and she almost couldn't breathe. Her heart suddenly started pounding. Her body temperature, the glow on her face, were burning hot and flushed. Releasing Yichu's collar, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her hands and feet slowly tightening. Pressing herself closer to Yichu, she whispered. Let's go then. Her red lips brushed against his ear, the heat searing his heart. Her voice, though soft and stammering, carried immense heat, making Yichu's face flush as well. Yichu's heart was also unsettled. He took deep breaths, trying to control his excited emotions. Xiao Wu, we're not going there. We're going to Biao village, okay? I'll go wherever you go. Xiao Chu, her hot, soft body pressed against Yichu's back, a slightly damp heat. In front of the Pink Rose Hotel, Yichu activated his divine power again. His form blurred, slowly disappearing into the night. Biao village, stone house, under the peach tree. Yichu and Xiao Wu appeared out of thin air. The village was peaceful at this moment. To ensure they were well rested for the next day's hard work, the villagers had already gone to bed early. All was quiet. Only the chirping of insects, sometimes near, sometimes far, could be heard. Aside from the moonlight, only the faint glow of fireflies in the grass remained. Carrying Xiao Wu on his back, Yichu was about to enter when a gust of cold wind swept over him, clearing his mind considerably. Xiao Chu? Where are we going? Xiao Wu, still leaning against Yichu's back, looked at him curiously. He was walking towards a patch of grass not far from the stone house. I need to talk to you about something first. Yichu shook his head. The important matter was paramount. You're not backing out, are you? Xiao Wu nervously clutched his head, her brows furrowed. How could I? I have a gift for you. A gift? Yes. In the midst of their conversation, the two had reached the grass. Yichu put her down and then knelt down. He held Xiao Wu in his arms and wiped the slight dampness from her face. The wind tonight was exceptionally cool. Xiao Wu nestled in Yichu's arms, shrinking closer, her small hands clutching his clothes, afraid he would run away. Xiao Chu, she called, her pretty face upturned, her expression earnest. Yichu nodded slightly, his eyes lowered in indulgence. Hold me tighter. Her face was half hidden by a blush. She wriggled closer to her lover. Yichu moved his hands to her small shoulders and slender waist, gently rubbing them to warm them, and she pulled him closer to him. In the sky, dark clouds gradually obscured the crescent moon, as if rain was imminent. Without further delay, Yichu rested his head on the head of the petite woman in his arms. He activated his divine power, and a vortex appeared, revealing a vibrant peony in the open space before him. Is this the gift you wanted to give me? A flower. Xiao Wu looked at the blood-red flower that had suddenly appeared before her, resembling a peony, and felt it look somewhat familiar. Below it was a strange stone, and then a slender branch. The branch supported several slender leaves that had transformed into calyxes. At the very top were delicate petals stained with a few drops of crimson blood, forming a blooming, exquisitely beautiful blood-red peony. Xiao Wu's heart trembled, her crimson eyes somewhat glazed, reflecting the eerie red flower before her. She clearly recognized what it was. Do you still remember the love sickness heartbreak red? Yichu held her close, his gentle voice whispering in her ear. He remembered. The longing in the eyes of the little girl in his arms when she heard that this immortal herb symbolized unwavering love. Of course I remember. Including that story, Xiao Wu's eyes shimmered, as if lost in memories. When Yichu gave her the booklet filled with illustrations of exotic flowers and herbs, he had already told her about this immortal herb. The legend was a poignant tale. A legend. A flower fairy from the celestial realm fell in love with a young man tending flowers and trees. She secretly left the celestial realm to descend to the mortal world and fall in love with him, enjoying blissful intimacy. Unfortunately, their happiness was short-lived. Ultimately, the celestial and mortal realms were separated, and the flower fairy was forced to return to the celestial realm. The young man fell into despair, consumed by unrequited love. Later, a wise man revealed that his wife's true form was a peony. Destroying the peony would cause her to lose her celestial body forever, fall to the mortal world, and reunite with him. Although he loved his wife dearly, he couldn't bear to destroy the peony. From then on, he devoted himself to tending the flowers, cherishing her even more, weeping day and night until his tears dried and his heart broke. Finally, he died of unrequited love, his blood staining the peony petals on his deathbed. It is said that the crimson petals became the color of heartbreak and unrequited love. Xiao Chu, is this really for me? Reaching out, she gently touched the crimson petals, her eyes filled with hesitation as she looked at Yichu. Of course. Hurry up and pick it. Yichu nodded firmly. Back at Nodding Academy, He had already planned to get it for Xiao Wu. Now he was simply putting it into action. Seeing the trust in Yichu's eyes, Xiao Wu cupped his cheeks and offered her sweet, soft hair's lips. Yichu fell straight down. With a flip, their positions reversed. He had put his heart, his love, and his efforts into it. He had never doubted that Xiao Wu couldn't pick the heartbreak red. Wasn't years of waiting more convincing than a single flower? A cold wind blew, and on the knee-high grass, the green swayed in the breeze. The heartbreak red, still swaying and radiating a blood-red glow, illuminated the couple kissing in the grass. Gradually, Xiao Wu's small hand, which had been clutching Yichu's collar, lost its strength and slowly fell to the lush grass. She simply tilted her head slightly, yielding to his every whim, without resisting the sweet fragrance that filled her heart. The two gazed at each other, the deep blue of her eyes looking down into her crimson ones. Xiao Wu's face was flushed. Though her gaze slowly dimmed, it still held a hint of allure. The commotion subsided, and Xiao Wu lay flat on her back, her head slightly oxygen-deprived, breathing heavily, motionless. Yichu buried his head in her neck, his breathing also becoming rapid. As their thoughts raced, a faint blue halo spread out from Yichu. The blue-silver grass on the ground began to flourish, as if paying homage to an emperor. A natural fragrance wafted into Yichu and Xiao Wu's nostrils, and specks of green light were absorbed into their bodies. They quickly recovered. Xiao Chu, you've changed. You've become naughty, it hurts a little. Xiao Wu pushed Yichu off her, head bowed, brows furrowed. Her tone was shy and reproachful. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time, Yichu chuckled sheepishly. Perhaps Du Yuan had spoiled her. Or perhaps it was just the inherent weakness of men, always wanting something more during kisses, restless. It's okay, he said, his words making her already rosy face even brighter. Yichu looked up, the air seemed to have become more humid, and the wind had picked up. It's going to rain soon, Xiao Wu. You should pick this immortal herb first. You should remember how, right? Yes. I remember. Xiao Wu straightened her clothes and took the acacia heartbreak red from Yichu. She glanced at Yichu, pursed her lips, and felt a sweet taste in her throat. She then spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed on the petals. This flower was no ordinary plant, it chose its master. When picking the acacia heartbreak red, one's thoughts should be entirely focused on one's beloved, with utmost sincerity and devotion. If one is even slightly distracted, even if one vomits blood and dies, one will never be able to pick the flower. At the very bottom, the stone where the acacia heartbreak red was rooted was called Wuju. Forcibly picking it would cause the herb to lose all its medicinal power. However, if it were safely picked, as long as the flower remained with its owner, it would never wither. When Xiao Wu's blood touched the acacia heartbreak red, the petals didn't sway at all. They instantly fell and were held in Xiao Wu's hands. A genuine smile appeared on her face, like a child who had just received a perfect score on a test. Xiao Chu. I picked it, her smile was radiant. The acacia heartbreak red in her hand was as beautiful and stunning as she was. I see. Yichu pulled her into his arms again, his tone becoming serious and earnest. Promise me that in the future, you will never let this flower leave your side. You must always carry it with you. The beautiful woman in his arms let out a soft hum. Of course, Xiao Chu didn't need to say anything more about this, she would carry it with her. Because it was a testament to her feelings for Yichu, and also because it was a gift from Xiao Chu. But Yichu's tone at this moment clearly indicated that this instruction was somewhat unusual. Xiao Chu, is something wrong? Xiao Wu rested her chin on Yichu's shoulder, their faces close, looking somewhat puzzled. To level 96 title Douluo will appear in Soto City first thing tomorrow morning. I'm afraid they'll discover your identity. As long as you have the acacia heartbreak red, your aura can be concealed, but my soul beast aura has already been concealed. When did that happen? How did you do that? Yichu pushed the person in his arms away in surprise, looking at her in astonishment. I'm sorry, Xiao Chu, I lied to you before. Xiao Wu lowered her head, holding the acacia heartbreak red in her hands, somewhat at a loss. Lie to me? Yichu looked bewildered, a little confused. Xiao Wu began to explain in a low voice the other functions of the external soul bone, the remains. Biomimicry. It can change one's own aura, concealing her soul beast identity. Seeing Yichu's face gradually darken, Xiao Wu also felt somewhat uneasy. She put down the acacia heartbreak red in her hands, took Yichu's clothes, and gently tugged at them. Xiao, don't be angry. Yichu shook his head silently, not answering. Why should he be angry with her? She would rather live under the watchful eye of a titled Douluo than be a burden to him. Always on guard, waiting for him for so many years. Xiao Wu squeezed into Yichu's arms again, cupping his face. His eyes were a little red, and she tenderly rubbed them. I'm sorry, it's my fault. It's not my fault. Yichu hugged her. He was indeed angry, but only at himself. I will never leave you alone again. Yes, I will always be with Xiao. His eyebrows curved, like a crescent moon in the sky. Since that's the case, then you can eat it. Yichu picked up the acacia heartbreak red floating on the ground and handed it to her. Huh? Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment, then objected. I want to keep it. No. You must, now, eat it in front of me. Yichu's voice was firm and resolute, leaving no room for Xiao Wu to argue. According to Tang Sen, consuming the acacia heartbreak red grants immortality, comparable to heaven and earth. It not only comprehensively transforms the body but also increases soul power by at least 10 levels. Yichu simply wanted Xiao Wu to reach maturity as quickly as possible. In this dog-eat-dog world, strength is the foundation of everything. Alright, I'll eat it. Seeing Yichu's unquestionable expression, Xiao Wu had no choice but to obediently nod. Anyway, he was right beside her now. Xiao was the most important. She parted her lips slightly, bringing the acacia heartbreak red to her mouth. The flower seemed to possess sentience, suddenly transforming into a stream of light and swiftly disappearing into Xiao Wu's mouth. Xiao Wu's crimson eyes flashed red. She stood there, somewhat dazed, her mind reeling. The acacia heartbreak red transmitted some information to its master. Xiao Wu, seeing the motionless Xiao Wu, Yichu raised an eyebrow and waved his hand in front of her. Xiao, I'm fine. The light in her eyes dimmed. She slapped his hand away and jumped up, throwing herself into his arms. The color of the acacia heartbreak red seemed to transfer to her face. Then, you ate it. Why isn't there any reaction? Yichu was dumbfounded again. Was Tang Sam lying? I need to digest it a bit. Xiao Wu's face showed some shyness. Is that so? Of course. Yichu is still a little worried, so he pulled Xiao Wu away and used the Sharingan's X-ray vision. Although her flawless white body was eye-catching, he didn't dare to linger and went straight through her stomach. Sure enough, there was a ball of red light inside Xiao Wu's body, emitting a fluorescent glow, constantly entering her body. Xiao, what are you looking at? Why is your forehead so hot? Nothing. Grasping her soft hand, Yichu looked away. Suddenly, fine raindrops began to fall from the air. They extinguished the heat on his face. A gust of wind swept in, and the raindrops grew larger and more rapid. Shall we go back inside? Okay. Holding Xiao Wu's hand, he quickly ran towards the stone house. Several years had passed. Yichu and Xiao Wu were together again. There wasn't much dust inside, which meant that old man Zhang must have had people clean it regularly. Xiao, I want to sit on that. Xiao Wu tugged at him, her face flushed, pointing to a small wooden horse in the corner, still covered in cobwebs. Okay. Yichu smiled gently, went outside to collect some rainwater, and then used a rag to wipe it clean. Xiao Wu sat down sideways on it. Luckily, she wasn't heavy. The wooden horse was handmade by Yichu, and of excellent quality. You sit here for a while, I'll be done cleaning soon. Okay, go ahead. Sister Xiao Wu will supervise you. Xiao Wu gently swayed her body, and the wooden horse below rocked back and forth. Under Yichu's teasing gaze, a blush appeared on her face. Yichu took his tools and began to slowly clean the dust and cobwebs from the house. Xiao Wu stood quietly to the side, a gentle smile on her face. The month she had lived with Yichu was the most beautiful memory in her heart. Her body swayed slightly, but her eyes and heart never missed Yichu for a moment. Her face would occasionally flush, as if she were enduring something. In the water vat outside, several lotus flowers and leaves grew, enduring the wind and rain. Yichu moved swiftly, quickly cleaning the small room. A few flames appeared at his fingertips. This was a self-created soul skill, using Xiaolan's third soul skill, to guide the ultimate fire of the ice and fire yin-yang well within his body, transforming his soul power into a raging flame. He pointed at the stove in the middle of the room, and the dry firewood inside immediately ignited. The whole room became much warmer. Xiao, what are you doing? Yichu stood in front of the bed made of piled stones, preparing to make it. But Xiao Wu stopped him. "Why did you prepare 2 nests? Xiao Wu jumped in front of him, a little fierce but actually weak, questioning him. "What nests?" Yichu looked at her strangely. Xiao Wu blushed. She forcefully grabbed Yichu's collar. "You promised me before, you forgot." Cough cough. I didn't." Yichu was also a little embarrassed. He had indeed almost forgotten. "Get out of the way, let Sister Xiao Wu do it." She pushed Yichu away forcefully, and with a wave of her hand, 2 quilts appeared on the bed. Yichu stood aside, watching her bend down and unfold a clean white quilt to place underneath. It was embroidered with a snow-white rabbit. This was the quilt Yichu had given her. Yichu was also very familiar with the one she was using. It was the one he had slept on at Notting Academy, or rather, the one he and Xiao Wu had slept on together in the stone house. Xiao Wu moved quickly, soon making the bed and taking out 2 pillows. Then she sat quietly on the edge of the bed. "Come here quickly." She looked up at him, her face flushed, the blush spreading all the way to her neck. 2 small hands rested on her thighs, constantly tugging and prying, hoping Yichu would also stand there dumbfounded. Looking at the irresistible, alluring woman before him, he felt an irresistible urge to possess her. The fire in the stove crackled and popped, raising the temperature in the room considerably. The firelight illuminated his face, obscuring his expression. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth, her stubborn eyes filled with a hint of grievance. Yichu took a deep breath, calming his heavy breathing. At this moment, he really should take the initiative. He slowly walked to Xiao Wu's side and sat down beside her. Yichu could clearly feel her body tremble slightly. "Xiao Wu, yes. Today. I should be the first." Xiao Wu's voice was firm, but her body trembled slightly. "Who?" Yichu swallowed, reaching out to slowly encircle her waist. Xiao Wu turned her head, her small hands bracing against his chest, ready to give in. The 2 slowly slumped down. Xiao Chu, her clothes slipped off, leaving her only in a small undershirt. It was scorching hot, the air in the room, the skin pressed against his skin. Yichu seemed to see Xiao Wu's true form, the snow-white, pink-tinged, soft-boned enchanting rabbit coming into view. 2 chapters combined, 5,000 words in 3 large chapters. Wishing everyone a happy life. I originally posted it a while ago, but it's been under review, and I had to delete some parts before posting it. Chapter 159, Subduing Demons with Mighty Force. Outside the stone house, a fierce storm raged. The entire Biao village was shrouded in rain. Large raindrops pounded against the stone walls, pattering and drowning out soft sobs. The fire in the center of the house burned brightly, like the warm spring sun. A gigantic, crimson phantom of acacia blossom appeared out of thin air, enveloping the bed. Firelight and crimson glow intertwined. Only 2 dark figures embracing could be seen inside. In Xiao Wu's crimson eyes, the image of the crimson blossom appeared, its fragrance and blood-red hue permeating the air. The power of the crimson blossom flowed continuously. Both seemed to be affected, somewhat lost in their own world. The power of the crimson blossom was being activated and refined. Their soul power was steadily increasing, and strange changes were also occurring within them. The night was long, the torrential rain falling intermittently several times. Dawn broke, and the rain cleared. After the rain, the air in the entire village felt much fresher. The rising sun slowly dispelled the remaining dark clouds. The lotus flowers and leaves growing in the water vat under the eaves, still glistening with dew, appeared even more beautiful. Inside the stone house, Yichu had already woken up. Or perhaps he hadn't rested for long at all. Several rounds of ice and fire tempering had already made his physical attributes extraordinary. Holding the sleeping beauty in his arms, he carefully sensed the changes in his soul power, a feeling of joy rising in his heart. He was only a hair's breadth away from level 34. The Acacia Heartbreak Red is indeed very powerful. Yichu sensed Xiao Wu's soul power again, and couldn't help but marvel at the medicinal power of this king of flowers. Xiao Wu was already a level 38 soul venerable. If she hadn't shared the medicinal power of the Acacia Heartbreak Red with him, she would definitely have successfully broken through to the soul sect. He reached out to tidy the messy strands of hair around Xiao Wu's ear. At this moment, although there were traces of tears on her face, a sweet and satisfied smile graced her lips. Yichu's fingers had barely touched her flushed face when Xiao Wu sensed it. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she stretched out her 2 slender, white arms to embrace Yichu's neck. Her delicate eyebrows were like autumn water, and her jade-like skin was like a gentle breeze. Between her rosy eyes, there was a hint of allure and spring. Xiao Chu, her voice was soft and weak, her eyes gentle as water. Her flushed face deepened, and her pink body wriggled, leaning half of it against Chu. He gently brushed aside her messy hair. "Did I disturb you?" "No, I'm rested." She gently inhaled Chu's scent, her eyes slightly narrowed like crescent moons, and she gently nuzzled Chu with her head. "Why don't you sleep a little longer?" He knew how tired she was last night, even with her good flexibility. Chu held her smooth waist, pulling her soft, supple body into his arms. HMPH, Xiao Wu groaned softly in his arms. His movements made Xiao Wu wince slightly. "How about I treat you?" Chu said softly, a faint green light emanating from his hand as he pressed it against her wound. "No, no need." Xiao Wu grabbed him just in time, her face flushed. "This little pain is nothing, it will only make me remember this moment of happiness." With a silly smile, she held Chu's hand and placed it against her heart, letting him feel her steady, passionate heartbeat. "Let's get up early. Don't you have things to do today? Are you really all right?" "I'm not in a hurry, I can rest a little longer." Chu hugged her tenderly, his hand glowing with green light as he used his life force to relieve her fatigue and soreness. "Really, it's all right. Let's get up quickly." I want to stay with Xiao Chu a little longer." Xiao Wu pulled the blanket over Chu, frowning as she pushed him out of bed. "Hurry up, get dressed first." Xiao Wu, half buried in the blankets, peeked at Chu, her face flushed. Okay. Chu reluctantly got out of bed, took out a set of clothes from his divine might space, and quickly dressed. After he finished dressing, Xiao Wu was still in bed. She looked away from him. Chu thought she was shy, so he turned his back to her. "Xiao Wu, don't worry, I won't peek." You turn around." "Huh?" Turning back in confusion, Chu saw Xiao Wu's arms wrapped around his impressive body, and his face also turned red. He felt a strange unease. Xiao Wu had already sat up, no longer covered by the blankets. On her knees was a set of clothes taken from her soul tool. "Xiao Wu, what's wrong? I need you to help me dress." Xiao Wu lowered her head, rubbing her shoulders, somewhat embarrassed. "Huh?" Faced with Chu's surprised voice, Xiao Wu looked up at him, her brows slightly furrowed. "You've already dressed Zhu Qing, what's wrong with dressing me?" "We already did that last night, alright." Chu smiled wryly. It seemed the interaction between the three women wasn't as friendly as he had imagined. Fortunately, Chu already had experience with this kind of thing. It didn't take long to finish. Xiao Wu smiled, her face flushed, as she wiped the sweat from Chu's forehead. He slowly pulled up her white stockings and then helped her put on her pink shoes. "So skilled, it seems Zhu Qing taught you well." As soon as she straightened up, Xiao Wu hooked her arms around his neck, looking at him resentfully. Chu chuckled awkwardly, not daring to reply. This wasn't just Zhu Qing's doing. HMPH. "I'm not blaming you," she snorted, then immediately smiled again. She took out a small comb, handed it to Chu, and then hugged him. "Xiao Chu, carry me over and help me comb my hair." Okay. Chu lifted Xiao Wu horizontally in front of him and sat her down at the table. He took the comb and slowly combed Xiao Wu's loose, black to brown hair. Unfortunately, Chu had no talent for braiding hair. He could only make it a little neater. Afterwards, the two of them went to the peach tree together, offered incense, kowtowed, and performed the kneeling ceremony. Xiao Wu accompanied him, listening to him chat with his grandfather, saying that he had brought his granddaughter-in-law back. A sweet smile appeared on her face. After the ceremony, Chu and Xiao Wu were about to leave the stone house. "Xiao Wu, it's time to go. Let's go see the village chief." "Okay." Coming, in the stone house, Xiao Wu looked at the bloodstain left on the snow-white quilt on the bed. With a wave of her small hand, she put it away. At the entrance of Biao village, a young boy and girl appeared here, strolling along the path. The girl's brownish hair was tied into a long scorpion braid, hanging down to her shapely buttocks. Bright, rosy eyes gazed intently at the blue figure beside her. Her delicate face, bathed in sunlight, held a hint of springtime allure, like a blooming red flower, radiating a gentle smile. A pink dress hugged her well-developed body. Below, a short skirt revealed long, shapely legs clad in milky white stockings. She looked incredibly youthful and vibrant. Chu, being held by Xiao Wu, wore a silver coat, a black undershirt, and trousers. His neat, shoulder-length hair, with bangs just touching his eyes, framed his face. His blue hair and deep blue eyes gazed at the girl beside him with doting affection. Or perhaps, she was his wife? Xiao Wu, her hair already tied up, leaned on Yichu's shoulder, her arm around his. Aunt Zhang had helped tie her hair. Old man Zhang's health was failing, and Yichu had used Ziolan's soul skill to style it for him. He had also left a considerable amount of money for her to distribute to the other villagers. This was the only thing he could do now. Xiao Chu, shall we go back to Soto City now? Yes, let's go back now. I need to see Jinjun and Jiangmo, the two titled Daolus, first. Yichu nodded. He already had a plan on how to get Tang Hao to walk into his trap. I'll go with you. Isn't that necessary? Yichu was still a little worried that her identity would be discovered by a titled Douluo level expert. It's alright. My body absorbed the medicinal power of the acacia heartbreak red, and even the remains have changed slightly. Now its ability to conceal its aura is no weaker than the acacia heartbreak red. Xiao Wu activated her external soul bone remains, and a faint red light emanated from her body before disappearing back into her body. Instantly, Yichu felt as if she were an ordinary person. Even with his spiritual power, he couldn't sense a trace of soul power fluctuation from her. Xiao Wu glanced at Yichu triumphantly, shaking his arm as if she were being coquettish. How about it? Am I amazing? Yes, you are indeed quite amazing, Yichu nodded truthfully. Then take me with you. Alright, Yichu thought for a moment and agreed. Hiding wasn't a solution. He took her little hand and they smiled at each other. Xiao Wu, somewhat dissatisfied, threw herself into his arms and hugged Yichu. Ripples spread through the air. The two figures disappeared at the entrance of Biao village. Soto City. Yichu directly led Xiao Wu to a secluded alley. Then he swaggered into the street. At this time, Yichu wasn't afraid that Tang Hao would come looking for trouble. If he dared to come and make a move, the two titled Daolus, Qianjin Jiangmo, would definitely notice. Under the gaze of passers-by, Xiao Wu blushed and walked somewhat awkwardly. Clinging to Yichu's arm, she frowned from time to time. Don't laugh, alright. Yichu put away his smile, reached out and hugged her slender waist, supporting her slightly. He led her straight to the Spirit Hall branch in Soto City. They arrived at the entrance. Yichu directly took out the token Jinrixu had given him. Due to the sensitive geographical location of Soto City, the Spirit Hall had established a level 3 Spirit Hall here. He led Xiao Wu into the Spirit Hall branch. Xiao Chu, the Spirit Hall is so much bigger than the one in Notting City, and the decoration is also very nice. Xiao Wu leaned against Yichu, scanning the hall, with workstations for handling various matters around it. Behind the hall was a staff living area. Of course, Notting City is just a small place. As soon as he finished speaking, Yichu frowned and looked at Xiao Wu strangely. Her attitude towards the Spirit Hall was a bit off. Xiao Chu, what's wrong? Noticing his gaze, Xiao Wu blushed and her heart raced. Nothing, she shook her head slightly. Before Yichu could think further, a middle-aged man dressed in a black, luxurious robe appeared before him after being informed. The master of this branch hall was a black-robed bishop named Thomas, whose martial soul was a boomerang, and he was a level 72 offensive type soul saint. He walked with a powerful stride and had a robust physique. His eyes, cloudy yet shrewd, scrutinized Yichu. Young Master Yichu? Yes, it's me. I've come to pay my respects to the two elders. Yichu didn't want to waste time and directly stated his purpose. Understood, please follow me. Thank you very much, Senior. Jinrixu had already arranged everything in advance, and Yichu only needed to follow along. Xiao Wu obediently followed beside Yichu, only curiously observing everything around her. After passing through a long corridor and turning several corners, Thomas led them to the door of a VIP room. Knock knock. A deep, resonant voice of a middle-aged man came from inside. Who is it? Respected elders, young brother Yichu requests an audience. Creak. As Thomas announced, the door was pushed open. The man had a buzz cut, was tall, and wore blue armor that accentuated his solid muscles, giving him a powerful and imposing appearance. His eyes exuded an intense sense of pressure. You can leave. This subordinate takes his leave. He waved a finger at Thomas, shooing him away. His gaze then fell on Yichu. Yichu's heart tightened, and he gripped Xiao Wu's hand tighter. Xiao Wu nervously hid half her body behind Yichu. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. The aura of the soul beast on Xiao Wu's body was completely concealed. "Boy, come in with me." How? Yichu relaxed, turned around, smiled at Xiao Wu, and led her inside. As soon as they entered, Xiao Wu curiously stared at the red and blue-clad twin brothers. Inside the room, a man who looked exactly like the middle-aged man who had opened the door was sitting cross-legged on the bed. The only difference was that he wore red armor and his facial features were slightly softer. Distinguishing them was relatively easy. The one sitting here is the elder brother, Thousand Jun Douluo. The one who opened the door was the younger brother, demon-slaying Douluo. "You're Yichu?" Thousand Jun Douluo opened his eyes, frowned upon seeing the unrelated people beside him, and said, "Junior Yichu greets the two seniors." Yichu respectfully cupped his hands in greeting, with Xiao Wu beside him echoing, "Junior Xiao Wu greets the two seniors." Thousand Jun Douluo nodded slightly in response. "Your cultivation is indeed quite impressive. You're already a soul master at such a young age?" Demon-slaying Douluo, leaning against the door, scrutinized Yichu, his eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. Since Li and Jinrixu began practicing their martial soul fusion technique, sending information to the Hall of Offerings had become commonplace. "Senior, you flatter me. Whether it's flattery or not, I know in my heart. To be able to fight our young lady to a standstill at such a young age is truly a prodigy. I just don't know what to." "All right. We didn't come here to talk about these things," Qianjin Douluo interrupted his younger brother. Instead, he looked at Xiao Wu with some curiosity. He couldn't even see through this little girl's soul power level. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. "Young lady said you know Tang Hao's location." "Indeed," Yichu nodded. "Where is that damned rat?" The demon-slaying Douluo had a more explosive temper, and his aura fluctuated. "I'm not sure right now, but I'm confident I can lure him out." Yichu's face was filled with a confident smile. He hadn't forgotten that he possessed the blue-silver emperor bloodline. "Sit down and let's talk in detail." Qianjin Douluo pointed to the stool next to him, his face showing interest. Pulling out a chair, he first invited Xiao Wu to sit down. After sitting down, Yichu began to explain his plan. The two seniors couldn't wait for the rabbit to run into the tree stump somewhere outside the city. Hearing his plan, 1,000-pound Douluo nodded in agreement. "All right. Since you're confident, then so be it." Whoosh! 1,000-pound Douluo waved his hand, and a glass ball the size of an egg flew towards Yichu. 2 chapters combined, 4,400 pages total. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 160. Hi. "Xiao Chu, where are we going now?" On the streets of Soto City, Xiao Wu looked at her lover curiously. They had been out of the Spirit Hall branch for some time now. Yichu hadn't said much, just pulling her around to look at things. "I'll go buy a mask first, then some food. You'll have to stay in the Divine Might space for the next while." "How can I?" "Okay." Under Yichu's firm gaze, Xiao Wu nodded somewhat dejectedly. She should have slept more this morning. What did it matter if she had to suffer again? Thinking of this, her face flushed, and she clung tightly to Yichu's arm. "Then, let's hurry and buy things, don't delay." "Okay. I'll buy you some of your favorite foods." Yichu chuckled, putting his arm around her waist, and continued wandering the streets. If these 3 level 96 title Douluos were to fight, the danger would be unimaginable. Even the aftershocks of the battle would likely leave Yichu with bruises all over his body. Yichu dared not act recklessly with Xiao Wu. Moreover, she was still somewhat immobile and needed his help to walk. Soto City, South. Shrek Academy. The sun shone brightly. Oscar was in the dormitory taking care of Tang Sen, who was still unconscious. Daimyu Bei, though conscious, was still weak and leaning against the bed, contemplating life. His expression constantly shifted. He was naked, his entire right hand wrapped in bandages, with traces of bright red blood seeping out. From the grove where Xiao Wuji had been beaten, screams rang out again. However, this time, the screams were much hoarser and suppressed compared to the last one. A man as sturdy as a city wall stood bowed to the side, watching his friend being ravaged. Seeing the attacker stop, Xiao Wuji, still bruised and swollen, immediately stepped forward and helped Flander up. Flander's condition was not good at this moment. His black-rimmed glasses, which he always wore, had been smashed. Aside from that, there weren't many wounds on his face. Only blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Beneath his clothes, his body was covered in bruises and black marks. His internal organs had also suffered some injuries. Standing before the two of them was none other than the clear-sky Douluo, Tang Hao. 9 spirit rings swirled beneath his feet. In each hand, he held a jar of cheap ale and a clear sky hammer almost the size of Flanders' face. He reeked of alcohol, his hair was a mess, and his beard was unkempt. His robes were tattered and covered in grime, clearly unwashed for a long time. His eyes were cloudy and yellowish, and his voice was deep. Flander, this is punishment for failing to protect your students. Considering you are the head of the academy, I'm sparing you some face. Flander thanks your majesty for showing mercy. Flander pushed away Xiao Wu, who was supporting him, and swayed slightly as he bowed to Tang Hao. His long, disheveled hair obscured his face, making it impossible to see his features. Alright, now you can tell me why Xiao-san fainted. Tang Hao didn't care about these things. In his eyes, these people were just big grasshoppers. He also had a bad temper. He had only been gone for one night. When he returned, he only found Tang-san lying on the bed, unconscious and unable to take care of himself. This was the anger of a father. Your Majesty, according to the fellow students, Tang-san was knocked down by a boy named Yichu, probably using a mental attack type soul skill. Flander lowered his head and truthfully recounted what Oscar had told him. Appear? Yichu? Suspected to be from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Tang Hao's aura dissipated, and he frowned, putting away his hammer. Since it was done by appear, then let it go. With that, he gulped down several mouthfuls of wine. Clang. 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 He burped, shook the bottle in his hand, but there was no sound. His brows furrowed even deeper. Bang. Frustrated, he threw the jar to the ground. He patiently continued to inquire about Tang-san's condition. How is Tang-san now, Your Majesty? Rest assured, Tang-san is fine. He's just suffered from excessive mental energy depletion. He'll be fine after a few days of rest. Hearing Flanders' reply, Tang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Huh? Just as he was about to inquire about the whereabouts of the 100,000-year-old soul beast transformed into little girl, he suddenly let out a soft exclamation. Tang Hao turned around and glanced behind him. He actually had a feeling of being watched. Your Majesty, Flanders slightly lifted his eyelids, looking at him strangely. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Remember Tang-san, he's my son, Tang Hao's son, take care of yourself. Whoosh! Tang Hao's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, soaring into the sky. Only the words take care of yourself echoed in Flander and Xiao Wuji's ears. Pa! What a load of bull! What kind of Haoshan Douluo is he? Is he Tang-san's father or us? That son of a bitch! Xiao Wuji spat fiercely in the direction Tang Hao had left. A cowardly bully, he didn't utter a sound when he heard about the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ouch! He raised his voice a little, and a sharp pain shot through his mouth and face. This time, Flander didn't stop him from cursing Tang Hao. How? This is the world of soul masters. The strong prey on the weak, survival of the fittest. Before I even asked why, he beat me up. Flander straightened his back with difficulty, took off the glasses still hanging on his face, and slowly flicked away the remaining shards of glass. The shrewd man no longer showed his cunning smile, but his face was full of bitterness, making his already unattractive long face even more ugly. Let's go. With a sigh, he put his hand on Xiao Wuji's shoulder, and together they left this place of sorrow. Hundreds of meters away, Yichu, wearing a black robe and a vortex mask on his face. Using his Sharingan's X-ray vision, Yichu is spying on Tang Hao. Damn. That's fast. Watching Tang Hao disappear from his sight, Yichu is startled. He immediately grabbed a small flower pot from his arms and ran towards the wilderness. He was certain Tang Hao had detected his location and was closing in. However, he wasn't too panicked. This situation actually saved him a lot of trouble. He didn't need to deliberately provoke that spoiled brat anymore. Yichu had witnessed Tang Hao's lesson to Flander. Yichu continued running forward, his mind crystal clear, his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan ready at any moment. From the outside, the vortex mask only appeared to have a hole cut out, revealing a single eye. That eye was black, with no visible white. This was a disguise Yichu had deliberately created using life mimicry. His hair had also turned into long black hair, and his figure and face had been altered. Bang! In just a few breaths, a sonic boom sounded behind him. Yichu didn't even need to turn around. Tang Hao had caught up. Tang Hao's face was icy cold, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at Yichu's back. Although he didn't know who was monitoring him, his identity and whereabouts absolutely could not be exposed. He held a jet black hammer in his hand. The hammerhead was cylindrical, its black surface gleaming with a peculiar light. A faint pattern coiled around the cylindrical hammerhead. As Tang Hao drew closer, just as he was about to strike, his body suddenly stiffened, swaying slightly, his expression turning somewhat manic. "How, you're really fast," Yi Chu's lips curled into a cold laugh. His back was slightly damp, the power of the Haoshan Douluo was truly formidable. "Ah! You damned little thief!" "Die!" Tang Hao frantically swung the Haoshan hammer in his hand, his eyes blazing with desire, bloodshot and wide open. "Today, I will tear you to pieces." "Ah!" Tang Hao roared furiously, his speed increasing dramatically. What did he sense? What did he see? He couldn't believe it. The man in black actually carried Yin's aura, that unique aura of the blue-silver emperor, tranquil, elegant, and tolerant. More importantly, in the flower pot the little thief was holding, there was actually a golden-edged blue-silver grass growing inside. It was the image of his wife, exactly like the blue-silver emperor he had lost. He thought Yin had been driven to her death again by him, and he was utterly despondent. Unexpectedly, Yin was actually in the hands of the man in black before him. This time, he was determined to bring Yin back. The distance Yi Chu had covered while he was stunned was instantly closed in. This speed, he slightly turned his head, and the speed that even his Sharingan couldn't see made Yi Chu's heart tremble. A jet black hammer with glary patterns was smashing towards half of Yi Chu's body. It was powerful and heavy, like 1,000 pounds. It magnified rapidly. Divine might, boom, a deafening explosion blasted a deep crater beside Yi Chu, unleashing a gust of wind. The hammer struck the ground, sending rocks flying in all directions. Damn, Yi Chu, drenched in a cold sweat, thought to himself how close he'd come to disaster. He almost didn't have time to use divine might. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately changed direction and ran into a forest. He'd only gone a short distance when, whoosh, boom, a dark figure crashed down, raising dust and even causing the surrounding trees to slowly topple. Yi Chu paused, suppressing his wildly beating heart. His single eye silently watched ahead. From within the dust, a black figure slowly approached. With each step, Yi Chu could feel the pressure on him increasing. With each step, a spirit ring rose beneath his feet. Just as he was fully revealed, the surrounding trees crashed to the ground. A gust of wind swept through, ruffling Tang Hao's messy hair and disheveled black robe. 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, pulsated around him, appearing before Yi Chu's eyes. The hammer grew larger, creating a large crater simply by placing it lightly on the ground. Crimson light flowed, staining the entire hammer with a layer of blood. Everything around was shrouded in a bloody glow. Yi Chu could even smell a faint stench of blood. This was the killing god domain. At this moment, Tang Hao's aura was fully unleashed, exuding overwhelming power. "You little thief. You deserve to die," Tang Hao's voice carried a chilling coldness. Just as he was about to take a step forward and continue approaching Yi Chu, he stopped. Yi Chu, dressed in a black robe and wearing a one-eyed mask, had used his divine power to alleviate the pressure on his body. He was holding a blue-silver emperor bonsai in one hand, and with the other hand, he was already plucking branches and leaves from the blue-silver emperor. The threat was palpable. "You dare!" Tang Hao roared angrily, his cloudy eyes already filled with tears. A surge of hatred pierced through Yi Chu. "Your Majesty, you'd better calm down," Yi Chu chuckled, his voice extremely hoarse, as if it had been rammed by a truck. The single eye exposed on the mask emitted a dark light, looking somewhat eerie. "Who exactly are you?" Tang Hao's eyes sharpened as he sized Yi Chu up and down. Well, Yi Chu clicked his tongue, a wicked thought suddenly rising in his mind. "You can call me Uchiha Madara," Tang Hao murmured, but couldn't recall such a person at all. That's right, the face under the mask wore a thick smile, the dark eyes concealing the genuine mockery in Yi Chu's eyes. "So you're just a nobody. Now, give me back Yin and I might consider leaving you a whole corpse." Tang Hao stretched out his hand, his eyes fixed on the masked man before him. "Pfft ha ha ha!" Yi Chu suddenly burst into wild laughter, making Tang Hao even more irritated, his clear sky hammer itching to strike. "What are you laughing at? What am I laughing at?" Yi Chu tilted his head, as if thinking. Noticing Tang Hao's slight movement, a cold smile appeared on his lips beneath the mask, and he quickly grabbed the blue-silver emperor from the basin. Tang Hao's tiger eyes widened, his body trembled, and he slowly loosened his grip on the hammer. "What do you think I'm laughing at?" Yu let out a piercing laugh, his voice filled with mockery and ridicule. I'm laughing at your ignorance. I'm laughing at how you, as the Haoshan Douluo, live worse than a dog. I'm laughing at your inability to protect your wife. I'm laughing at your neglect of your parents. I'm laughing at how you angered your father to death. I'm laughing at the weakness of your Haoshan sect. Are you courting death? Stop, Tang Hao shouted, a surge of energy creating a fierce wind that made Yichu's robes flutter loudly. He was about to raise the hammer. Oh dear, you might scare me, just as Tang Hao was about to explode. Yichu's mocking voice rang out, his hand already gripping the blue silver emperor tightly. His hand, which had been pulling the plant, trembled violently, as if genuinely frightened. He might uproot it at any moment. Tang Hao, his face filled with panic, quickly raised his hand to stop him. Am I wrong, Your Majesty Haoshan? Faced with Yichu's provocation, Tang Hao's hand holding the hammer tightened, trembling. The hatred in his eyes flickered uncertainly. Yichu slightly raised the hammer, his cracked lips slightly parted. His eyes narrowed, under the observation of his Sharingan. Tang Hao's soul power surged, clearly indicating he was about to attack. Before he could speak, Yichu spoke first. Hey, this strange laugh made Tang Hao's heart skip a beat, a sense of unease filling his chest. It seems your love for your wife isn't all that great, is it? Yichu had played around enough. The blue-silver emperor's aura didn't come from the potted plant. It came from within Yichu himself. Before Tang Hao could realize what was happening, he didn't want to stay any longer. Most importantly, the time for Shenhui was almost up. Stop. What are you doing? You're right, whatever you say is right. No, no. Again, Tang Hao's voice was too late. As soon as Yichu finished speaking, he had already uprooted the blue-silver grass in his hand. Flames erupted from his hand, reducing the precious blue-silver emperor to ashes. At the same time, he withdrew the aura of the blue-silver emperor from his body. He didn't forget to let out a cackling laugh. Tang Hao's eyes widened, bloodshot, and his aura reached its peak in an instant. You're courting death? Without saying anything more, Tang Hao's killing intent had already filled his mind. His eyes were bloodshot. He watched Yin die before his eyes once again. His heart was bleeding. His liver and gall were shattered. Die, 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 his furious voice shattered the surrounding forest. The blood-red Haoshan hammer in his hand suddenly swelled, becoming a hammer several meters in diameter. He swung the hammer with incredible speed, delivering a devastating blow to Yichu. Yichu continued to laugh arrogantly, neither dodging nor avoiding. Bang! 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 In just a moment, Tang Hao had already unleashed over a dozen hammer blows, his hand speed lightning fast. The ground sank, and the surrounding trees were blown down by the storm he created, those nearby being uprooted. Hey, Tang Hao had just raised his hammer, ready to continue his attack, when he heard this eerie laugh and froze. He could sense that Yin's presence was still there, underground. Yin. My Yin. Luanfeng, Tang Hao roared hoarsely, his voice becoming raspy, his face contorted in a hideous grimace. The ground continued to sink, the pit widening, the hammer in his hand leaving after images. Tang Hao, if you want to save your wife, get to the mountain 5 kilometers west of the city within a quarter of an hour. If you're late, your wife will. Hey, the voice slowly faded, and the aura of the blue-silver emperor vanished again. No. My Yin. I must kill you. Yichu could no longer hear Tang Hao's roar. After launching his attack, Yichu used his divine might intangibility ability to quickly sink into the ground. He then released the aura of the blue-silver emperor to tell Tang Hao, your wife is not dead. He then specifically ordered Tang Hao to go to the location he had agreed upon with the two elders, Jin Jun and Jiang Mo. Then, amidst a strange laugh, he disappeared without a trace, divine might space. Crack! With a slight exertion of force, the egg-sized glass ball in Yichu's hand shattered. This was a type of mother and child glass ball from the spirit hall, used to seize opportunities in battle. Looking at the shards in his hand, Yichu chuckled. Next, he just needed to find a place to watch the show. He had complete confidence in the Jinjun brothers. Don't let their middle-aged appearance fool you. They're both over 100 years old, and the two brothers have been partners for nearly a century, their teamwork unmatched. Even with Tang Hao's numerous methods and formidable strength, he's still injured, and if he senses something amiss, he'll likely retreat. On a hilltop west of Soto City, a pair of middle-aged twin brothers sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, resting. Crack! A faint sound rang out from Qianjin Daoluo's arms. Taking out the remaining fragments, Qianjin Douluo smiled with satisfaction. Brother, it seems that kid has succeeded. Now it's our turn. That kid does have some skill. Bang! Demon-slaying Douluo stood up abruptly, a coiled dragon staff appearing in his hand, which he forcefully planted in the ground. His eyes turned towards Soto City. I can sense that Tang Hao is almost here. 2 chapters combined, 5,200 words. Wishing everyone a pleasant life. Chapter 161 Another day for the battle. Divine Might Space. Xiao Chu. Are you alright? Yi Chu arrived at the stone platform where Xiao Wu was. As soon as he appeared, Xiao Wu ran over and patted him all over. She was still biting on a glistening candied hawthorn. Don't worry, I'm fine. He took off his mask, revealing a face still dripping with sweat, and gently patted her head. Xiao Wu squinted, not resisting, and gently wiped the cold sweat from Yi Chu's forehead. He took her soft hand and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her closer to his body. Yi Chu liked the soft touch? Alright. How about I take you to see a show? Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. She loved joining in the fun. She nodded gently. Okay, whatever you say. Although she liked joining in the fun, she definitely wouldn't do anything Xiao Chu forbade her to do. Then let's go. He activated his martial soul. The two disappeared from this space. When they reappeared, they were on a hilltop 6 or 7 kilometers west of the city. Because Soto City was located in a plain, these hills were generally not high. The hill Yi Chu chose was truly exceptional. It offered a perfect view of the mountain where the Qianjin and Jiangmo brothers were located. At this moment, there was no movement in that direction. Tang Hao was probably still on his way. Yi Chu and Xiao Wu sat leaning against a tree trunk, their gazes fixed on the direction from which the battle was about to unfold. He looked into the distance. Xiao Wu leaned on his shoulder, waiting for a while without any movement. She looked up at Yi Chu with a smile on her face. A glistening, red hawthorn remained on the bamboo skewer she was biting. Xiao Chu, do you want some? Yi Chu looked away, about to reach for the candied hawthorn near his lips. But Xiao Wu pulled her hand back. Thinking Xiao Wu was teasing him, Yi Chu raised an eyebrow and rolled his eyes. Let Sister Xiao Wu feed you herself. She pursed her lips, removing the sticky candy from the corner of her mouth. Her pearly white teeth gently bit into the hawthorn. The transparent rock sugar made a soft, crisp sound. Holding the glistening hawthorn in her mouth, her face, like the hawthorn, turned rosy and radiant, incredibly beautiful. Her fair face flushed, her crimson eyes slightly closed, her gaze alluring. Gulp the scene before her made Yi Chu's mouth water. Yi Chu's arms were wrapped around his waist, without an ounce of excess fat. Xiao Wu's arms were around her neck, her delicate face slightly tilted upwards. The translucent red rock sugar coating the hawthorn dissolved between her red lips and white teeth. The sweet and sour taste made her mouth water. In the distance, from the direction of Soto City, a black streak of light streaked across the sky. Its speed was astonishing. Tang Hao's eyes were still bloodshot, his entire body radiating a violent killing intent. Birds took flight wherever he passed. He absolutely would not allow Ayin to disappear before his eyes again. Although things were somewhat strange, and Ayin's aura seemed slightly different, he was Tang Hao, the Haoshan Douluo. He feared no challenge. Ayin, wait for me, Tang Hao cried out in his heart, a long dormant surge of passion coursing through his veins. As Tang Hao pondered, whoosh, suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed across the heavens and earth. A massive staff, wreathed in dragon shadows and radiating blue light, shattered the air and flew from a mountain top. Its target was Tang Hao. The 8th soul skill of the 1,000-pound Douluo, 1,000-pound throw. How dare you, Tang Hao roared, his jet-black clear sky hammer instantly swelling in the wind. Several soul rings on his body lit up simultaneously. Tang Hao followed a pure strength path, with most of his soul rings enhancing the power of his clear sky hammer. Combined with his clear sky sex ultimate techniques, such as the 9 absolute techniques of clear sky and the great Sumeru hammer, he aimed to achieve overwhelming power. In an instant, the coiling dragon staff was already striking Tang Hao. The resulting gale ruffled the muscles on Tang Hao's face, giving his messy hair a quick tidying. Tang Hao spun around, his clear sky hammer hurtling towards the coiled dragon staff. His technique was masterful, using the opponent's force against them, employing shockwaves to cushion the impact. This was the clear sky 9 absolute technique, shock. Bang! The clear sky hammer and the coiled dragon staff collided, the air at their center being expelled, creating a vacuum. The violent gusts of wind caused the sparse forest below to rustle loudly. The coiled dragon staff returned along its original path. Tang Hao's blood surged, and he staggered back a short distance. Before he could even recover, a towering figure rose from the mountain top. Seventh soul skill, weapon soul true form, the demon-slaying Douluo floated in the air, a tall, robust red figure appearing behind him. The giant held his martial soul, the coiled dragon staff. Sixth soul skill, coiled dragon dance. With a burst of light from the sixth soul ring beneath the demon-slaying Douluo's feet, the giant suddenly made a javelin-throwing motion, throwing it with all his might. Suddenly, the coiled dragon staff in his hand flew out, carrying immense force, hurtling towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao, still unsteady on his feet, suddenly felt a deep-seated hatred in his eyes. Clearly, he had recognized the two who had attacked him. His seventh soul skill flashed beneath his feet. Clear sky true body. The giant hammer in his hand swelled again, and a majestic figure appeared behind him, shrouded in a layer of bloody light. A fierce roar erupted, saliva flying, as blood shot. Damn the spirit hall, boom. The hoarse roar was drowned out by the sound of the collision. The coiled dragon staff flew backward, then suddenly split into 9, spinning continuously. It continued its attack on Tang Hao. At this moment, Tang Hao had just swung his hammer with force, the old power was gone, and new power had not yet been generated. The 9 spinning coiled dragon staffs were about to slash towards Tang Hao. Eighth soul skill, clear sky protection. The clear sky hammer suddenly loosened its grip, spinning continuously in front of Tang Hao. Circular barriers appeared from all directions, completely enveloping the space where Tang Hao was thump thump thump. After deflecting the attack, Tang Hao immediately swung his giant hammer. This strike, the hammerhead glowing with fiery heat. He didn't attack the Panlong staff, but instead struck the air in front of him. Fifth soul skill, radiant explosion. A terrifying red light suddenly erupted from the crimson hammerhead, followed by a violent explosion. A gust of wind swept around. The 9 Panlong staffs that attacked again were sent flying before they could even touch Tang Hao, merging back into one in midair. Snap, they weren't far before being caught by the approaching demon-slaying Douluo. 1,000-pound, demon-slaying, Tang Hao, holding his clear sky hammer, looked at the two figures closing in on him. His eyes were filled with boundless hatred, and his anger was about to burst forth. This was indeed a conspiracy. He spoke through gritted teeth, as if he wanted to tear them apart. 3 figures stood in midair. Tang Hao, I never expected you to become like this. 1,000-pound Douluo floated in front of Tang Hao, a miniature dragon coiled staff spinning in his hand. Looking at the disheveled, unkempt middle-aged man before him, 1,000-pound Douluo couldn't help but sigh. HMPH. This is what a rat hiding in a dark corner should look like. Demon-slaying Douluo slung his dragon-coiled staff over his shoulder, looking at Tang Hao with disdain. How, isn't this all thanks to your spirit hall? Tang Hao sneered, his hammer already itching to strike. In the distance, on a tree trunk atop a mountain, a loving young couple was interrupted by the sounds of their battle. Yichu raised his head, his eyes clearing. He took back his hands, which had been warmed by his touch. Xiao Chu, noticing he had stopped, Xiao Wu was somewhat confused. She tilted her head back, her voice soft and weak, making it hard to resist. Her brows and eyes exuded a languid, alluring charm. Her face was fair with a rosy glow, possessing a stunning radiance. Even her long, slender, snow-white neck was draped in a pink veil. She looked incredibly alluring and captivating. Xiao Wu, you haven't fully recovered yet. Let's reschedule for another day, shall we? Yichu reluctantly averted his gaze, unable to bear looking at her any longer. Xiao Wu, who hadn't lasted more than a few rounds against Yichu, seemed still somewhat dazed. Mist rose in her shimmering, crimson eyes. She simply nodded slightly, brought her legs together, curled up, and snuggled into Yichu's arms. She leaned against his chest, tightly hugging his waist, her cherry lips slightly parted, her breath coming in soft, rapid gasps. The fragrant breath wafted into Yichu's nostrils. The warmth and fragrance of her body in his arms made it impossible for Yichu to concentrate. Holding Xiao Wu in his arms, Yichu channeled the extreme cold power of the ice and fire yin-yang well to cool himself down. A fierce battle was raging below, the situation unclear. He couldn't very well join the fray. Feeling the chill emanating from Yichu, Xiao Wu recovered. She gave him a resentful glare, straightened his clothes, wiped her hands, and then pulled her own slipping clothes back up. She nestled back into Yichu's arms, quiet and still, a silly smile playing on her lips, no longer interested in watching the spectacle. Yichu looked down at the three figures in the distance who had temporarily ceased their battle. Titled Douluo level soul masters had reached a new level in their use of soul skills. Observing their battle would also be beneficial to Yichu. The terrifying aftershocks were enough to keep him at bay. In the distance, where the three stood, Tang Hao's eyes were bloodshot, enraged by the words of the two. Killing God domain, activated. His own attributes increased by 10%, while the enemy's attributes decreased by 10%. I'll say it again. You despicable villains of the Spirit Hall, give me back my yin. Tang Hao now possessed the imposing presence of the clear sky Douluo, his robes fluttering, exuding domineering confidence. Tang Hao, you are still stubbornly clinging to your delusions. You, who colluded with spirit beasts and murdered the former pope, are the true enemy of the entire spirit master world. The miniature dragon coiled staff in the 1,000-pound Douluo's hand instantly enlarged, held in one hand, pointing at Tang Hao's face. Alright, brother, there's no point in saying more. Let's quickly capture him. The demon-slaying Douluo finished speaking and was about to attack. Tang Hao, however, reacted swiftly, disregarding all martial ethics, activating his sixth spirit ring. He roared loudly, appearing almost crazed. Sixth spirit skill, sky-piercing strike. The clear sky hammer suddenly surged, its power amplified by Tang Hao's clear sky true body. Insolence, the more vigilant 1,000-pound Douluo reacted immediately. His third and fourth spirit rings flash beneath his feet. The divine dragon awakens. The martial soul staff in his hand instantly enlarged, a demon-slaying dragon roaring to the sky. Limitless steel staff. Blue dragon scales covered the staff, making it indestructible and impervious to water and fire. True form of the weapon's soul. He swung the staff, and the phantom behind him amplified the force of his movements. Bang! A fair scale uprooted all the trees on the mountain, cracked the ground, and ripped off a layer of soil. A demon-slaying dragon coiled around the clear sky hammer, seemingly trying to crush it. The clear sky hammer remained unmoved, continuing to press down. The staff and hammer locked in a stalemate for a moment. Beneath Tang Hao, spirit rings flashed again, and the weight of the clear sky hammer continued to increase. Just as the 1,000-pound Douluo frowned, the demon-slaying Douluo's attack followed closely behind. Third spirit skill, awakening of the divine dragon. On the demon-slaying Douluo's coiling dragon staff, sealed was a heavenly awakening sacred golden dragon, its crimson light blazing as it raised its head. Sixth soul skill, demon-slaying coiling dragon pillar. Martial soul true form. The pillar, coiled with a divine dragon, roared as it hurtled towards Tang Hao. Second soul skill, breaking willpower. Tang Hao didn't move, but his second soul ring flashed, and the clear sky hammer suddenly vibrated, creating invisible waves in the air. Both Jin Jun and demon-slaying Douluo swayed. Their attacks deviated slightly. In a duel between experts, a single moment is crucial. Barely dodging the demon-slaying Douluo's attack, Tang Hao took a step back, his hammer growing even larger. Ninth soul skill, clear sky continuous. Eighth soul skill, demon-slaying coiling dragon circle. Sixth soul skill, coiling dragon protection. Tang Hao's ninth ring came from the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor and possessed two soul skills. This soul skill, though its name sounded weak, concealed deadly intent. It absorbed the characteristics of the blue-silver grass. It allows the force of an attack to be transmitted, continuously flowing into the opponent's body. A moment's inattention could shatter their internal organs. Three majestic martial soul true bodies clashed in the air. Yichu's eyes flashed with shock, admiration, and a hint of solemnity. He wondered when he would be able to pilot a Gundam. The demon-slaying Douluo's coiled dragon staff spun continuously in front of him. Its dragon roaring incessantly, transforming into a circular shield. Tang Hao's attack struck, but failed to achieve the desired effect. The rapidly spinning coiled dragon staff deflected most of his force. The demon-slaying Douluo's face paled. They were now on the defensive. His eighth soul skill was insufficient to completely withstand Tang Hao's 100,000-year soul ring skill. Bang! The coiled dragon staff was knocked away by the clear sky hammer, embedding itself upside down on the mountain below, cracking a small hill. The clear sky hammer struck again, and the 1,000-pound Douluo's defensive soul skill continued to activate. The demon-slaying Douluo recalled his martial soul and immediately retreated, his ninth spirit ring flashing beneath his feet. Not good, Tang Hao cursed inwardly, his face grim. Injured, he was struggling to cope with two level 96 title Douluos simultaneously. He wouldn't fear a desperate fight, but now was not the time. He hadn't paved the way for Tang San yet. He hadn't seen Tang San become a powerful figure. A cold glint flashed in Tang Hao's tiger eyes, and a sense of retreat began to creep into his heart. The Qianjin and demon-slaying brothers had cooperated for many years, so this situation was second nature to them. They had never been defeated since their debut. The evil-slaying dragon surged and churned, blocking the clear sky hammer and receiving Tang Hao's ninth spirit skill. Ninth spirit skill, salvation of all beings, a dragon's roar resounded. A colossal pillar stood upright above Tang Hao's head, its cross-section spanning tens of meters. The blood-red light on the pillar even reflected on Yichu's face in the distance, Yichu looking up. The other end of the pillar seemed to touch the clouds. In the direction of Soto City, people still strolling and doing business looked up towards the west of the city. A vertical streak of blood-red light appeared on the horizon, like a red cloud hanging there. Tang Hao, who hadn't yet withdrawn his hammer, frowned. The attack's range and speed were insufficient for him to dodge the soul skill. Moreover, 1,000-pound Douluo was watching him intently. Tang Hao quickly considered his options. His body couldn't withstand the continuous battles. Now was not the time for him to shine, to unleash his final power. To break this deadlock, the only way was. Great Sumeru Hammer. Tang Hao's hand moved as he wished, and the hammer in his hand suddenly swelled again. His fifth soul ring shattered, turning into starlight that merged into the clear sky hammer. The Great Sumeru Hammer's ultimate technique, ring explosion. It released the power contained within the soul rings in an instant. Its ferocity could be called a divine skill. Seeing this, the 1,000-pound Douluo didn't hesitate any longer. As a member of the Hall of Offerings, he was well aware of the power of exploding spirit rings. His ninth spirit ring flashed beneath his feet, his voice booming with unwavering strength. Ninth spirit skill, Dragon Shadow 1,000 layers kill. The coiled dragon staff in his hand grew larger and thicker, transforming into countless staff shadows, layer upon layer, accompanied by continuous dragon roars, compressing the air into explosive sounds. It swept towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao roared, the intense pain within his body making his nerves extremely tense. His speed increased rapidly. Boom! The Great Sumeru Hammer and the demon-slaying Douluo's salvation of all beings collided. A dazzling light erupted upon contact, causing Yichu to squint. Then came a deafening roar, and Yichu quickly covered Xiao Wu's ears, who was nestled against his chest. Next came the earth-trembling and howling winds, almost knocking Yichu to the ground. In the distance, Yichu vaguely saw that the mountain valleys had been flattened, and the area of this vast plain had expanded further. A colossal pillar suddenly vanished, blasted away. A blinding light, a fierce gale, and thick dust made Yichu involuntarily close his eyes. On the battlefield, Tang Hao, having just broken through the demon-slaying Douluo's ninth soul skill, blood trickling from his lips, relentlessly shattered his sixth soul ring. Another Great Sumeru Hammer strike aimed at 1,000-pound Douluo's Dragon Shadow 1,000-fold kill. Boom! The ground sank again, the clouds in the sky scattered. Tang Hao, 1,000-pound Douluo, and the demon-slaying Douluo, all at the center of the explosion, were thrown backward by the powerful impact. Buzzing, Yichu could feel the ground trembling continuously, the distant storm spreading outwards. Gradually, the commotion in this area subsided. Xiao, how is it? Xiao Wu frowned, covering her mouth and nose with her small hand, watching the dust slowly dissipate in the distance. She asked Yichu how the battle was going. They ran away. Yichu's tone held no regret, it was all within his expectations. Let's go. He stood up, holding Xiao Wu, and reached out to tuck her exposed bra strap back in. Xiao Wu pulled up her collar, head bowed, face flushed. She then smoothed Yichu's collar, covering the marks she had left. Only then did she lean against Yichu again, her voice soft and melodious. Okay. Let's go. His Sharingan, now bright red and purple, appeared, and the two figures vanished from their spot. When they reappeared, they were on the mountain where the Qianjin and Jiangmo brothers had been. Looking at the jagged rocks and the flat plain, Yichu's eyes were filled with shock. The destructive power of a tidal Douluo was terrifying. Several surrounding mountains had also been leveled. Kid, your soul skill is quite convenient, isn't it? A voice came, and two figures were thrown down from the ground, The Qianjin and Jiangmo brothers were already floating in the air. The two men were only slightly pale, their armor somewhat tattered, but their auras remained powerful. Xiao Wu stood behind Yichu, clinging to his arm. Yichu cupped his hands to them and said, "How are you two seniors doing, HMPH? You should have seen it yourself." Demon-slaying Douluo snorted coldly, displeased with Tang Hao's escape. "He got away. Don't worry, Miss has already instructed us that for the next 3 months, my brother and I will take turns randomly searching Soto City and the surrounding areas. Then thank you both, seniors." Yichu bowed to them. Tang Hao would definitely be suspicious. How was his whereabouts exposed? Had Tang San's identity been exposed? Facing Tang Hao, who might return to investigate at any time, the measures taken by the Qianjin brothers were still very necessary. "I wonder how you lured him here." Qianjin Douluo gave Yichu a deep look. He hadn't forgotten Tang Hao's insistence on returning something to him. To this, Yichu could only pretend to be clueless, scratching his head and chuckling dryly. "Even if you told him you stole Tang Hao's wife, he probably wouldn't believe you. All right. We should go back and rest a bit. Do whatever you want. We definitely won't let Tang Hao bother you, little brother. Let's go." Whoosh! 2 streaks of light disappeared one after the other towards Soto City. "Xiaochu. So now you can stay with me properly." As soon as the two left, Xiao Wu jumped up happily, wrapped herself around Yichu, and clung to him. "Yes. We can see each other every day from now on." She responded to Yichu with another sweet kiss. Dusk. At the entrance of Shrek Academy. At the original registration point, on the table under the big tree, sat a girl in green. Ningrongrong looked longingly towards the outside of Shrek Academy. Her face was full of displeasure. "This guy," he said one night, and it's been almost a day and a night. Zhu Huking, leaning against a tree, heard her complaint and also raised her eyelids to look outside. After meeting her last night, she had no interest in cultivating today. Her mind was filled with thoughts of how to confess her feelings to Yichu again. At this moment, at the south gate of Soto City, Yichu and Xiao Wu had just emerged and were heading towards Shrek Academy. This is a 3-in-1 chapter, 6,100 words long. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 162 Night Raid. 10 kilometers southwest of Soto City, in a small village. On the horizon, under the setting sun, a black dot appeared, like a returning wild goose, hovering and growing larger until it finally crashed near the village. Thud! Tang Hao's figure plummeted, landing on the ground, his muscular frame swaying. His legs gave way, and he nearly collapsed. PFFT, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His disheveled hair obscured his pale face. Clutching his chest, he used the hammer for support, half kneeling on the ground. A fierce glint filled Tang Hao's eyes. If it weren't for his old injuries, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. "Spirit Hall, you all just wait." His hoarse, weak voice was filled with chilling coldness and surging killing intent. He struggled to his feet, staggering towards the village entrance. He needed to recuperate for a while. As for Xiao San's identity, it shouldn't have been exposed yet. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall wouldn't have used the yin to lure him there. Unfortunately, Tang Hao had no idea. Yichu was only worried that if Tang San got into trouble, he would go crazy and act recklessly. The real killing move was yet to come. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, the two beauties were still waiting expectantly. As the sun set, Ningrongrong and Zhu Zhuking's shadows were lengthened by the dim sunlight. They had waited quite a while. Ningrongrong stared anxiously in the direction outside, her eyes already showing some impatience. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed, her small face filled with anger. Her long brown hair cascaded over her shoulders, adorned with a few jewels, making her noble air even more outstanding. She wore a light blue dress, pure and elegant. Her pearl-studded boots, paired with her shapely, long, straight legs, were also eye-catching. She had dressed up specially today, hoping that Yichu would return soon and take her to the city. Ah! That stinky thing! Ningrongrong was somewhat frantic at this moment. Clang, clang. Sitting on the table, her legs kicked and thrashed about, making the chair next to her creak. Zhu Zhuking leaned quietly against a nearby tree, her body ramrod straight. She was still dressed in her leather outfit. From the side, her voluptuous figure was perfectly displayed. Graceful and alluring, with beautiful curves, undulating. Having waited a while, she held the booklet Yichu had given her, studying it intently. A gentle breeze caressed her face, ruffling her hair. Ningrongrong's commotion continued, but Zhu Xiuqing remained unmoved, focused intently on the book. It was a copy personally made by Yichu, and the handwriting was quite pleasing to the eye. She already knew the function of the hidden spirit secret technique, concealing the fluctuations of one's soul power, even hiding the true age of one's soul rings. She was looking forward to the gift, the surprise, that Yichu would give her. She wanted to learn it as soon as possible. Gulp. Sitting on the table, Ningrongrong's face fell as she clutched her empty stomach. She was already quite hungry. This is infuriating. Bang! She slammed her hand on the table. Thud. With a light leap, she landed in front of Zhu Xiuqing. Xiuqing, let's go. Let's not wait for him. HMPH. She reached out and grabbed Zhu Xiuqing's hand, intending to lead her into the academy. She pulled twice, but Zhu Xiuqing didn't move. Turning her head, she looked at her in confusion. Xiuqing? What's wrong? Zhu Xiuqing looked up. Her gaze already fixed on the outside of the academy. A hint of blue appeared in her pale purple eyes. A rare shyness appeared on her face. I'm back. Her lips parted slightly. Her voice was like the crisp sound of a cool mountain spring. Ah! Ningrongrong was startled at first, then reacted. She then exclaimed in surprise. Ah! Finally back, Yichu? Before even turning around to see him, she had already called out Yichu's name. Turning around, she saw Yichu, bathed in golden light, slowly walking towards her. A slight smile played on her lips as she waved to him. Whoosh! Ningrongrong took off running, quickly heading towards her lover. Zhu Xiuqing watched her speed, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. If she hadn't activated her martial soul, she might not have been able to outrun the lovesick Ningrongrong. She quickly put away the booklet in her hand and followed closely behind, controlling her speed to lag behind Ningrongrong. Currently, her position in Yichu's heart was unclear, and she wasn't very suitable or skilled at this kind of thing. Watching Yichu's bright smile as he greeted the two women, Xiao Wu, clinging to him, pouted slightly, still feeling somewhat unhappy. However, the slight pain she felt as she took a step brought a sweet feeling to her heart. She was Xiao Chu's first. Clinging to Yichu's arm, she tightened her grip, her face beaming. Yichu? Seeing the elegant young lady running towards him, Yichu smiled apologetically at Xiao Wu beside him. He received a glare from her. He gently withdrew his hand, opening his arms to welcome his young mistress. PFFT. Cough cough, Ningrongrong took a running start and jumped. With her delicate and slender body, there was nothing to cushion the impact. The powerful impact made Yichu's body sway. He even stopped breathing for a moment. He couldn't help but cough to catch his breath. Ningrongrong clung to Yichu like an octopus, holding him tightly. Her sweet voice was like a nagging whisper. You stinky thing, I've been waiting for you all day, you promised all night. I missed you too. Xiao Wu watched from the side. Ningrongrong bared her teeth and bit Yichu's shoulder. A hint of heartache appeared in her eyes. Don't worry, Rongrong and I are just playing around. Yichu turned his head towards Xiao Wu, making it easier for Ningrongrong to bite. He supported Ningrongrong's upturned buttocks with both hands to prevent her from falling. Ningrongrong gave Xiao Wu a reassuring look. After giving Yichu a couple of nibbles, she kissed him on the cheek twice. Then she turned to look at Xiao Wu. HMPH. I wouldn't dare. My love for Yichu is no less than yours. Her eyes were sharp as she looked at Xiao Wu, and her tone was awkward. She struggled with her small body, hugging Yichu's head protectively, trying to block Xiao Wu's gaze. Xiao Wu puffed out her cheeks, looking at Yichu's eyes with a mocking smile, apology, and a hint of pleading. In the end, she just snorted coldly. For Yichu's sake, she had already gotten a great deal and didn't intend to argue with this little sister. Yichu? Zhu Xiuqing looked at Ningrongrong clinging to Yichu, her eyes filled with envy. When Yichu looked over, he suddenly felt a little awkward. He didn't know what to say. On his delicate face, the iceberg melted, and a red flower was about to bloom. A soft gurgling sound rang out. Before Zhu Xiuqing could even blush, Ningrongrong's face turned red. Facing the three strange, teasing gazes, Ningrongrong buried her head in Yichu's shoulder, somewhat embarrassed and angry. It's all your fault. I haven't even had dinner while waiting for you. She patted Yichu's back a couple of times before stopping. PFFT, haha, my bad. My wrong, you've really suffered. And Xiuqing too. Under Zhu Xiuqing's expectant gaze, Yichu paused, and as she wished, looked at her. He smiled gently at her. Zhu's Huking nodded calmly, her eyes revealing joy. Since Rongrong is hungry, let's eat first. Xiao Wu said the food here isn't good, so I bought some of your favorites. When Yichu accompanied Xiao Wu shopping, he naturally considered the two girls' feelings and brought them some things back. Okay. This young lady will show you the way. Ning Rongrong clung to Yichu, moving around haphazardly. Yichu had no choice but to let her climb onto his back. He supported her slender legs with both hands. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, hurry up and follow. Following Ning Rongrong's guidance, Yichu stepped into Shrek Academy and headed towards the cafeteria. Oh, coming, Xiao Wu responded, her steps a little unsteady, her brows furrowed as she followed. Zhu's Huking watched Xiao Wu walk, her heart sinking. A sudden sense of urgency rose within her. She clenched her fists, quickly stepped forward, and took Xiao Wu's arm. Are you alright? Xiao Wu looked at Zhu's Huking beside her. Instantly, a blush appeared on her face. She shook her head slightly. I'm fine. Thank you, Zhu Qing. Zhu's Huking responded, silently supporting Xiao Wu as they followed Yichu's steps. Looking into Yichu's eyes, she saw a mixture of determination and tenderness. Carrying Ning Rongrong on her back, she recalled the scene from earlier. Phew, Yichu breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Rongrong inwardly gave Xiao Wu a thumbs up. Thankfully the battle hadn't escalated. Noticing Yichu's breath, a mischievous glint flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes. She leaned close to his ear, her lips lightly touching his earlobe, looking at him teasingly. Yichu, are you afraid of something? Cough cough. How could I? Yichu was startled, shaking his head to stop her teasing him. Really? If you treat me well, I can save you a lot of trouble. Ning Rongrong wrapped her arms around his neck, the two pressed intimately together. A fragrant breeze blew warm breath onto Yichu's ear. Rongrong, Yichu raised his voice. He shook his head, gently tapping her forehead. He gave her a helpless glare, tinged with reproach. Isn't it my duty to treat you well? I'll do my best, Ning Rongrong giggled, rubbing her fair, smooth face against Yichu's cheek. I'm sorry. I was a little scared too. Yichu's answer surprised her. The jealousy in her heart temporarily subsided. She gently kissed Yichu's cheek, as if making a vow, her tone earnest. I will do my best to be good to you. You've already been very good to me, Yichu said softly, turning his head to kiss her. The pampered young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, who never lifted a finger. She personally learned to make pastries and cook for him. She tolerated his infidelity. It was good enough to make Yichu feel guilty. Of course, Ning Rongrong pinched his cheek triumphantly, letting out a light laugh. Their interaction was witnessed by Xiao Wu and Zhu's Huking behind them. Xiao Wu pouted. She still couldn't ignore it. Her lover, who was so affectionate with her just a moment ago, was now showing off his love for another girl in front of her. She frowned unhappily, feeling a pang of jealousy. Zhu's Huking bit her red lips lightly. She was secretly annoyed at herself for not being more proactive earlier. She had to act quickly. The distance from the entrance to the cafeteria wasn't long, but the 3 girls had thought a long way ahead. Arriving at the cafeteria, they had just entered when Yichu saw 2 figures getting food. He recognized one of them from last night, Oscar, who called himself a sausage specialist. The other figure was short but muscular, as imposing as a city wall, with a fierce expression. Yichu guessed this must be the vice dean, the immovable king, Xiao Wuji. At this moment, he still had injuries on his face. He was getting food for the bedridden Flander and preparing to leave. Yichu and his companions naturally caught his eye. Ning Rongrong, who is he? Xiao Wuji's gruff voice also attracted Oscar's attention. His gaze drifted over, a hint of fear in his eyes. Teacher Xiao, this is Yichu, my boyfriend, my future man. Ning Rongrong's face flushed, and she changed the words boyfriend instead of boyfriend, declaring her dominance. Xiao Wu's expression changed. This brat Rongrong really doesn't respect Sister Xiao Wu at all. Nonsense. He's already my man, not to be outdone. She stepped forward and grabbed Yichu's arm. Yichu, who hadn't reacted yet, immediately looked like he was about to cry. The sheriff field might be late, but it will definitely not be absent. What Xiao Wu said revealed even more incredible information. Ning Rongrong, who had guessed last night, stared wide-eyed at Xiao Wu, her hand already pinching Yichu's flesh. Zhu's Huking didn't say anything. She could only walk to Yichu's other side and stand beside him. PFFT there was still no movement around. But from the dining area, Someone spat out their food. Everyone looked over. Around, Fat Man was covering his mouth, looking at this scene in shock. You're Yichu? You're the one who injured Tang San. Xiao Wuji finally reacted from the two women's introductions. Looking at the young man before him in surprise, who was far more handsome than Daimyo Bei and Oscar, Yichu nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, it's me. Oscar should have already explained. He would be living here for a while, so there was no need to hide anything. Upon receiving his answer, anger suddenly flashed in Xiao Wuji's eyes. His older brother, Flander, was still in bed because of this kid. Kid, you've got guts, hitting someone and still daring to come here. Crack. The wooden floor of the cafeteria suddenly made a sound. Xiao Wuji's 7 spirit rings expanded, his powerful spirit power surging and radiating pressure. Teacher Xiao, what are you trying to do? Tang San clearly attacked first. Xiao Wu immediately stood in front of Yichu. That's right, Oscar can testify too. Zhu's Huking also chimed in, stepping over Yichu. What are you all doing? You're all siding with outsiders. Xiao Wuji glared, his face grim. Teacher Xiao, didn't you hear me? Yichu is my man. The future head of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong patted Yichu's shoulder with her small hand, looking at Xiao Wuji with a somewhat arrogant expression. Her eyes, however, were fixed on Xiao Wu, carrying a hint of provocation. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Yichu felt a little embarrassed. Did this make him seem like a gigolo? But this gigolo wasn't soft at all, at least not when he was carrying her on his back. You? Upon hearing the name of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Xiao Wuji's aura immediately deflated. They couldn't afford to offend them. Tang Hao, who had been expelled from the sect, was already enough for them to handle. Even Tang Hao hadn't done anything to Yichu. They didn't need to offend the 7 treasure glazed tile school. However, as the vice dean of the academy, he still had to do his duty. Putting away his spirit ring, Xiao Wuji sized up Yichu a few times. HMPH. I don't care what your relationship is, if you want to stay in the academy, you have to pay. Don't worry, Teacher Xiao. I'll cover all of Yichu's expenses. Ning Rongrong patted her chest confidently. Since that's the case, then do as you please, getting the money is enough. Carrying the food box. Before leaving, Xiao Wuji gave Yichu a strange look. The guy who could take down that troublemaker Tang San with a single glance couldn't possibly be a pretty boy, could he? Oh well. He should explain to Flander himself. Xiao Wuji shook his head and hurriedly left. Yichu was about to say something to thank them when Ning Rongrong snorted coldly, grabbed his hair, and pushed him forward. Turning back, he gave Xiao Wu and the other girl a wry smile. It can only be said that Ning Rongrong's change of expression was really fast. Can you get down now? Yes, but you have to sit with me, okay? The group walked to the table, and Yichu gently hugged Ning Rongrong back into his arms and sat down. Xiao Wu and the other woman sat on either side of Yichu, watching Ning Rongrong in his arms as if they were about to slowly torture her. With the activation of his divine power, various delicious dishes suddenly appeared on the table. Yichu noticed a lewd gaze from not far away. His eyes turned blood red as he met Ma Hongjin's gaze. Ah! Fire! Fire! While still eating, his fat jiggled, and he suddenly screamed. He rolled around on the ground. The 3 women also noticed the fat man peeking from the side, their eyes filled with disgust. Fatty, fatty. Are you alright? Oscar, who had prepared food for the sick and disabled, rushed over. He shook the fat man repeatedly, but he didn't wake up. So, they had to resort to drastic measures. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. Several bright red finger marks appeared on Ma Hongjin's face. He had just regained consciousness and was frantically groping his body. There was no longer any flame. I'm fine. That was just a small lesson. If you dare to look around again, it won't be this bad next time. Yichu's Sharingan glowed with bloodlust as he glared at Ma Hongjin. Kid, you're so arrogant, fatty, fatty. Listen to me. Ma Hongjin was about to retort when Oscar quickly stopped him and whispered something in his ear. What? Boss Dai and Tang San are both him? Fear flashed in his small eyes as he swallowed hard, looking at Yichu. Haha, yes, Yichu, fatty was just half asleep. Don't take it personally. We're leaving now, bye-bye. Oscar smiled apologetically. Seeing Yichu nod, he quickly pulled Ma Hongjin away. Am I that scary? Yichu muttered to himself as he watched the 2 leave in a hurry. He hadn't done anything to Oscar, had he? Yichu. What's there to be so proud of? Hey! Wrong, Yuning Wrong, who was in his arms, suddenly pounced on Yichu. Thump! Xiao Chu, Yichu, chair and all, fell to the ground. The sudden sound startled Xiao Wu. Yichu, what exactly did you and Xiao Wu do last night? Ning Rongrong straddled Yichu's stomach, pressing him down tightly, her blue eyes misty. Xiao Wu stood to the side, her face flushed. Zhu Huqing also stood watching. A glint flashed in her eyes, it seemed only Xiao Wu was special. Yichu looked at her, gave a wry smile, and confessed the truth. Did some things that couples should do, cough. You damn Yichu? Before she could finish speaking, Ning Rongrong kept raising her fists and raining blows on Yichu's chest. She could only vent her anger like this. She couldn't blame Xiao Wu, could she? She was indeed Yichu's first woman. Yichu looked apologetic, spread his hands, and let her hide and scold him. Xiao Wu wanted to step forward to stop her, but Yichu stopped her with a look. It's better to guide than to block. Ning Rongrong waved her hands, panting heavily, and could no longer lift her head. You stinking thing! Why don't you fight back? Sitting on his lap, she grabbed his collar and pulled his upper body up to face her. How can I fight back? It is indeed my fault. Yichu smiled bitterly, hugged Ning Rongrong tightly in his arms, and gently patted her back to comfort her. He was also a little helpless, he couldn't be in two places at once. He really couldn't stand this kind of thing. Why are you always like this? Can't you apologize later? You're so cunning. Ning Rongrong punched Yichu a few more times. It was always like this, leaving her with nowhere to vent her anger. What's wrong with apologizing later? You don't even hit me hard, HMPH. I'm very angry. I don't want to hold back either, but I'm just afraid that Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu will feel sorry for me, Ning Rongrong muttered, her cheeks puffed out, and there were still some beads of sweat on her forehead. She did look very angry. Yichu sighed helplessly, picked her up and stood up. He sat back down and placed her on his lap. Since Miss is still so angry, then I'll personally feed you to apologize, okay, Ning Rongrong winked triumphantly at Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing, you sit down too. Yichu saw that Zhu Qing was still thinking about something, so he reached out and grabbed her soft hand, pulling her to the side. Thank you. Zhu Huqing subconsciously squeezed Yichu's hand, her face instantly turning red. It had been so long since they'd held hands. Yichu, I want to eat that. Ning Rongrong bossed Yichu around. Xiao Chu, I want to eat that. Xiao Wu also sat beside him, talking to Yichu. I want you to feed me too. No. These are my chopsticks. The two girls' eyes clashed. Caught between the two girls, Yichu is sweating profusely just from picking up food. Yichu, drink your juice, then feed me. Wrong, that's not necessary. Xiao Chu, then I'll feed you. No. I should feed you, really, no need. Zhu Huqing watched as the two girls continued to pull at Yichu, his clothes almost being ripped off. A smile couldn't help but appear on her face. Especially seeing Yichu busily still picking food for her, she felt a sweet warmth, after experiencing such torment. Yichu was led by the three girls to a small wooden cabin next to their dormitory. This cabin originally belonged to Zhu Huqing, but she had moved in with Xiao Wu and the others. So it was convenient to tidy it up and make it for Yichu. Most importantly, it wasn't far from their dormitory, making it very convenient. With the girls working together, Yichu's little haven was prepared. As darkness fell, the girls didn't linger. As if keeping an eye on each other, the three left together. Phew. A little scary, Yichu sighed, lying on his bed. Although he was a bit tired, he enjoyed it. With a quick somersault, Yichu sat cross-legged on his bed and began cultivating. Night completely enveloped the room. In the girls' dormitory, there were some sounds at first, but then it became quiet. Xiao Wu, somewhat exhausted and having lost some energy, fell asleep early, a smile still on her lips. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Huqing were also soundly asleep on either side of Xiao Wu's bed. Night deepened. In the dormitory, Ning Rongrong's voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing? Are you asleep? After several calls, there was no response. Ning Rongrong smiled smugly. HMPH. This young lady won't fall too far behind. Slowly lifting the covers, she revealed herself wearing a thin nightgown. Throwing on a coat, she tiptoed towards the door. 3 chapters combined, 6,600 words. Wishing everyone a pleasant life. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, Satisfying Curiosity. The night was dark and windy, the moonlight like water. In the dormitory, Ningrong, using the faint light filtering through the window, moved barefoot slowly towards the door, not daring to make a sound. Tonight, she was going to leave that stinky snake, Zuqing, and even Xiao Lan behind. Approaching the door, a smile appeared on her face. She carefully and slowly pushed the door open. A ray of moonlight shone on Ningrong's smug face. Yichu. This young lady is here, thud. Before she could even lift her foot, a sudden pain shot through the back of her neck, her expression froze. Her bright almond-shaped eyes blinked. Her body slowly went limp, and she fell straight back, nestled in the arms of a tall, graceful figure. Her little head twitched a few times, but she slept peacefully. The soft moonlight illuminated this graceful, all-black figure. This person was none other than sixth brother, Zuqing, dressed in a leather jacket and pants. The development between Yichu and Xiao Wu made her restless. She didn't want to wait any longer. Lying in bed, she still hadn't fallen asleep, even wearing her leather jacket. This was all for the sake of convenience during tonight's operation. She hadn't expected Ningrong to also have a night raid plan, and with impure motives at that. In the end, she should be the second one. Zuqing glanced at her indifferently and picked her up in her arms. Ningrong's coat slipped to the floor. Holding her smooth, jade-like body, Zuqing felt a slight blush. At this moment, Ningrong was only wearing two thin garments, covering her vital areas. Over them was a thin, almost invisible gauze, which allowed Zuqing to feel her soft, smooth skin. Looking at what Ningrong was wearing, Zuqing inwardly cursed, shameless. She gently placed her back on the bed and tenderly covered her with a blanket. Wrong, I'm sorry, she whispered, expressing her apology. Watching the two of them being so close to Yichu, Zuqing couldn't bear it for even a day longer. She needed a legitimate reason to be with him too. Whoosh! Under the cover of night, a dark shadow darted swiftly through the darkness. The target was the small wooden cabin where Yichu was temporarily staying, not far away. A cool night breeze blew, but Zuqing's heart burned with desire. Inside the room, Yichu had already finished his cultivation and was fast asleep on the bed. Zuqing suppressed her trembling heart and pressed her ear to the door, listening intently. She could hear Yichu's steady breathing coming from inside. Creak, the door was gently opened. A long, undulating shadow appeared on the floor. Looking from inside towards the door, she could sense his presence even before seeing him. Leaning forward, she walked softly to Yichu's bedside. Looking at his peaceful face, she saw a few rays of moonlight streaming in through the slightly ajar door, allowing her to see him clearly. His eyebrows were sharp as swords, his nose straight, his teeth white, and his lips red. His handsome, angular face shimmered in the moonlight. The room seemed to still hold his distinctive, delicate fragrance. Zuqing stood there for a moment, her face flushed, then slowly leaned down. Their red lips met, their white teeth mingling, their breaths catching in her face. A few breaths later, sensing Yichu was about to wake, Zuqing immediately looked up. A strand of silver hair fell onto his face. Her face still flushed, she reached out to wipe it away, but it was too late. Yichu had already opened his eyes. He smacked his lips twice, savoring the sweet, fragrant taste. His lips seemed slightly moist. He wiped them with his hand. There was a slight coolness on his face. He frowned and opened his deep blue eyes. Yichu, a creak. Zuqing's sudden voice startled Yichu, shaking the wooden bed. Zuqing? What's wrong? He lay there, looking up at him. Although her breasts obscured her face, preventing Yichu from seeing her face, he could still recognize Zuqing's voice. He propped himself up and sat up. He then noticed that Zuqing's face was flushed, her eyes lowered, avoiding his gaze. Zuqing, Yichu's eyes were still blurry as he looked at her strangely. Feeling the strangeness on his face, he wiped it away, his fingers were wet. He frowned and sniffed it. It seemed to match the fragrance from her lips. Zuqing looked up, and the scene made her face flush even more. Yichu, come out with me, I have something to tell you. The blush spread to her neck, ears, and back. She left those words in Yichu's still somewhat dazed eyes and quickly darted out of the house. In the dim light, Yichu seemed to see a pair of pink cat ears swaying on her head. She had clearly entered a state of martial spirit possession. Huh? Yichu was stunned. A cold wind blew, and Yichu, still half asleep, regained some of his alertness. He shook his head, quickly put on his shoes and coat, and chased after her. The moonlight was alluring. Moonlight filtered through layers of leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. In a grove of trees some distance from the residential area, Zhu Xiuqing stood with her back to Yichu, her curvaceous figure fully revealed, her posture tall and graceful. Her black hair swayed in the breeze. Xiuqing, is there something you can't say in the room? Yichu rubbed his sleepy eyes, his voice tinged with doubt. Thud. A muffled sound made Yichu's heart skip a beat, instantly waking him up. Behind Zhu Xiuqing, shadowy spider spears extended. Slender, sharp, and resilient. They gleamed eerily in the moonlight. Yichu swallowed hard, clearly recalling some unpleasant memory. He took a step closer to Zhu Xiuqing. Xiuqing. Talk to me properly. Zhu Xiuqing, her back to him, blushed slightly, her heart pounding. Some things, it's better to warm up and confirm things first. Meow. A loud meow rang out. Turning around, arching her back, bending her knees. Several movements were completed in one go. Zhu Xiuqing was like an arrow released from a bow, leaving a trail of black afterimages. During the sprint phase, the only yellow soul ring under her feet lit up. First soul skill, netherworld thrust. Her speed suddenly increased, and in an instant she was already in front of Yichu. Pop! Sharp cat claws pierced Yichu's body, no different from air. The meow rang out, and his eternal kaleidoscope had already been activated. Xiuqing, should we stop? Zhu Xiuqing's body passed through him, her momentum undiminished. The spider spear on her back plunged into the ground, stopping her speed at the same time, and her body quickly spun around. Yichu was caught off guard, his divine power not yet activated. Zhu Xiuqing's sharp claws barely touched Yichu's neck. Yichu felt a slight pain. His hair stood on end, he was fully awake. Still sleepy, a cool voice sounded in his ear. As if his body was enveloped in warmth. Zhu Xiuqing pressed close, standing behind Yichu, blood dripping from her earlobes. I'm awake. Yichu shook his head slightly, his body swaying slightly. A soft, gentle feeling. Then let's have a good fight. Zhu Xiuqing's heart melted, and she immediately withdrew. She quickly moved to a spot not far from Yichu, facing him directly. Patches of moonlight fell on her pretty face, rendering her features like red petals. With her martial spirit possessing her, her left eye was dark green, and her right eye was clear blue, giving her a unique beauty. She assumed a fighting stance. What are you still standing there for? I won't hold back, Xiuqing, we can just say what we need to say, HMPH. We'll talk after we fight, Zhu Xiuqing snorted coldly. She wanted an explanation for not receiving the letter that day. To see if Yichu truly cared about her. Before Yichu could respond, Zhu Xiuqing immediately attacked. Seeing the black figure rushing towards him, Yichu sighed helplessly. Who alright? His eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Zhu Xiuqing's movements were completely transparent to him. He drew a dagger, his feet treading on the ghostly shadow steps, and met her attack. Clang. Clang. The two afterimages clashed repeatedly, sparks flying in the air. Zhu Xiuqing didn't use her soul skill again, but instead continuously attacked Yichu with her claws and the spider spears on her back. With the help of his Sharingan, Yichu neutralized all her attacks. The shadow spider spears on her back could now move at will. First soul skill, netherworld thrust. With the spider spears in conjunction, Zhu Xiuqing could instantly stop her movement, turn around, and perform a series of thrusts in different directions. Clang. Yichu was forced back several meters by Zhu Xiuqing. I told you to be serious. Zhu Xiuqing's voice was cold, her brows furrowed as she continued her attack on Yichu. This girl is just going through the motions again. Not even using her soul skill. Fine. Then let's get serious. Seeing she seemed a little angry, Yichu also became serious. Perfect opportunity to test the effect of his self-created soul skill. Domain unfolds. With a thought, a layer of frost immediately formed in a small area beneath his feet. Like rippling blue waves, icy blue ripples spread outwards. In an instant, frost covered the grass beneath his feet, and water vapor formed on the tree trunks before freezing. Zhu Xiuqing, rushing towards Yichu, also felt the chill. Her movements even became somewhat stiff. First soul skill, netherworld thrust. Ignoring everything, her first soul ring flashed, and she still charged towards Yichu. Zhuking, be careful. Yichu took a deep breath, his chest and cheeks puffed out, his soul power surged, and the ultimate fire within his miniature ice and fire yin-yang eye boiled. Whoosh! He opened his mouth and spat out a huge fireball, over 2 meters in diameter, which slammed directly towards Zhu Zhuking. The blazing firelight illuminated the forest, and also Zhu Zhuking's astonished expression. After a moment of surprise, her face suddenly lit up with joy. She didn't dodge or evade, not even bothering to protect herself with her spider spears, and charged directly at the fireball. Holy crap! Zhuking, Yichu's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. His left eye glared. The fireball immediately began to twist and contort. Just as Zhu Zhuking was about to touch it, it vanished between them. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the two collided. The frost receded, and the moon and stars sparsely appeared. The forest had returned to silence. 8 spider spears were evenly distributed on either side of Yichu. Zhu Zhuking pinned Yichu down, her smile obscuring the moonlight. She was satisfied that he still cared about her. You're still smiling. Yichu had already withdrawn his martial spirit, looking at her with some annoyance. What are you doing? What if you get hurt? I know you won't hurt me. What if you get hurt, then I'll be willing. Yichu was interrupted by her, staring blankly at her. Zhu Zhuking still had a smile on her face, a very happy smile. Since he met her, this was the first time Yichu had seen her smile so brightly and gently. He leaned down slightly, the two of them quietly feeling each other's heartbeats. They fell into silence. The cold night wind only fueled the tension between them. Zhu Zhuking pressed him down, cupping his cheeks in her hands. She gazed at Yichu. Her cat tail at her lower back rose and then bent down, quite coyly. Her cat ears twitched. Her red lips were slightly upturned. Yichu could clearly feel her heart beating very fast. He stared blankly at her heterochromatic eyes and blushing face. He seemed to already know what she wanted to say. Unlike before, he didn't struggle to get up, but quietly looked at her, waiting for her to continue. Yichu Zhu Zhuking murmured softly, her eyes reddening slightly. Her words were fragmented, a mixture of anticipation and fear. Yichu, what do you want? Smack! Yichu's head darted up, and he kissed her 2 luscious red lips. A fleeting touch, leaving a few glistening drops. Zhu Zhuking's pupils dilated slightly. Yichu, what are you doing? Her expression suddenly shifted between wild joy and panic. Kissing you? Yichu's hand slowly caressed her slender yet voluptuous waist, a gentle smile on his face. He even smacked his lips twice. Zhu Zhuking pursed her lips, her face flushing even more, her head spinning, her eyes filled with a hint of reproach. I know, but why did you kiss me? Because of what? A sob escaped her lips. There was no longer any room for her to speak. Yichu suddenly tightened his arms, pulling her tightly into his embrace. With its own considerable buffer zone, there was no need to worry about hurting each other. Lips met, sharing a tender moment. Gradually, the delicate body in her arms became even softer. Eyelashes trembled, and her dark green and orange blue eyes opened and closed. Her small hands, which had been cupping Yichu's cheeks, slowly caressed him, feeling his warmth. Her cat ears twitched, then slowly relaxed, stretching downward slightly. Her tail stood upright, the tip slightly curved, swaying gently, conveying her inner joy and excitement. Even the shadow spider lances slowly lost their strength. After a long while, Zhu Zhuking's heart tightened, her pupils dilating in shock. Ugh! She quickly raised her head, her lips parting. Zhu Zhuking took a deep breath of fresh air, the familiar scent filling her nostrils. She looked down at the guy who had just attacked her. Her face flushed crimson. Yichu. You're not being honest. She tugged at the corners of her mouth, frowning. She moved Yichu's restless paws away. I'm sorry. Yichu was also a little embarrassed, his breathing a little rapid. He couldn't resist his curiosity, like a shy, curious cat. He stretched out his arms and lay flat on the grass. He felt a little uncomfortable. Although Zhu Zhuking felt the same way, she didn't care. She knew how charming she was. If it was Yichu, she wouldn't dislike or resist him. Yichu. You still haven't told me why you kissed me. She turned his head and looked straight at him. At this moment, there was no fear in her eyes, only deep expectation and love. Even though she already knew Yichu's feelings, she still wanted to hear Yichu say it himself. A smile appeared on Yichu's lips, and he cupped her soft face in his hands. His deep blue eyes were affectionate and tender, warm and captivating. Because, as Yichu paused, Zhu Zhuking's heart suddenly raced, and her eyes sparkled with desire. Because I like you. I want you to be my one and only big kitten. Zhuking, will you? No more sounds came from the grove. Zhu Zhuking didn't answer, but simply leaned down again, responding to Yichu. She ignored what he wanted to do, letting him satisfy his intense curiosity. The sky was almost turning white. Like a submissive wife, Zhu Zhuking held Yichu's hands and followed him out of the grove. Back at the dormitory, Yichu scratched his head, looking at her with an embarrassed smile. Zhuking, you should go change your clothes. I'll change at your place. Xiao Wu and the others are still sleeping. Zhu Zhuking lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Her neck was flushed. She hadn't expected that just a pang of conscience would be so unbearable. All right, Yichu didn't hesitate, leading Zhu Zhuking into his dormitory. After she went into the bathroom, Yichu lay back down on the bed, letting out a long sigh. Feeling sleepy, he took a short nap. Click. The door closed. Yichu simply frowned, showing no reaction. A warm body suddenly appeared in his arms. He abruptly opened his eyes. Zhuking. Aren't you going back to rest? Yichu looked at Zhu Zhuking in his arms, who had changed into a loose-fitting nightgown, revealing her exquisite curves. A half-landscape was embroidered on the collar. Sensing Yichu's burning gaze, Zhu Zhuking suppressed her embarrassment and hugged him tightly. Your bed is cold, eh? I'll warm it up for you. Cough cough. Zhuking. Yichu felt embarrassed and uncomfortable, his breathing more labored than usual. Don't talk. Don't think nonsense, just a hug. Zhu Zhuking gritted her teeth, warning Yichu. Yichu's smile was bitter. Having had some experience with Xiao Wu, he couldn't help but let his mind wander. Her presence was like adding fuel to the fire, instantly warming the bed. Zhu Zhuking's thoughts were simple. Ningrongrong and the others had already slept with him, she had to have one too. This was the agonizing second half of the night, early morning. In the three girls' dormitory, Xiao Wu had already woken up. She got up but didn't see Zhu Zhuking, which surprised her. Even though she had been diligently cultivating, it was almost lunchtime at the cafeteria. Zhu Zhuking should have been back by now. Wrong, she nudged the still sleeping Ningrongrong. Ningrongrong turned over uncomfortably, her small hand touching the spot beside her, but there was nothing there. Yichu frowned, opening her sleepy eyes and looking to her side. Where's Yichu? Rongrong. What's Xiao Chu doing here? Xiao Wu covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes widening in disbelief at the clothes Rongrong was wearing. Rongrong, why are you dressed like this? 2 chapters combined, 5,000 words long. Wishing everyone a pleasant life. Chapter 164 Impotent Rage. Ningrongrong had just opened her eyes, still a little groggy, and didn't quite hear Xiao Wu's question. Ouch, what happened? It hurts so much. Just as she was about to get up, a sharp pain shot through the back of her neck. Wrong, did you sleep in and hurt your neck? Xiao Wu stepped forward to help her up, touching her neck. Xiao Wu, don't move, it hurts. Ningrongrong clutched her neck, tears welling in her eyes. By the way, Rongrong, why are you dressed like this? Xiao Wu withdrew her hand, then tugged at Ningrongrong's shoulder strap, giving it a couple of tugs. She poked her incredibly smooth shoulder. Ningrongrong's pretty face flushed slightly, and she quickly pulled the blanket up to cover herself. And nothing. It's just cool to wear like this. She pulled the strap back up, her eyes darting away, avoiding Xiao Wu's gaze. Really? Xiao Wu looked suspicious, as if she was up to something. And of course it's true. Ningrongrong straightened her back, becoming much calmer. Okay. Xiao Wu's eyes widened, staring suspiciously at Ningrongrong for a while. Aside from her face turning slightly red, there was no other change. Then get up quickly. Let's go find Zhuking first, then go find Yichu together. Speaking of Yichu, Xiao Wu stroked her fair, rosy cheeks with her soft hand. She missed him terribly after a day apart. Logically, she should be sleeping with Yichu, so she pouted slightly, giving Ningrongrong a disdainful look. It was all their fault. Rongrong? What's wrong? Ningrongrong tilted her head, looking at Zhu Zhuking's bed, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper. She clearly remembered that her actions last night were almost complete. And then, she couldn't remember anything. A sore neck, Zhu Qing's absence, connecting these dots. Ah, Ning Rongrong screamed loudly, pounding her blankets. Zhu Qing, she immediately jumped out of bed, barefoot, threw on a long robe, and rushed outside. My man has been stolen, Rongrong. Xiao Wu's face went blank, and she quickly chased after him outside, in Yichu's dormitory. On the bed, Zhu Qing slept peacefully. A smile played on her lips, her face flushed. Her hair cascaded down her back, falling beside her pillow. She wore a loose robe, the collar embroidered with half a kingdom. Zhu Qing rested her head on the pillow, Yichu on hers. With each breath, the faint, sweet scent emanating from her body filled the air. Like Yichu's face, her skin was flawless and delicate. The two embraced. Bang! The dormitory door was kicked open by Ning Rongrong. Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong shouted angrily, glaring at the two on the bed. Ning Rongrong clenched her fists, her eyes practically spitting fire. Zhu Qing woke with a start, trying to get up, but let out a muffled groan, her face instantly turning crimson. Rongrong! Why are you running so fast? Xiao Wu caught up at this moment. Seeing the scene before her, she froze on the spot. Zhu Qing, you guys, we didn't do anything, Zhu Qing quickly explained. Her eyes darted away, not daring to look at Ning Rongrong. She remembered clearly what she had done to Ning Rongrong last night. Yichu looking up shyly at Yichu, who was slowly sitting up, her voice lacked its usual composure and coolness. The weight on her body made it hard for her to breathe. Her face flushed red with embarrassment. Yichu? Ning Rongrong's sweet shout woke Yichu up considerably. Last night had been unbearable, even though Zhu Qing had given him another treat, satisfying his curiosity once again. But this only made him more agitated and thirsty. It took him a long time to fall asleep. Now, he was propped up by the soft quilt, sitting up in bed. Ugly rubbed his sleepy eyes, still a little groggy. He heard Zhu Qing's soft moans. Zhu Qing turned her head away, gritting her teeth. Yichu! You rascal, get off me right now, Ning Rongrong stormed over, ready to pull Yichu away. Xiao Wu pouted, looking at him reproachfully. Get off, Ning Rongrong pushed Yichu away forcefully, almost making him fall off the bed. Rongrong, what are you doing? Yichu had already woken up and looked at her in confusion. Look for yourself, he looked in the direction she was pointing. Zhu Qing had already sat up, her eyes lowered, blood dripping from her earlobes. She pulled up her robe, covering half of her exposed skin. Yichu's face also turned red. He raised his hand to look. He remembered. It turned out that what he had used to prop himself up wasn't the blanket. Ahem, under the gaze of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, Yichu coughed awkwardly twice. Zhu Qing kept her head down, her arms crossed over her chest, otherwise her loose robe might expose her. Zhu Qing, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Yichu said with an embarrassed smile. He really hadn't noticed. And nothing, Zhu Qing lowered her head, hugged herself, and shook her head gently. Xiao Wu took out a long robe from her soul tool and covered Zhu Qing's graceful body. She glared at the person who was still peeking. Yichu chuckled twice and looked away. Rongrong, what are you looking for? Seeing Ning Rongrong flipping the blanket, as if searching for something, Yichu was a little puzzled. I'm checking for bloodstains, Ning Rongrong said coldly, turning the blanket over and over. What? She threw down the blanket, grabbed Yichu's collar, and glared at him fiercely. What? Tell me. Where did you do it last night? Rongrong, I already said, we didn't do anything. Seeing that she was still persistent, Zhu Qing, who was being groped by Xiao Wu, couldn't help but clarify again. Speaking of the later part, remembering Yichu's confession last night, she became much more assertive. She no longer needed to worry about her status. I stayed with him for one night, and besides, I should have been ahead of you, before. Ahead is so great? Does that mean you can knock me out and come find Yichu yourself? While feeling relieved, she also panicked a little. Ning Rongrong clutched her neck, tears welling in her eyes. Huh? Knocked out? Yichu looked at Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong with a strange expression. Last night's events seemed to have become a bit complicated. Xiao Wu's eyes mirrored his. It turned out that Ning Rongrong, this little kitten, had also tried to steal some fish, but the big cat had intercepted her. That's right. My neck still hurts a lot, Ning Rongrong's face flushed, and she nestled pitifully into Yichu's arms, lowering her head for him to examine. Sure enough, there was a bruise on the back of her neck, on her fair skin. I'm sorry, it was my first time, I don't have much experience. I'll be more careful next time. Zhu Huqing lowered her head sheepishly when she saw their gazes. What? There's a next time? Yichu, look at her. Ningrongrong snuggled in Yichu's arms, twisting her body. Her coat slipping down. This made Yichu feel uncomfortable. Looking at what Ningrongrong was wearing, Yichu couldn't help but roll his eyes. He reached out and pulled her coat back. Alright, Rongrong, Zhuqing didn't mean it. Let me treat you, Zhuqing, you should change your clothes too. To prevent the two girls from saying anything more, Yichu had no choice but to separate them briefly. Okay, Zhu Huqing responded softly, glancing apologetically at Yichu. Blushing, she left Xiao Wu's embrace and walked towards the bathroom. Xiao Wu stared at Zhu Huqing's back for a while, but couldn't figure it out, then looked at Yichu resentfully. Xiao Chu. Did you and Zhu Qing do the kind of thing? Yes. Did you two do it? Ningrongrong looked up at him, her face streaked with tears. Alright. Don't cry. We were just lying together. Yichu smiled wryly, pulling Ningrongrong closer and gently patting her back. Really? Of course it's true. Yichu wiped away her tears and gave her a few pecks. Xiao Wu hugged Yichu from behind, leaning close to his ear. Her face was flushed with shyness, her voice soft. Actually, it's okay if we did, but in the future, if Xiao Chu really needs it, you can come to me. I can too. Ningrongrong in his arms immediately chimed in, not wanting to fall too far behind. Can we stop talking about this? Yichu rolled his eyes helplessly. Xiao Wu was already his woman, there was nothing more to say. His eyes glanced at Ningrongrong's undergarments, and he shook his head almost imperceptibly. As for Ningrongrong, she simply couldn't bring herself to do it. Yichu. What do you mean? I'll bite you to death, hissed the room echoed with Ningrongrong's angry and ashamed voice, and Yichu's pained cry. The farce ended. The group quickly tidied up and headed towards the cafeteria. On the way, Ningrongrong clung to Yichu's arm, unwilling to let go, pulling him ahead. Xiao Wu and Zhu Huqing followed behind, arm in arm. Looking at the teeth marks on Yichu's cheek, Xiao Wu smiled, and when Ningrongrong bit down, she also took the opportunity to nibble at him. Zhu Huqing's expression was much gentler than usual, and her eyes were brighter. Inside the cafeteria, several figures had already appeared. Besides Oscar and Ma Hongjin, there was one more person. This person's right arm was wrapped in thick bandages, his face was sickly pale, and his lips were bloodless. It was Daimyo Bei, who had been set ablaze by Amaterasu and subjected to having his flesh and bones ripped off. Oscar and Ma Hongjin didn't dare to look around. Only a pair of malevolent eyes remained fixed on Yichu. This was the first time he had seen this wild man. From Oscar, he already knew that the black flames that had injured him were this man's sole skill. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, but even more so, resentment. As soon as he entered, Yichu noticed his gaze. He glanced at him but didn't pay much attention. He couldn't possibly be his match crack. Daimyo Bei's chopsticks were snapped in two by his hand. Yichu's disdainful gaze enraged him, his eyes bloodshot, and his soul power stirred restlessly. With a slight exertion, his right arm bled again. Hey, Boss Dai, are you going to throw your hands away? Oscar, seeing the bandage gradually turning bright red, quickly stopped him. Boss Dai, you'd better take it easy. The dean spent a lot of money to heal you too. Ma Hongjin patted his shoulder. Seeing that his eyes were still looking towards Yichu, and comforted him. It's just a woman, right? Boss Dai, you're not short of anyone, shut up. Believe me or not, I'll kill you, Daimyo Bei shouted fiercely, looking at Ma Hongjin beside him with a dark expression. The killing intent emanating from him was genuine. Damn it. Brother, I was just trying to comfort you. You're heartless, the fat man was startled and cursed angrily. What's the point of being arrogant in front of me? If you're so capable, go be arrogant in front of Yichu. TCH, I didn't want to say anything more and focused on eating my rice. What do you know? Daimyo Bei shouted angrily, somewhat exasperated. Was he supposed to tell them that Zhu Huqing was his fiancée? Young Master Dai, couldn't bear that label. He didn't have the face for that. The three girls went to get their food. Yichu specially chose a small table, one for each of them, to avoid any trouble. Yichu, here you go, thank you, Zhuqing. Zhu Xiuqing nodded with a smile, ignoring the murderous gazes from not far away. She sat down opposite Yichu without a care. Yichu? That guy's eyes are so annoying. Ning Rongrong, sitting next to Yichu, glared at Dime Yubei with a fierce look in her beautiful eyes. Ignore him, he's just a sick cat. Exactly, just a sick cat. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Zhu Xiuqing frowned slightly, only slightly bothered by the word cat. Knock knock. A sound came from the doorway. Xiao Wuji appeared there. Today's lesson is still the Soto Great Soul Arena for soul battles. You can arrange your own time, he paused when his eyes swept over Yichu, but didn't say anything more. Flander had already agreed to let him stay. After getting the sick person's food, he left. Bang! No sooner had Xiao Wuji left than Dime Yubei couldn't take it anymore. He slammed his hand on the table. His face, as pale as paper, was incredibly gloomy. He stared intently at Zhu Xiuqing, who stood in front of Yichu, smiling shyly and full of tenderness. He was her fiancé. Despite his severe injuries, this woman hadn't even glanced at him. Instead, she was openly flirting with this random man who'd appeared out of nowhere. His anger was barely contained. Zhu Xiuqing. Come out with me, he left those words and, under everyone's gaze, abruptly stood up, heading towards the cafeteria exit. Oscar and the other looked at Dime Yubei in surprise, then at Zhu Xiuqing. She seemed not to have heard him, continuing to eat slowly, occasionally placing food into Yichu's bowl. If she knew his thoughts, Zhu Xiuqing might have sneered. When he fled the Star Luo Empire, did he even think of her for a fleeting moment? Not while fleeing, and still not after escaping. The only thing he could remember was her beauty. Zhu Xiuqing, Dime Yubei stopped at the doorway, turned around, his face turning incredibly ugly, his voice cold and harsh. Come out. I have something to say to you. Don't forget who you are, you sick cat. Who do you think you are? Why should Zhu Qing leave? Xiao Wu also slammed her hand on the table and stood up, pointing at him. Although she didn't know what their relationship was, Zhu Qing was now hers, and she couldn't let others bully her. That's right, who do you think you are? Ning Rongrong, who had been intercepted by Zhu Xiuqing, also stood up. What's it to you? Dime Yubei looked at these bitches, his eyes practically spitting fire. Zhu Xiuqing stopped the two women who wanted to say something more. She looked up at Dime Yubei. Her eyes were calm and still, as if she were looking at a stranger. When she spoke, she was cold and indifferent. No need, I don't know you, there's nothing to say, you bastard. You? The harsh words Dime Yubei was about to utter were swallowed back under the piercing gaze of Yichu's Sharingan. The violent killing intent in Yichu's eyes made him break out in a cold sweat. The pattern in those eyes was exactly the same as the one in Ning Rongrong's eyes that night. Oscar really wasn't lying. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his right hand, as if warning him. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. He clenched his fist tightly, suppressing the urge to retaliate. Bang, he punched the cafeteria door. Blood seeped from the bandage on his right arm again. His face turned a deep purplish red, whether from anger or pain, it was hard to tell. He snorted coldly and stormed off. Thank you, Zhu Xiuqing smiled slightly as she watched the group sit down again. It's nothing. That sick cat wouldn't dare to fight. Xiao Wu waved her hand, secretly regretting that a fight hadn't broken out. Xiuqing, did you know him before? Ning Rongrong asked curiously, wondering what Dime Yubei meant by his identity. I know him, but not well. We've only met a few times, Zhu Xiuqing answered, her eyes glancing at Yichu. Don't worry, I'll handle it for you. Yichu chuckled, knowing Zhu Xiuqing was explaining to him, worried he might misunderstand. No need. I can handle it myself. There were some things she didn't want Yichu to get involved in. Besides, the competition between her and her sister had taken a new turn. All of this was thanks to Yichu. Then I'll be responsible for helping you become stronger. Understanding Zhu Xiuqing's personality, he didn't insist. Okay, hey. What are you two talking about? Sister Xiao doesn't understand. Rongrong, did you understand? No. Ning Rongrong also shook her head. Alright. You'll understand later. By the way, Xiao, when you stand up in the future, could you please not put one foot on the table? Yichu looked at her helplessly. The mischievous rabbit was still a bit too playful. Okay, Xiao, I'll change. Xiao blushed and nodded obediently. Zhu Xiuqing smiled, glancing at Yichu subtly, a hint of hesitation appearing in her eyes. She didn't know how to tell Yichu about her sister. Xiuqing, why aren't you eating? Nothing. Noticing Ning Rongrong's strange look, Zhu Huking put aside those things and joined the group of people feeding each other. Hey. Little Ao, what's wrong with the boss die? Is it worth it for a woman? Mo Hongjin watched Dai Bei storm out, completely bewildered. He clearly had 3 girls a day outside and couldn't keep up. How would I know? I'm exhausted these past 2 days. Go keep an eye on those 2 patients for the next few days. Oscar picked up his cutlery, ready to leave. No? Little Ao, I'm not good at this job. I only know how to. Mo Hongjin looked troubled, then gave a knowing smile. Fatty. Of course I know that. Tang San has woken up. It won't take you much time. I feel like I'm about to break through these next 2 days. Oscar shook his head and left, speechless at his lust-driven classmate. Given Shrek Academy's current situation, he really should start planning for his future. He glanced in Yichu's direction. The 7 treasure glazed tile school of the upper 3 sects was indeed a good choice. Hey, Oscar, wait for me. The fat man shuddered slightly when he noticed Yichu's gaze on him. He felt uneasy being left alone. He quickly caught up with Oscar and left together. Tang San is already awake. Yichu had clearly heard Oscar and the others' conversation. Unexpectedly, Tang San was so resilient, he woke up after only a few days. Yichu, what are you thinking about? Eat quickly, you have to take me to the soul battle later. Ningrongrong nudged the still dazed Yichu. Before, her level wasn't high enough, and no one was confident they could carry her. Now it's different, Yichu can team up with her. She knew her man's strength very well. Okay, I know. He opened his mouth to take the food she offered and nodded. But his mind was still on Oscar's upcoming breakthrough. Tonight, he should also return to Heavendao City to find Jinring Su. He couldn't miss the big gift prepared for Tang Hao. If the plan went smoothly, the starred-out Great Forest would be Tang Hao's final resting place. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 165 Explosive Wind and Dance. Shrek Academy, Boys' Dormitory. For convenience, the 2 patients are now sharing a room. Bang! A loud crash echoed through the room. Damn bitch! Dai Bei, clutching his bleeding right arm, angrily kicked open the door, cursing under his breath. Boss Dai, what's wrong? Tang San, already awake, was sitting cross-legged on the bed, cultivating his Zhuangtian Gong to aid his recovery. His complexion looked much better than Dai Bei's, though his head was still a little dizzy. It's all because of those bitches Zhu Huking and Xiao Wu. And that damned Yichu? Boss Dai, watch your mouth. Hearing Xiao Wu's name, Tang San's brow furrowed, his face turning cold. Hell, seeing his expression, Dai Bei sneered. Little Sen, you don't know, do you? Your beloved Xiao Wu has been following her around like a shadow. She might already be under Yichu's nose. Enough. Dai Bei. Do you believe I'll kill you? Tang San roared, interrupting Dai Bei's accusatory words. A chilling glint flashed in his eyes, and his hand was already on the 24 bridges under the moon scroll beside his bed. Tang San, what I said is all. Dai Bei tried to say something more, but was interrupted again by Tang San. I know Xiao Wu, she's definitely not that kind of girl. If Boss Dai continues to slander Xiao Wu, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tang San's words were firm and unwavering. Looking at Tang San's dark, cold pupils and the surging soul power within him, Dai Bei merely gave a disdainful sneer, not daring to speak ill of Xiao Wu any further. Alright, I won't comment much on your woman, but it's true she's with Yichu? Hearing this, Tang San fell silent. He lowered his head, raising his hand to touch his eyes, as if trying to understand something. Slowly, a cold smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. It was very cold, a bone-chilling cold that made Dai Bei feel a chill. Before long, Tang San's smile vanished, and he looked at Dai Bei confidently. Last time was just a moment of carelessness on my part. I'm confident I can get Xiao Wu back, is that so? Dai Bei didn't know where Tang San's confidence came from. His soul skill seems very strange. Dai Bei had experienced this firsthand. That terrifying black flame was like a poison that clung to the bone, impossible to escape. It was far stronger than Fatty's evil fire. If Tang San hadn't decisively saved him, he would probably have been reduced to ashes long ago. Don't worry, Boss Dai, I will not only get Xiao Wu back, but I will also avenge you. Tang San was confident he could do it. His hidden weapons and various martial arts techniques were his source of confidence. HMPH. I want to avenge my grudge myself. If you need any help, just say the word. Dai Bei didn't ask Tang San where his confidence came from. He only knew that the hatred of having one's wife stolen was irreconcilable. No matter who wanted to mess with Yichu, Dai Mubei would stand up for him. Tang San nodded calmly. Purple aura appeared in his eyes. That light seemed even more dazzling than before. Feeling his mental strength increase considerably, Tang San couldn't help but smile. Truly, nothing lasts forever. Yichu, you just wait. His gaze turned to the window, as if he could see Yichu's death. Yichu would never have imagined that his use of Tsuku Iomi to torment Tang San in the illusion for 3 days and 3 nights would actually bring Tang San's purple demon eye one step closer. Although it hadn't reached the mustard seed stage yet, it had taken a big step forward. Night slowly descended. Yichu, who had spent the entire day shopping with the 3 girls, was leading them to the Soto Grand Arena. Although he had used his self-created soul skill last night, it wasn't nearly enough to train him or increase his proficiency. Therefore, a soul battle was still very necessary for Yichu. Yichu, let's register our team name first. As soon as they entered the arena, Ningrongrong eagerly pulled Yichu to form a team. Okay, no problem. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, you two go in first. Okay, Xiao Chu. Zhu Qing nodded and followed Xiao Wu inside. Soon, the group met in the waiting room. Huh? Zhu Qing's going on stage so soon, yet. Her opponent is a level 36 Soul Master. Xiao Wu stood up to greet them, taking one arm from each of them, then sat down again, allowing Yichu to enjoy the best of both worlds. Following Xiao Wu's guidance, they saw that the opponent's spirit rings weren't even in optimal proportion. Zhu Qing didn't even need to activate the Shadow Spider Spear. The battle was already nearing its end. Everyone. Next up are our spirit masters Yichu and Zhang Tan, whose spirits are the Sharingan and the wind-devouring beast, respectively. Let's give them a warm round of applause. As they watched, Yichu's name was suddenly called from one of the battle arenas. Go, Xiao Chu. Kiss. Xiao Wu hugged his arm and immediately gave him a kiss. Ningrongrong, standing nearby, followed suit and planted a kiss on Yichu's cheek. Kiss. I'm cheering for you too. It'll be more fun if we finish early and go up on stage together. Don't worry, I'll definitely win. Yichu smiled confidently and pinched Ningrongrong's soft cheek. Wait for me here. After walking through a brightly lit passage, Yichu arrived smoothly at the battle arena. Opposite him stood a lean man in his early 20s with long hair, slightly sunken cheeks, and a red birthmark on his neck. Wow, Yichu's appearance was undeniably enviable. The ladies, young girls, and aunties in the stands couldn't help but scream. HMPH. A bunch of vulgar, infatuated women. Ningrongrong sneered from below, her eyes fixed on Yichu. Now, the soul battle begins. Without much exchange or preparation, the soul battle officially began after the host's voice. Martial Soul. Activate, Zhang Tan shouted, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, appeared beneath his feet. Immediately behind him appeared a strange beast Yichu had never seen before. Its entire body was a mustard green, hairless except for its skin. It had horns on its head, resembling a bull. It had a tail, resembling a dog. Its limbs were short and close to its body. Most striking was its large belly, resembling a pig. Martial soul possession. As the words fell, the wind-swallowing beast slowly merged into Zhang Tan's body. His skin turned green, horns sprouted from his head, his mouth grew larger, and his belly swelled up. In contrast, Yichu's movements were much less noticeable. 3 tomos swirled within his pupils, his eyes turning blood red. His blue hair and blood red eyes gave him an eerie appearance. 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, appeared beneath his feet. Little brother, be careful. Tap tap tap. Zhang Tan was a level 37 soul master, belonging to the offensive type. The addition of his martial soul didn't significantly increase his speed, and his bloated body further hampered his progress. Yichu's 3-tomo Sharingan was enough to see all his movements, even the flow of his internal spirit power. Quickly approaching Yichu, Zhang Tan's first spirit ring flashed. First spirit skill, Devouring Wind. As the words fell, his mouth widened again, creating an invisible vortex. Yichu suddenly felt a strong wind pressure bearing down on him. Zhang Tan opened his mouth wide, continuously inhaling deeply. Yichu's steps were almost off the ground, and his breathing became labored. He didn't remain still. A Rasengan appeared in his hand, flying directly into his mouth. Zhang Tan's expression hardened, realizing the power contained within that small ball of soul energy. His second soul ring lit up instantly. Second soul skill, exhaustion. Zhang Tan closed his mouth, and a sudden gust of wind blew from his navel, concealing wind blades within. The Rasengan was blown away, and dozens of wind blades attacked Yichu. This martial soul is truly peculiar. Is the first soul skill the foundation of the second? A strange light flashed in Yichu's eyes. He had already made a preliminary judgment. His footsteps created afterimages, his half-long hair flowing, a ghostly, enigmatic figure. Retreating, Yichu suddenly spat out a fireball over 2 meters in diameter, hurtling towards Zhang Tan. Boom! Zhang Tan turned, his navel directly facing the fireball Yichu had spat out. The hurricane and the flames collided, creating a dazzling spectacle like fireworks. Without pausing, Yichu continued to unleash several fireballs, left, center, and right. One in each direction. Third soul skill, whirlwind aura. His horns suddenly glowed, growing much larger. The remaining wind blades in the air rushed towards his horns, the aura enveloping them. Some of the aura formed a protective barrier. The rest transformed into 2 drill-like vortexes, mixed with shattered wind blades. With these 2 drills atop them, Zhang Tan charged relentlessly towards Yichu. Yichu's powerful fireballs crumbled under his third soul skill. Even some flames were swept up and mixed in, attempting to strike Yichu. Self-created soul skill, Ice Seal. Yichu held his breath, unleashing the extreme cold power from his yin-yang eye of ice and fire. His index and middle fingers came together, and a snow-blue, soccer ball-sized sphere appeared at the fingertips. As Yichu pointed forward, the sphere in his hand suddenly compressed, becoming a ray the size of a thumb, shooting towards Zhang Tan's head. Crack, a few sounds rang out, and the ground beneath Zhang Tan's feet was instantly covered in frost. The constantly rotating vortex was also affected by the icy power, and slowly, Zhang Tan froze in place, like an ice sculpture. Is it over? The host's question was echoed by the other audience members. But Yichu saw everything clearly. Before he could finish him off, cracks appeared in the ice sculpture. Whoosh, the frost on the horns shattered first, followed by the rest of Zhang Tan's body. The 2 vortexes seemed to have run out of power and dissipated. No. It's not over yet. Soul Master Zhang Tan can continue fighting. Seeing Zhang Tan regain his mobility, the host fully utilized his influence, stirring up the enthusiasm of the audience. How? It should be over. A strange red light flashed in Yichu's Sharingan eyes. He saw it clearly. Zhang Tan's soul power trajectory suggested he was about to use his first soul skill again. Yichu took a deep breath and charged towards Zhang Tan, his great fireball technique ready to be unleashed. Sure enough, seeing Yichu approach, Zhang Tan's first soul ring flashed, pulling the enemy in, then delivering a fatal blow. This was his usual tactic. First soul skill, wind devouring. Great fireball technique. A gentle breeze stirred, and the fireball swelled in the wind. Not good. How could this be? Zhang Tan's heart tightened, and he immediately withdrew his first soul skill, seamlessly transitioning to his second. The fireball was significantly larger than the first one, and its speed towards him had increased dramatically. Second soul skill, depletion. Although Zhang Tan moved quickly, the fireball was even faster. Moreover, his second soul skill lacked the sufficient power to build up from his first, making it somewhat ineffective. Bang! The great fireball struck Zhang Tan squarely in the face, producing a loud explosion. As it flew several meters away, a burnt smell wafted through the air. Cough cough. I concede, blood trickled from Zhang Tan's mouth. Having already dispelled his martial soul possession, his clothes were tattered. Congratulations to our soul master Yichu for winning this soul battle. Congratulations, Yichu smiled, quite satisfied with the effects of the 2 powers. Ultimately, it all depended on the amount of soul power consumed. Amidst the cheers of the surrounding audience, Yichu left the soul battle arena. Yichu, you're amazing. By the way, when did you learn to breathe fire? As soon as they entered the waiting room, Ningrongrong ran over and threw herself into his arms. She looked at his mouth curiously, almost prying it open to examine it properly. All right. Stop fooling around. He grabbed her little hand that was constantly poking his cheek and led her back to her seat. The other 2 girls were no longer there. When he returned, he had already heard the name of the cat and rabbit duo. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing must have gone to participate in the 2-on-2 soul battle. Yichu, I want to sit here. Okay, sit down. Hearing his agreement, Ningrongrong opened her arms. Yichu smiled, picked her up, and placed her on his lap. Are you satisfied now? Satisfied? Ningrongrong giggled. hugging him and leaning against his chest. She was determined to make the most of this rare opportunity to be alone with him. Her fingers traced patterns on Yichu's chest. Her face flushed. She murmured to herself, if it could go a little further, I'd be even more satisfied. It will. Yichu hugged her, slowly lowering his head to kiss her forehead. When you're older, Yichu. This young lady will develop eventually. Ningrongrong's face turned red again, clutching her chest in anger. She muttered, you've clearly improved compared to before, you have, Yichu? Slap. Ningrongrong grabbed Yichu's groping hand. Suddenly remembering the popular breast enhancement methods, a struggle flashed in her eyes. Then she made up her mind. Anyway, she would only ever belong to Yichu. The two spent some time alone in the waiting room. Finally, the name of the Churong duo was announced from the stage. Ahem, alright, it's our turn to go on stage. Yichu's face was flushed. He withdrew his hand from hers and helped Ningrongrong stand up. Ningrongrong was almost unable to stand, her fair face now completely red. Really? You went too far. Yichu helplessly pulled her along, his arm around her waist. He used the blue-silver Emperor's soul skill to heal her. I was just trying it out. Maybe it will really work. With Yichu's help, Ningrongrong, now recovered, hugged his arm, blushing shyly. She had been holding Yichu's hand the whole time. Putting her hand on her conscience, she taught Yichu the techniques she knew. Anyway, you have to help me from now on. Otherwise, I'll bite you to death. Ningrongrong suppressed her shyness and grabbed her lover's hand. Seeing that he didn't answer, she directly took his hand and bit it. Hiss. What are you doing? I promise you, okay. Yichu rolled his eyes at her, his own face slightly flushed. This kind of task was infuriating. HMPH. If you really succeed, I'll definitely reward you handsomely later. Yichu smiled wryly. Sure enough, Ningrongrong's fierceness was as strong as ever. The two had already arrived at the soul fighting stage while they were talking. Their opponents, the 3-4 combination, were actually two burly men, namely Black 3 and Black 4. Black 3, Beast Soul Iron Palm Bear, a level 38 Soul Master of the Power Attack type. Black 4, Beast Soul Iron Hoof Horse, a level 37 Soul Master of the Agility Attack type. Haha. Big brother, this time the opponents are actually two little kids and a great Soul Master? Don't think this is a place for them to play love games. Black 4 laughed gruffly, pointing at Ningrongrong and saying to his older brother Black 3. Alright, Black 4. Although this kid looks delicate and tender, don't underestimate him. I've seen his soul battle before, and he's still a bit of a threat. Black 3, as the older brother, was more mature and experienced. HMPH. Yichu, those two dare to look down on me. I'll teach them a lesson later. The two rough men's voices were already loud, and they didn't try to hide anything. Ningrongrong naturally heard it too, and her cheeks puffed out. Alright, our combination is indeed a bit strange, but once you activate your martial soul, they'll naturally know how powerful you are. Yichu squeezed her little hand, comforting her. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see how the Churong combination, which is far weaker than the 3 and 4 combination and possesses the power of a great soul master, performs. I declare the soul battle open. Everyone, activate your martial souls. The host, as usual, brought out the selling point of the soul battle, igniting the atmosphere of the entire audience. Amid cheers, Black 3 and Black 4 activated their martial souls. Judging from the colors, both of them had the best soul ring ratio, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Look, Sen, who had just activated his martial soul, suddenly narrowed his eyes, which reflected a 7-colored light. Damn. Big brother, that little girl is actually a disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Hasey couldn't help but rub his big eyes, somewhat incredulous. The host, of course, wouldn't let such an opportunity pass. Amidst the cheers of the entire audience, Ningrongrong smiled sweetly, holding a spinning 7-story 7-colored pagoda in her hands. 2 yellow spirit rings spread out from her feet. Standing behind Yichu, looking at her man's back, she showed no fear whatsoever. Yichu's eyes also transformed into Sharingan, and his feet still displayed 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, disguised as before. Hey, let's deal with that little girl first. Understood, big brother. The title of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda's #1 support spread throughout the entire Spirit Master world. Hey-san naturally knew what to do. Hasey responded, and the iron hoof horse behind him merged into his body. Black fur grew out of his body. Its feet and hands transformed into horse hooves, as if branded with iron. It slowly arched its body and lay prone on the ground. Haha, what a strange movement. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but laugh at this sight. Alright, Rongrong. Amplify. Yichu's lips twitched. Was this some kind of biomimetic technique? Understood. 7 treasures are famous. First, strength. Second, speed. 4 streams of light flew out, landing on Ning Rongrong and Yichu respectively. Ning Rongrong had just completed her amplification. Hei, already possessed by its martial soul, lit up its first soul ring. Immediately, it used both hands and feet, like a wild horse, charging towards Ning Rongrong behind Yichu. The speed was so fast that it left streaks of afterimages in the air. First soul skill, man like a phantom horse. Yichu reacted immediately, with Ning Rongrong's 30% speed boost. He could keep up with Hei's speed. Just as he was about to attack head-on, an even more muscular black shadow attacked Yichu. Boy! Your opponent is me. First soul skill, Iron Palm killing. Hei-san had also undergone martial soul possession. His body hair became thicker, his arms longer, and his palms became extremely large, like elephant ears, and as hard as iron. His 2 iron palms opened and were placed on either side of Yichu, then suddenly closed. He wanted to kill Yichu in his palms. Sharingan. Yichu only glanced at him slightly, a flash of bloody light. Hei-san's movements froze on the spot, motionless. Big brother, Hei was also startled when he saw Yichu suddenly appear in front of him. He turned his head and found that Hei-san's condition was not right. Wrong. Yichu greeted Ning Rongrong as he met Hei. Ning Rongrong immediately threw the Rasengan at Hei-san. Second soul skill, Horseshoe. Third soul skill, Iron Hoof Stomp. Although Hei was rough, his combat instincts were quite good. His second and third soul rings lit up simultaneously. His hands, transformed into horseshoes, made a throwing motion towards Hei-san. 2 horseshoes formed from soul power flew towards Hei-san, intercepting Ning Rongrong's Rasengan. Yichu's hand revealed a mysterious jade color, and he punched Hei. Hei slightly bent his hooves, then leaped high into the air, dodging Yichu's attack. Then, in mid-air, he gathered his soul power into a giant horseshoe, enveloping Yichu. Yichu, although she knew he shouldn't be injured, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but worry. Boom, as dust billowed, Hei-san finally broke free of control. After seeing the situation on the soul arena, he immediately reacted. Second soul skill, Savage Bear Handprint. A bear paw pushed forward, the soul power attached to it detaching from the paw. It condensed into a 2-meter-long bear paw in the air, flying towards Ning Rongrong. Heavenly Harvest Sun Fate. Zhu's Huking's third soul skill, Netherworld Slash. Yichu, who had used Divine Might to dodge the attack, released the soul skill he had long ago replicated and stored using Heavenly Harvest Sun Fate. A crescent-shaped blade suddenly appeared in the void in front of him, slicing rapidly towards Ning Rongrong. It collided with a bear paw, still retaining some momentum, and continued to attack Hei-san. Hei-san activated his second soul skill again, finally shattering the Netherworld Slash. Second soul skill, Horseshoe. Hei's soul skill also attacked Ning Rongrong again. Yichu's eyes widened. He directly used Divine Might to transfer the horseshoe he had thrown into his Divine Might space. Then he spat out several powerful fireballs to cover himself. Rongrong. Back off, whoosh. A ghostly figure appeared. Yichu swiftly returned to Ning Rongrong's side, leading her backward. He distanced himself from the Black 3 and Black 4 brothers. Yichu, we can't retreat anymore. Although doubtful, Ning Rongrong still trusted him and retreated to the edge. Then I can play freely, Yichu chuckled. Ending a Soul Master level battle was naturally simple for Yichu. It was just a matter of glaring or blinking. But this way, Ning Rongrong wouldn't get any experience. But when leading a girl, you should act like one. Win beautifully. Kids. You have nowhere to retreat. Black 3 and Black 4 had just dodged or destroyed all the fireballs Yichu spat out and continued to chase after the 2 of them. Yichu smiled smugly. Snap, he clapped his hands together, interlocking his fingers, and placed them in front of his chest. Fire release, explosive wind dance, he let out a loud, melodramatic voice. Immediately, divine power erupted in his eyes, and raging flames surged from his mouth. The flames Yichu exhaled transformed into a man-eating vortex, continuously expanding and sweeping towards Heisan and Heisi. 3 chapters combined, 6,600 pages total. Wishing everyone a pleasant life. Chapter 166 Marry Me. Seeing the flames attacking him, Heisan's second soul ring flashed. His second soul skill, the Savage Bear Handprint, a bear paw several meters in size formed from soul power, slammed down on the surging wave of flames. Bang! Unfortunately, after only a few loud explosions, Heisan's second soul skill dispersed several fire snakes. Fire snakes continued to spin, pressing towards him. Not good. Heisi, dodge quickly. Heisan's eyes were filled with firelight, his gaze filled with fear. How is this possible? This is a soul master's soul skill. Heisi was questioning his existence. There was no way to avoid it. My god. Is this still a soul master? Yichu's soul skill almost covered the entire battle arena. The host was also shocked by this scene. In the audience, everyone cheered and shouted for Yichu. Their eyes were only on the wildly spinning fire snakes and flames. Even Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking, who had already finished their battle, stared blankly at this scene in the waiting room. Not to mention Ning Rongrong standing behind Yichu. Her blue eyes had lost focus, leaving only Yichu's tall figure and the fiery, breathtaking background image. On the soul arena, Heisan and Heisi, realizing they couldn't dodge, retreated continuously until they had nowhere left to go. After this attack, his soul power will definitely be depleted. We have to fight to the death. Heisi, stand behind me. Heisan gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. Understood, big brother. Heisi quickly stood behind Heisan, their figures almost overlapping. Heisan's first and third soul rings lit up. First soul skill, Iron Palm Killing. Third soul skill, Bear Paw Prajna. Ha! With Heisan's angry roar, his palm continued to enlarge, becoming as large as a giant eagle's wings, blocking in front of himself and Heisi. Boom boom boom. The spiraling fire snakes continued to attack, wave after wave. After withstanding several waves of attacks, Heisan was bleeding from his mouth and nose. Both brothers had burns of varying degrees. Bang, a muffled thud. The two ultimately couldn't withstand Yichu's explosive barrage and were blasted off the soul arena. Cheerong duo, Yichu? The surrounding audience erupted in a deafening roar of cheers and shouts. This is truly amazing. Let's congratulate the Cheerong duo for winning this 2-on-2 soul arena battle against such a vast difference in soul power. Amidst the host's exciting words and the cheers of the crowd, Ning Rongrong rushed over and hugged Yichu tightly, jumping and hopping around him like a happy child. Ah! Yichu, you're so amazing, he. Alright, let's leave first. Yichu's complexion wasn't good either, he'd overdone it, and his soul power was severely depleted. Okay. Let's go find Xiao Wu and the others. Ning Rongrong took Yichu's arm and walked towards the waiting room. In the waiting room, Xiao Wu and the other girl had been waiting for quite some time. Xiao Chu, are you alright? Xiao Wu, noticing his pale complexion, went to support him with concern. Don't worry, I've already asked him. Yichu just used up a bit of his soul power. Ning Rongrong looked at him with a smile, her eyes full of joy. She liked him very much. Yichu, how do you know my third soul skill? Is it an effect of your soul skill? Zhu Zhuking looked at him curiously. She naturally recognized her own soul skill. That's right. I have a soul skill that can copy other people's soul skills. Yichu nodded. Zhu Zhuking's soul skill was copied during her soul battle. Looking at Yichu with some surprise, Zhu Zhuking could only marvel at Yichu's endless tricks. While Yichu and the others were engaged in a 2-on-2 soul battle, Xiao Wu's solo soul battle had already ended. There was no need for them to linger there. Alright, let's settle our points first. Then I'll take you back to Shrek, okay? The three girls nodded in unison. Yichu had told them this while shopping that afternoon that he would be returning to the Heaven Dao Imperial City tonight. Therefore, they didn't linger. After leaving the Soul Arena, they strolled with Yichu towards Shrek Academy. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, Yichu was receiving a baptism from Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. A few drops of moisture and fragrance remained on his cheeks. Zuqing, aren't you coming over? Adhering to the principle of treating everyone equally, Yichu looked at the somewhat hesitant Zhu Zuqing. His expression was somewhat teasing. The Zhu Zuqing who had forced him before wasn't like this. Seeing Yichu opening his arms to her, Zhu Zuqing naturally wanted to rush in. But the gazes of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu made her feel a little uncomfortable. She exhaled and walked up to Yichu. Her face was bright and flushed, Her cherry lips slightly upturned, and she tiptoed towards his profile. Yichu chuckled, stepping forward to pull her into his arms, lowering his head to capture her soft, thin lips with a kiss. Their pearly teeth clashed. Zhu Huqing placed her hands on Yichu's shoulders. Her face was flushed as if she were slightly drunk, her eyelashes fluttering, her eyes glistening with tears, and she tilted her head back, responding shyly. Slowly, she leaned against Yichu. As their lips parted, glistening drops of moisture glistened at the corners of Zhu Huqing's mouth. Yichu, you're being unfair. I want some too. Ningrongrong watched this scene, feeling quite shy herself. However, she never felt she could resist being close to Yichu. Alright, it's getting late, maybe next time. He cupped her pretty face, giving her a light kiss on the lips. Then don't forget about helping me grow up. Ningrongrong hugged her chest, looking at him with a charming smile. Okay, Yichu awkwardly agreed. Alright, that's enough. Xiao Wu, you guys be careful, okay? He exchanged a glance with Xiao Wu, and after she nodded, an invisible vortex appeared. Yichu's figure began to distort, and then disappeared in front of the three girls. Zhu Qing, how are you feeling? Xiao Wu took Zhu Qing's arm, her tone teasing. Zhu Qing blushed, pursed her lips, her eyes filled with a mixture of shyness and joy. Her voice was gentle and soft. I feel great. The three girls finished teasing and were about to walk into Shrek Academy. At the same time, Yichu had also arrived at the secret room of the Crown Prince's residence. It was as quiet and dim as usual. He sat down at the table, waiting for Jinrixu's arrival. Crown Prince's study. Zhu Qing, who had just finished dealing with the day's affairs, stretched and yawned. He tilted his head slightly, picked up a book that had been lying beside him for a long time, the Two Elements Heart Sutra. Something seemed to be tucked inside. Gently turning the pages, a faint, elegant fragrance wafted out. Tucked in on this page was a specimen of a polygala tenderfolia flower. A slight smile played on his lips. After turning a few more pages, his expression turned cold and stern. Inside were several sheets of paper filled with writing. Each sheet bore the name Yichu. He picked up the recently collected intelligence, looking at Yichu's recent actions in Soto City. A hint of anger appeared on his face. HMPH. That bastard, he clearly has such great talent, yet he wastes his time chasing after women. Snap, he slammed the book shut and stored it in his soul tool. He then looked at the brocade box that had been delivered from the spirit hall that day. He slowly opened it. What came into view was a soul bone. It was entirely purple, crackling with electric arcs. Judging from its completeness, it's at least 70,000 years old. Death Valley, a right arm bone from a 75,000-year-old thunder beast. What a bargain for him, Zhu Qing scoffed, silently putting away the brocade box. Don't bother me unless it's absolutely necessary. Understood, young master. He gave the order to two corners of the room. He got up, opened the hidden door, and walked into the secret chamber. Walking through the secret passage, a golden light slowly emanated from his body. His golden hair gradually grew longer and smoother. His face and features softened. His skin was as white and tender as snow, smooth and delicate. His body, which should be large and shapely, slowly returned to its former state. He still wore a long, simple, fitted golden high-necked palace dress. It hugged his well-proportioned figure, with smooth lines and a noble air, giving him an unapproachable aura. Before even entering the secret chamber, Jinrixu sensed a familiar presence within. A hint of joy flashed in her golden eyes. Her steps became lighter and faster. Entering the secret room, the dim environment seemed to brighten considerably because of her. Her eyes met Yichu's directly. A hint of emotion within her was quickly concealed. How come you have time to come back? Shouldn't you spend more time with a woman you've recently seduced? Her voice was cold and devoid of emotion. She sat down opposite him, her eyes even carrying a hint of disdain. He'd only been out for a short while, and now he had two more women with him. What new women? I've known them for a long time. Yichu helplessly poured her a cup of tea. He wasn't surprised that Jinrixu knew some of his affairs. Given her status, she had eyes and ears everywhere. Is that so? It seems I've underestimated your charm all this time. Jinrixu curled her lips, giving him a cold glance. She harbored resentment inwardly. She knew at least 4 women. How? Yichu chuckled dryly, picking up the teacup on the table and taking a sip. Seeing his smiling face, her delicate fists clenched tightly under the table. A cold smile slowly crept onto his lips. You're still chuckling? Looks like you're quite pleased with yourself. I wonder what you think of my younger sister, Princess Zuke? Has she caught your eye? PFFT, cough cough. Hearing Jinrinksu's teasing voice, he coughed violently, choking on his tea. His face flushed red. What are you talking about? I have no feelings for Zuke. I'm not a casual person, PFFT. Jinrinksu was amused by Yichu's words. She gave him a strange look, a disdainful smile on her face. You're not a casual person? Where do you get the nerve to say that? Yichu is speechless for a moment, wiping the tea from his lips. Anyway, we're mutually attracted, mutual attracted. Jinrinksu's grip on her teacup tightened, the light in her eyes dimming slightly. Speaking of which, isn't this topic getting a little off track? Yichu looked at her strangely. HMPH. I just can't stand a womanizer like you. Yichu's gaze made her flustered, afraid his thoughts would be seen through. She snorted coldly, lowered her head, and took a small sip, secretly adjusting her breathing. By the way, is that pillar I asked you to forge finished? Having ended the previous topic, Yichu inquired about his business. You came back just for this. What do you take this place for? All you do is ask me for favors. Jinrinksu was stunned, and nameless fire rising within her again. She glared fiercely at Yichu, wishing she could tear him apart. This bastard. We can also cultivate later. I'm almost at level 34. You? Hearing his reply, Jinrinksu's breath hitched, her almond-shaped eyes glaring at him. She bit her lip, barely suppressing the urge to draw her sacred sword and chop him down. Cultivate, cultivate. Who cares about a night of cultivation? Don't worry, after we finish our daily training, there shouldn't be any problems. It won't take too long. Yichu, seeing her angry expression, assumed she was anxious about her martial soul fusion technique training. He added another sentence. HMPH. I hope you're telling the truth. Hearing Yichu's words, Jinrinksu's displeasure inexplicably dissipated. She took out a ring from her bosom, playing with it between her fingers. Her eyes held some curiosity as she looked at Yichu. Giving you the things isn't impossible, but I'm curious about what exactly you took from Tang Hao. A secret? A secret? Another secret. Jinrinksu held the ring in her hand. Her eyebrows furrowed, looking at him with displeasure. She didn't understand why Yichu always had so many things he couldn't tell her. Did he think she would harm him? Fortunately, she had expected this answer. The things she mentioned earlier weren't just those iron pillars he needed for unknown purposes. The right arm bone was also included. Jinrinksu glanced at Yichu indifferently, then tossed the soul tool in her hand to him with a flick of her wrist. She was pleased with Yichu's quick response, but disliked the content of his reply. Since that was the case, she would keep the soul bone for a while. Thank you. Yichu took the ring, checked its contents, and after confirming everything was alright, stored it in his divine might space. If you want to thank me, spend more time with me, cultivating. Humph, she glared at Yichu, then downed her tea in one gulp. I'll try. So, if there's nothing else, shall we begin cultivating now? Yichu pointed to the bed against the wall, seeking her opinion. Alright. Yichu's businesslike attitude made Jinrinksu somewhat disheartened. She got up and sat cross-legged on the bed. Yichu followed closely behind, sitting down close to her back. Smelling the unique fragrance emanating from Yichu, Jinrinksu's mind calmed down considerably. She intertwined her fingers with his, but before long, her brows furrowed again. She smelled other scents on Yichu. Besides Ningrongrong's, there were two unfamiliar ones. She didn't know why, but this feeling was more unpleasant, even repulsive, than what she had read in the intelligence reports. We can begin. Yichu was ready, but Jinrinksu withdrew her hand. No need. I'm not in the mood today. What's wrong? Feeling the touch on her back disappear, Yichu turned around, looking at her strangely. Nothing, just a little tired. Jinrinksu stood up and paced forward, feeling somewhat irritated. Her mind involuntarily drifted back to her grandfather's strategy of binding this guy to the Jin family. After a moment's thought, she turned back to look at Yichu. Do you remember when I asked you to agree to one condition? Of course I remember. What, have you decided? Under Yichu's curious gaze. Jinrinksu pursed her lips, seemingly still struggling with something, a slight blush appearing on her face under the glow of the night shining pearl above. This made her already beautiful face even more breathtaking. She lightly bit her lip, as if she had made up her mind. Her eyes sharpened, staring directly at Yichu. Pointing a finger, her voice, with a hint of force, echoed throughout the secret chamber. I want you. Yichu stared blankly at her, anticipating her next words. After a moment of silence, Yichu's expression gradually turned strange as he stared blankly at Jinriksu, who was still pointing at him. That's it, yes. I said I'm done. Jinriksu nodded firmly. Seeing Yichu's bewildered expression, she walked up to him, bent down, and looked him in the eye. She emphasized again, you heard me right, I want you to dump them all, and then, marry me, wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 167 Slap in the Face. Seeing Jinriksu approaching, Yichu couldn't help but reach out and place his hand on her smooth forehead. Are you alright? Feeling the warmth of Yichu's palm, Jinriksu's exquisite face blossomed like a red flower, her delicate features rosy and tender. Every time they made contact, she would become somewhat unsettled. Her eyes flickered, and she suddenly regretted her impulsiveness. But it was already here. The die was cast. Slap. She slapped Yichu's hand away, turned her head away, and quickly straightened up, not daring to look at him. Her voice was somewhat hurried. Quickly tell me your answer. Yichu stared intently at her serious expression, a forced smile appearing on his lips, and helplessly spread his hands. Don't joke around, your status is beyond my reach. Status? Jinriksu frowned as she looked at him. You even dared to lay a hand on the future heir of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Do you care about status? His eyes slowly turned dangerous. This excuse was truly lame. Hearing this, Yichu awkwardly dropped his smile and became much more serious. I'm sorry. I really can't agree to your condition. He had finally decided to be a scumbag and be clear about it. He wanted to take responsibility for the girls and give Xiao Wu and the others a warm home. Yichu didn't want to let go now. After he finished speaking, the secret room fell silent. The two looked at each other, trying to read something from each other's eyes. Jinriksu stared at him, her face flushed mostly with anger. She clenched her fists. She hadn't expected him to refuse so decisively. Then, a sense of shame quickly welled up in her heart. Damn it! He refused. How was she going to explain this to him? After taking a deep breath, Jinriksu, trying to appear calm, turned away, her face quickly turning red with embarrassment. She was going crazy inside. She should have known better than to bring up this condition. Her clever mind was working frantically, as if she had thought of something. Her golden eyes lit up. In the blink of an eye, her breathing gradually became steady, and she spoke calmly and unhurriedly. It was as if nothing had happened. All right. Since you don't agree, let's leave it at that for now, huh? Yichu raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. This change of heart was too fast. So frivolous. Actually, this is the idea from the Hall of Offerings. Your martial soul and the 6-winged angel have a high compatibility. This is just to bind your martial soul to my Jin family's worship, so, you don't need to take this condition to heart at all. Jinriksu turned around, already back to her calm and composed demeanor. She felt a little smug. This explanation was quite reasonable, wasn't it? Besides, she wasn't lying. That was exactly how it was. This wasn't her idea. She had initially disagreed. But Yichu's reaction made her uneasy again. Is that so? I thought. Hearing his voice, Jinriksu's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately blushed and interrupted him. What do you think? Do you think I'd fall for a womanizer like you? Jinriksu would never share a husband with another woman. She glared at Yichu, her voice icy. Don't even think about it. Yes, I understand. Yichu nodded calmly. He knew Jinriksu's pride and arrogance. Although she was indeed very beautiful, rich, fair-skinned, and powerful. He had even considered using some low-down tactics like seducing her to achieve goals such as obtaining the vast ocean universe cover. But those were just thoughts. He couldn't handle this woman. Seeing Yichu nod, Jinriksu gritted her teeth again. You understand? You understand my ass. I don't know how this guy manages to seduce women. Since you understand, then don't overthink it. Her eyes gradually turned colder. She stopped dwelling on the condition she had impulsively proposed earlier. All right. Let's get serious. That wasn't my suggestion, so it doesn't count. My condition is that I need you to help me hunt souls. After emphasizing again that the previous condition was irrelevant to her, Jinriksu stated what she originally wanted. Hunting souls? You have 2 titled Douluos with you. Wouldn't they be more suitable and efficient for this kind of work than me? Yichu looked at her in surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, He saw Jinriksu's teasing gaze, and his heart skipped a beat, his expression changing. His secret has been discovered. The next moment, Jinriksu confirmed his inner thoughts. You did hide it very well, if it weren't for the fact that when we were verifying compatibility, the prickly puff and the others saw your soul ring configuration, your strange first condition, and Du Yuan's fourth ring, I would never have discovered that you have such an ability. Jinriksu sat back down at the table, picked up her tea and took a small sip. When facing Yuchu, who was younger than her and had lower soul power, yet could defeat her, she enjoyed the feeling of being superior to Yuchu, and she also liked his surprised expression. When we were verifying compatibility, Yuchu was taken aback, he hadn't even noticed. That's right. It was during that time. Your dark purple spirit ring configuration was truly unbelievable. Jinriksu looked at him, exclaiming in amazement. She rested her chin on one hand, holding a teacup in the other, glancing at Yuchu with a somewhat expectant look. Could I see it? HMPH, no need for that. Yuchu was silent for a moment, then sighed helplessly. He politely declined her request to see it. Since she already knew, there was no need to hide it anymore. I can indeed help others obtain spirit rings beyond their current age, but I can't help you with yours. What do you mean by that? Jinriksu narrowed her long, sharp eyes, slamming her cup on the table. Not only would he not let her see it, but he had also decisively rejected her again. She felt a surge of anger and resentment. A hint of sadness lingered between her brows, and her voice deepened. Is it that you're unwilling to help me? Of course I'm not unwilling. After all, this is a condition I promised you before. It's just that my current abilities aren't sufficient to acquire a soul ring older than 20,000 years. Yuchu waved his hand, indicating his inability to help. Jinriksu's next soul ring was the sixth, with a maximum absorption limit of 20,000 years. He could currently only control soul beasts of about 15,000 years for sacrifice. I see. Jinriksu's tone softened considerably, and the tea at her lips tasted slightly sweet again. It's alright. I'm only level 58 now, you still have time to grow. It's fine if you're willing to help. But, there are some things I need to clarify with you first. She understood Yuchu's predicament. Suddenly, her tone shifted. Her delicate hand, enveloped in soul power, was raised high. Bang. Suddenly, Jinriksu slammed her hand on the stone table with a crisp sound. She abruptly stood up, glaring at Yuchu with hostility. Damn it! What are you doing? Her sudden action startled Yuchu. She ignored him coldly, and 5 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, rose beneath her feet. The 6-winged angel martial spirit immediately appeared and possessed her. Her long golden hair was bathed in golden light. 6 wings unfurled behind her, and a divine light illuminated the entire secret chamber. As the 5th spirit ring flashed beneath her feet, her wings fluttered gently. In an instant, she appeared before Yuchu, floating slightly off the ground. She held a divine sword in her hand, its divine fire's heat subtly contained. Like an ordinary sword, it was pressed against Yuchu's throat. Yuchu, sensing no hostility, made no move. He simply tilted his head slightly, looking at her with a hint of speechlessness. Can't you girls just talk things out? Why do you have to do this, Yuchu? Don't lump me in with your women, Jinriksu shouted sharply, feeling somewhat displeased. His golden eyes shone brightly, appearing deep and solemn. All right. So what do you want to say? Yuchu frowned, offering no rebuttal. Jinriksu held her sword, her face expressionless, simply looking at Yuchu calmly. Yuchu, I know you have great talent and many secrets, but I don't want you to lie to me. Hey, what I said earlier was true. My current limit is 15,000. Don't speak yet. Wei pressed the sword against him, lifting his chin back, interrupting Yuchu. Jinriksu, don't go too far. A bloodshot glint appeared in Yuchu's eyes, his eternal kaleidoscope appearing, staring intently at her. Just one glance, and Jinriksu's face flushed slightly. She quickly looked away, not daring to meet Yuchu's eyes. HMPH. Now I understand how you seduce women. Jinriksu shifted her gaze, turning it to Yuchu's neck, her words laced with mockery. Hell, Zuke hasn't seen my eyes. Yuchu wasn't entirely without temper either, coldly retorting. You bastard, still so smug. Jinriksu's expression changed, a faint light flickering on her sacred sword. The sacred fire within was about to burst forth. I've never been smug about this, but you are. What exactly do you want to say? Yuchu replied coldly. What do I want to say? A cold smile curled at the corner of Jinriksu's lips. I just wanted to give you a heads up. You should understand what our spirit hall's purpose is, right? After a moment of contemplation, Yichu didn't answer. This question was already obvious from Jinriksu's act of infiltrating the Heavenly Dao sect and impersonating the Crown Prince. How? Since you understand, do you think we'll be enemies in the future? Who can say for sure about the future? Yichu's eyes flashed. He too was somewhat uncertain about the future of the continent. Some things had changed slightly from what he knew. Not receiving a definite answer from Yichu, Jinriksu gripped her sword even tighter. Yichu, although your martial soul is very compatible with the six-winged angel, if you ever dare to stand against me, I won't forgive you. I understand. Now that you're done, shouldn't you take your sword away? Yichu didn't doubt Jinriksu's words. He extended two fingers to push her sacred sword away. You'd better take my words to heart. Also, Jinriksu still didn't take the sword away, but pouted, a hint of shyness appearing on her face, her words pausing. Her gaze fell on Yichu, her tone losing its previous sharpness and forcefulness. I advise you to settle down and stop looking for women, otherwise you'll regret it someday and have to dump them. Hey! Why are we back to this topic again? Yichu's Sharingan was already closed, and his gaze towards Jinriksu was somewhat strange. As a woman, she was quick to change her expression, which Yichu could understand. But the topic had jumped around a bit too fast. He couldn't keep up. HMPH. What kind of look is that? I was just worried you might do something rash and turn against me, so I thought of a way out for you. Marry me, and you'll be second only to me, and I guarantee no one will dare touch you. Yichu stared at her intently. These words sounded so familiar. It seemed like these weren't meant for him. A strange emotion slowly rose within him as he met her gaze, trying to discern something. Yichu's gaze caused several blushes to rise on Jinriksu's face. A golden light flashed around her, and the color faded instantly. She quickly explained, don't overthink it. I just value talent. Only your martial soul, talent, and strength are good enough for me. It can also greatly enhance the strength of my martial soul hall. Oh, unable to discern anything, Yichu casually agreed. The way out she mentioned was one Yichu would never take. Seeing his perfunctory and indifferent attitude again, Jinriksu's eyes narrowed, and anger rose from her heart. Her hand holding the holy sword trembled. Crack. 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 After a few crisp sounds, the entire secret chamber fell silent. Yichu had stopped thinking. He turned his head, somewhat dazed. He was completely frozen. His mind went blank, and his right cheek was flushed. Jinriksu's holy sword was pressed against his face, and he could still feel the warmth of the holy fire. After only a moment of silence, a loud, angry shout echoed throughout the secret chamber. Jinriksu, Yichu, realizing what had happened, instantly darkened his fair face, and the flush on his right cheek was completely covered. Jinriksu had actually slapped him a few times with a holy sword. His eyes were bloodshot, and his soul power was restless. Puhaha! Jinriksu let out a rare, charming laugh, which was very bright and captivating. But Yichu had no time to appreciate it. He simply stared coldly at her, his body even tinged with a blood-red hue. A blood-red skull was faintly visible. What? Are you trying to hit me or kill me by activating your flawed martial soul true body? Jinriksu looked at him mockingly. A smile spread across her face as she sheathed her divine sword. She took a few steps back, her eyes filled with provocation. Yichu lowered his head and let out a long breath. Not coming? You? Jinriksu's smug expression suddenly changed, a red glint flashing in her eyes, her body stiffening abruptly. When she regained her senses, Yichu was already behind her, his hand raised high. An illusion? Yichu didn't speak, and Jinriksu's face darkened. Just now, when Yichu raised his head, she had been controlled by an illusion for a moment. Yichu! You dare! Feeling the palm wind attacking from behind, Jinriksu gritted her teeth, somewhat embarrassed and angry. She immediately turned to attack, raising her sacred sword. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. Yichu slapped her buttocks. In an instant, the situation changed dramatically. Whoosh! Jinriksu whirled around, unleashing a divine sword strike. Bang! Golden sword energy sliced through Yichu's body, striking the stone table behind him. The table was instantly cleaved in two with a deafening crash. Yichu! You're courting death? Jinriksu pointed her sword at him, tears welling in her eyes. The burning pain made her heart pound. She was filled with shame and indignation. No one had ever dared to treat her like this before. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? HMPH. You hit me several times, I only hit you once. Considering you're a girl, I won't hold the extra hits against you, let's call it even. Yichu, wielding his divine power, stood fearlessly before Jinriksu. We're even? I'm not done with you. If you've got the guts, fight me fair and square. Jinriksu glared at him fiercely, her eyes even flashing with murderous intent. Alright, you can fight another time. I'm leaving now, you're not allowed to leave. Sensing two extremely powerful auras surging in from the secret passage, Yichu didn't want to cause any more trouble. He activated his divine power, and his figure vanished without a trace. Damn it, bang! Jinriksu slashed out with her sword again, and the bed behind her made another loud bang. Clang. The sound of porcelain hitting the ground caught Jinriksu's attention. There, on the now ruined bed, was a porcelain bottle. Jinriksu had just taken a step when her brows furrowed, and her steps became somewhat unsteady. Damn it! How dare they use such force, miss? Are you alright? The porcupine and the serpent spear burst into the secret room and appeared before Jinriksu. The two titled Douluos looked at the secret room in ruins. Having roughly figured out what had happened, and having learned from past mistakes, she dared not ask further. Jinriksu's face flushed even more, afraid of embarrassing herself, and she dared not take another step. Serpent spear. Help me pick up that bottle, miss. Here, serpent spear. Douluo picked it up without saying a word and handed it to Jinriksu. Taking the porcelain bottle, Jinriksu opened it and sniffed it. Her anger intensified. Alright, you two can leave. Yes, miss. After the two, serpent spear and porcupine, left, Jinriksu flapped her 6 wings, lifted herself a short distance off the ground, and slowly moved. She opened a hidden door in the wall of the secret room and flew into her boudoir. The decorations inside were mostly warm and elegant. A purple gauze curtain covered the soft bed. After dispelling her martial soul possession, she wanted to slowly sit down, but tears welled up in her eyes. Damn it, cursing again, Jinriksu had no choice but to lie down on the bed. Looking at the ointment in his hand, he didn't even apply it to his slightly asymmetrical buttocks. Instead, he stared blankly. Yichu. Don't you really have even the slightest feeling for me? You ungrateful thing. At this moment, Yichu had already returned to the ice and fire yin-yang well secret realm. Yan-yan. Yan-yan, Xiaolan? Senior Douluo. After calling out a few times, Yichu sensed Xiaolan's location again. She was indeed no longer in the secret realm. Yichu frowned and immediately contacted Xiaolan through the life seed within his body. This girl isn't asleep, is she? After a long time without a response, Yichu called several more times. Brother, don't bother me. Finally, a slightly drowsy, soft voice rang in Yichu's mind. It seemed she really was asleep. Yichu shook his head, although he didn't know where they had gone. At least he didn't have to worry about their safety. They came quickly and left quickly. Yichu formed a hand seal, and his figure slowly disappeared into the secret realm. The night was alluring. In a dormitory not far from the girls' dormitory at Shrek Academy, Yichu appeared directly inside, 2 chapters combined, 5,200 words long, wishing everyone a happy life. QQ Group. 831,821,005. Chapter 168. I'll smash your dog head. Shrek Academy was shrouded in the deep darkness of night. In the boys' dormitory, Daimyo and the others were already fast asleep. Only on Tang San's bed sat a dark figure. In the darkness, a pair of purple eyes shone. Tang San looked much better now. He lowered his head, clenching his fists. Feeling that his energy had fully recovered, a look of joy appeared on his face. His eyes gleamed. The smile on his lips slowly turned cold, even twisted. His voice was low and ruthless. Yichu. I will make you pay. The 3 days and 3 nights of excruciating, bone-deep torment in the Tsukuyomi space were unforgettable. He slowly laid down. Looking at the bright moon hanging high in the sky, he seemed to see a smiling face with rabbit ears. Daimyo's words from earlier that day suddenly echoed in his ears. His face turned ugly, then slowly relaxed. As long as he killed Yichu, Xiao Wu would still be his. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He should go to sleep early. He hadn't seen Xiao Wu for several days. He had to get up early tomorrow. A surprised voice came from Yichu's dormitory. Wrong. Yichu had just returned to his Shrek Academy dormitory when he noticed a figure lying on his bed. A small, delicate face, peaceful and beautiful. She turned to her side, covered herself with a blanket, revealing half of her fragrant shoulder. Seemingly awakened by Yichu, she slowly opened her somewhat hazy eyes. Yichu, I've been waiting for you for so long. Her voice was soft and weak, somewhat half asleep, and she opened her arms, wanting to embrace Yichu. Why did you come here? Didn't I say I was going back to Douluo City tonight? Yichu smiled helplessly, bent down, and reached out to poke her soft cheek. Come on. Ningrongrong didn't answer in her sleep, still opening her arms, inviting him to sleep together. Okay, Yichu nodded. Lying together with her wasn't the first or second time. Without hesitation, he took off his coat and lifted a corner of the blanket. He had just laid down when Ningrongrong snuggled into his arms. They turned to face each other, embracing. Yichu? Ningrongrong hugged Yichu, their bodies pressed tightly together. Heads tilted slightly back, their red lips and white teeth met, a tender embrace. Yichu's hand rested on her waist, smooth and warm through the thin fabric. Ningrongrong was still wearing the same two small pieces of clothing as before, plus a gossamer thin gauze coat. The kiss ended. Ningrongrong's face flushed, her eyes gleaming. She playfully stuck out her soft, pudding-like tongue at Yichu. He looks like I didn't wait in vain. He gently touched her forehead. If Yan Yan were here, you might have waited in vain. Yichu's words sobered Ningrongrong considerably. She glared at him reproachfully, her eyes widening. Yichu, why are you always like this? When we're alone, you're not allowed to mention other women. Sorry, I'll remember. I'll pay attention next time. Get some rest. He chuckled dryly and gently patted her back. HMPH, Ningrongrong snorted coldly, resting her head on Yichu's chest, seemingly remembering something. Her face turned bright red. The two straps on her shoulders slowly slipped down. Yichu? What's wrong? Yichu looked at her curiously, not understanding why her body temperature had suddenly risen so much. You'll start massaging me today. You promised me. Ningrongrong tilted her head up. Her face already flushed, her eyes shimmering with a captivating, watery light. Okay. Although his mouth was a little dry, Yichu nodded gently, remembering his promise. Receiving his reply, Ningrongrong gently grasped Yichu's hand and placed it on the area where she needed to improve blood circulation. Her skin was smooth, like porcelain. Upon first contact, Yichu was also somewhat flustered. He then noticed that Ningrongrong's already meager clothing was already partially removed. Let's begin. Yichu could feel Ningrongrong's heart was soft and beating rapidly. Her speech was somewhat incoherent. Yichu responded softly, feeling a little nervous himself. Recalling the techniques Ningrongrong had taught him, he slowly began to massage. Ningrongrong's lips parted slightly, exhaling warm breath. Her body trembled slightly. The massage seemed to be very effective. Her body slowly warmed up, and her blood flowed faster. Her entire body was flush pink. Dawn broke. The sun rose on the horizon. Ningrongrong, her face rosy, leaned on Yichu's shoulder. One slender arm reached out from under the blanket and embraced Yichu's head, a smile still playing on her lips. Yichu held Ningrongrong, who was still fast asleep, his hand beneath the thin veil, indulging in its silky smoothness. His brows furrowed as he heard some noise nearby. Just a few steps from Yichu's residence, Xiao Wu and Zhu Xiuqing, who had just gotten up and left their dormitory, were stopped. Tang San, what's wrong? Xiao Wu looked at the lean young man with black hair and black eyes, dressed in a light blue cloth robe, blocking her way. Her expression was somewhat impatient. Zhu Xiuqing also looked at him coldly. Xiao Wu, I know you don't like the cafeteria food, so I went out early this morning to buy you some fresh carrots. Tang San smiled, reached for his soul tool at his waist, and a bag appeared in his hand. He had gotten up early, even skipping his purple demon eye cultivation, to go out and buy them. He confidently handed it to her, looking at her happily. Xiao Wu, these are your favorite carrots. Do you like them? Xiao Wu looked at him coldly. Under his expectant gaze, she took a few steps forward, reached out and grabbed the bag, taking it from Tang San with a look of delight. Her thin lips parted slightly, her expression indifferent. I like it. Hearing her voice, Tang San looked at her excitedly. Great. Then I'll thump. Before Tang San could finish speaking, the sound of carrots falling to the ground filled the air. His expression stiffened, and he forced a smile, looking at Xiao Wu with confusion. He spoke with some difficulty. Xiao Wu, why? Xiao Wu threw the empty bag in her hand at Tang San's face, covering his annoying, self-righteous face. Her voice was calm and emotionless. "Yes, I like it. But I didn't ask you for it. I didn't ask you to buy it." She said this with a hint of mockery, a cold smile appearing on her face. Her voice rose, filled with impatience. "Tang San, don't bother me again. Otherwise, Sister Xiao Wu will kick your dog head off." The bag fluttered to the ground, and Tang San happened to see Xiao Wu's fierce expression. Her scarlet eyes glared at him, filled with ruthlessness, even a hint of murderous intent. "Xiao Wu." Tang San's heart skipped a beat, his face paled, and his dark pupils contracted sharply. "Zhu Qing, let's go." Ignoring him, Xiao Wu took Zhu Qing's arm and was about to leave. "Xiao Wu, are you going to find Yichu?" Swish. A blur flashed past, and Tang San blocked Xiao Wu's path again. His eyes were gloomy and bloodshot. "So what if I am?" "It's none of your business." Xiao Wu frowned, looking at him unfriendly as he continued to pester her. "You're not allowed to go. That piece of trash is not worthy of you," Tang San shouted angrily, his face contorted, and he spread his arms to block her way. "Shut up. Don't you dare talk about Xiao Chu." "Tang San, what makes you think your Chu is trash? You couldn't even withstand a single glance last time." Hearing his insults towards Yichu, Zhu Qing, who had been watching coldly, also looked at him unfriendly. "You're the trash, that's right. You're the trash." Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, chiming in. "Get out of my way, HMPH. I only fell for his dirty trick last time by accident. He's no match for me, PFFT, ha ha ha." Just as Tang San finished speaking, a loud laugh came from behind him. Yichu had just approached when she heard Tang San say he used a dirty trick. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. When it comes to underhanded tactics, who in the entire Douluo continent could compare to Tang San from the Tang sect? "Xiao Chu." Yichu's Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing's voices rang out in surprise. Tang San also looked back. His eyes immediately flashed with hatred and a murderous light. Blue hair, a handsome face, and a white outfit trimmed with silver threads. Every move he made exuded nobility. Tang San couldn't understand why that ordinary guy from back then had changed so much. Yichu ignored him and walked over to the two women. "Zhu Qing, good morning." He reached out and gently squeezed Zhu Qing's soft hand, making her cheeks blush, which earned her a shy response. Good morning." He then took his hand and placed it on Xiao Wu's head, gently rubbing it. "Are you alright?" No. Xiao Wu shook her head comfortably, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. "Useless. Take your filthy hands off me." Seeing Xiao Wu completely defenseless in Yichu's hands, her face flushed with embarrassment, Tang San felt a pang of pain in his heart. A cold glint flashed in his hands, and he had already drawn his hidden weapons. This time, he was on high alert. Yichu removed his hands. Xiao Wu puffed out her cheeks, glaring hatefully at Tang San, this troublesome fellow. "Tang San, I didn't expect you to be lively and energetic again so quickly." A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Yichu's eyes. Since the other party hadn't learned her lesson, he would just have to put in more effort. Thanks to you. My strength has improved quite a bit," Tang San sneered, his eyes flashing with a captivating purple light. Yichu frowned, surprised that the 3 days and 3 nights of torture he had inflicted on him had actually boosted his mental and spiritual power. This guy was really like a cockroach. "Yichu, why did you come back? You already have Ning wrong. Why did you come to ruin things between me and Xiao Wu?" Tang San's eyes flashed coldly, and his spirit rings rose, with blue-silver grass swaying around him. "Tang San, if you dare to talk nonsense again, believe me, I'll deal with you." Xiao Wu's eyes turned cold as she glared at him. "Xiao Wu, can't you see? He's involved with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing. He's not really. None of this has anything to do with you. I'm willing. And I'm already Xiao Chu's woman." Xiao Wu hugged Yichu's arm, her face flushed. Tang San's mind went blank, and then he let out a desperate roar. "No. Impossible, absolutely impossible." Her eyes were filled with disbelief, bordering on hysteria. "Xiao Wu, you're lying to me, aren't you?" "Lying to you?" Yichu sneered, pulling Xiao Wu into his arms and lowering his head to kiss her sweet, soft lips. Xiao Wu cooperated, blushing, seizing the opportunity to enjoy it. "No. Yichu, you're asking for death." Tang San, seeing this, was furious. He roared, throwing out 2 willow leaf darts. At the same time, a cat's meow rang out. Clang. Sparks flew in front of Yichu. The willow leaf darts were blocked by Zuzhuking. Zuzhuking. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you. Tang San took out another bone-piercing nail, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Looking behind her, Xiao Wu's body slowly softened, leaning against Yichu. She hooked her arms around his neck, letting him take what he wanted. His heart ached. Then let's try. Zuzhuking stood firmly in front of Yichu and Xiao Wu, her face cold. 3 spirit rings, yellow and purple, pulsed beneath her feet. Brother Dai was right. You really are a slut. Tang San sneered viciously, about to throw a hidden weapon at Zuzhuking. Zuzhuking frowned. What right did Yubei have to talk about her like that? All right. Zhuking, let me handle this. Just as tensions were about to break, Yichu wiped his mouth, one arm around the now limp and weak Xiao Wu. He also wrapped his other arm around Zuzhuking's waist, stopping her from attacking. Tang San's hidden weapons were no joke. Xiao Wu. Tang San's gaze fell on Xiao Wu. His lips were almost bleeding from being bitten, and his eyes were red. The person he longed for was leaning against someone else like a limp rag. Her face was flushed, and her lips were still wet. He had never seen Xiao Wu like this before. He couldn't imagine what Xiao Wu would be like with Yichu. A sudden panic gripped her heart, and she quickly cleared her mind of all thoughts. To her, this was nothing short of blasphemy. Zuzhuking, held in Yichu's arms, blushed and obediently nodded. Yes, be careful, his weapons are all poisoned, don't worry. Yichu handed Xiao Wu to Zuzhuking, telling her to take her aside. His eyes flashed with a blood-red light as he stared directly at Tang San. Tang San, you should know very well about my relationship with Xiao Wu. I advise you not to even think about her again. How? Xiao Wu was just deceived by you, you scum. Tang San's voice was already somewhat hoarse. Back then, you were gone for so many years, and I was the one who stayed by her side. You don't deserve it at all. A sudden purple light flashed in his eyes, and he threw all the bone-piercing nails at Yichu. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. No matter what, as long as he killed Yichu, Xiao Wu would return to his side. Having learned from past mistakes, Tang San didn't dare to underestimate Yichu and decided to strike first. Left for so many years, Yichu scoffed. How could he know why he had left for so many years? Back then, Tang San and his son had both harbored the idea of killing him and acted on it. If not for that, why would he have left? He didn't say anything more. Since he still harbored those unrealistic fantasies, then so be it. His expression turned cold, and a bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. All of a dozen or so bone-piercing nails pierced through Yichu's body. How could this be? Yichu ignored Tang San's shock and spat out a fireball more than 2 meters in diameter, carrying billowing heat, which hurtled towards Tang San. Chapter 169 The Loser. Tang San's expression hardened, and the first yellow spirit ring beneath his feet lit up. First spirit skill, entanglement, whoosh. Dozens of thick blue-silver grasses, like vines, surged forward layer upon layer, intercepting the fireball midair. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, and the blue-silver grasses were reduced to ashes. Tang San's face paled slightly. His gaze turned forward, and he raised his huge crossbow. But Yichu was already gone. From the side, a blur of motion appeared, throwing a punch at his face. Zhuan Yu hand. Tang San lowered his knee, twisted his hip, and his jade-colored palm, as hard as iron, met Yichu's fist. How? Yichu sneered, and frost suddenly formed on his right fist, covered with a layer of ice crystals. Tang San frowned. He didn't understand what kind of spirit skill Yichu was using. His spirit was clearly his eyes. Crack! The two fists collided, producing a crisp sound. Yichu's other fist also slammed towards him. Just as Tang San was about to pull his left hand back, he suddenly felt a chill. His pupils dilated in shock, his left hand had been frozen solid. Their fists were now joined together, encased in ice. Yichu wasn't about to let him create distance and transform into a porcupine or a jetpack warrior. Damn it, Tang San cursed, firing this huge crossbow in his other hand directly at Yichu. Ha, you're asking for death? Seeing that Yichu didn't dodge the crossbow, a cruel expression appeared on his face. In his view, at such close range, even a god couldn't dodge an arrow fired from this huge crossbow. How is this possible? It missed, Tang San exclaimed in shock. He watched helplessly as the arrow he had fired pierced Yichu's body. The expected blood splatter didn't appear. The arrow seemed to slice through the air, embedding itself in the ground some distance behind Yichu. PFFT, while he was still in shock, Yichu showed no mercy. His left fist was the color of cold jade, covered with irregularly shaped ice blocks, like a transparent, hard gauntlet. A single punch shattered half of Tang San's face. Blood streamed from his nose, his face was a bloody mess, and he coughed up blood. His eyes were momentarily dazed, but quickly returned to focus. His purple demon eyes were still flashing. No. I didn't miss just now. He pierced through my attack, as Yichu used the connected ice blocks to pull him back, intending to let his head slam into his fist again. Tang San realized what was happening. His face turned ashen, and the muscles in his chest contracted. The hidden shadow shot was immediately triggered, unleashing a dense barrage of poisonous needles and a cloud of poisonous mist. If it couldn't hit, then poison it. How? Yichu sneered, still neither dodging nor avoiding, and punched Tang San in the face again. Impossible. PFFT, Tang San spat out another mouthful of blood. The shattered area on his face, soaked in the poisonous mist, throbbed with a hoarse, ant-like pain. Tang San's entire head was sent flying backward by Yichu's punch. His head tilted back, his back arched, and he even seemed to float slightly in the air. Unfortunately, Yichu was holding his hand, preventing him from flying backward. How is this possible? Tang San opened his bloodied, split eye, his pupils rolling as he stared intently at Yichu, who had inhaled his specially prepared poison. How could he be unharmed? Yichu threw another punch, a contemptuous smile on his face. Long after consuming the two immortal herbs, the fiery apricot and the eight-cornered ice grass, he had become immune to all poisons. Without pausing, Yichu pulled Tang San back again, intending to deliver another punch with his blood-stained, icy gauntlets. The fist loomed large in front of Tang San once more. Panic and fear filled his eyes. His prized hidden weapons and poisons were ineffective against Yichu. At this rate, he would lose. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Xiao Wu in the distance, watching them with worry. No. I can't lose. Tang San's eyes widened suddenly, his right hand hidden behind his back. He was pulled back by Yichu, gritting his teeth as he met Yichu's iron fist. The wind from the impending punch stung his wound. A smug smile appeared on Yichu's face. Tang San also sneered, his mouth full of blood as he muttered, "First soul skill." Entanglement, whoosh, dozens of thick blue-silver grasses wrapped around Yichu's right arm. Barks with paralyzing poison extended from them. Die, seeing that Yichu's hands were immobilized, Tang San immediately raised his right hand from behind his back. A small black hammer had appeared in his hand. Instinctively, Tang San even used the power techniques of the chaotic cloak. Leg, waist, arm, the clear sky hammer slammed down towards Yichu's face. Crack, a shattering sound rang out. Thud, a muffled thud, and blood splattered. Tang San's face was turned to the side, his eyes glazed over. His cheek, which had been perfectly intact just moments before, was now stained with blood. Just moments ago, he had only felt a slight warmth on his left hand. Then, Yichu's right hand donned the frost gauntlet and struck his uninjured left cheek. Yichu's left hand was entangled in blue-silver grass, while his right hand remained in a punching stance. A hint of satisfaction played on his face. His Sharingan was no joke. Every move Tang San made was observed. He could see right through Tang San, completely naked. Ugh! Die! Tang San forced himself to stop, his feet sinking into the ground. He twisted his body, using the force of Yichu's punch to propel himself forward. He transferred the force of Yichu's punch to his right hand, the hammer still aimed at Yichu. Simultaneously, the two spirit rings beneath his feet lit up. Entanglement, parasitism. Blue-silver grass surged from the ground. He tightly gripped Yichu's right hand, and blue-silver grass sprouted from his body, enveloping him. Tang San's face revealed a cruel smile, his gaping mouth dripping with blood, like a demon about to devour someone. PFFT. You really don't learn your lesson, Yichu sneered, and before Tang San's incredulous eyes, he pierced through his blue-silver grass. Instantly stepping in front of him, he raised his right fist. He bent his leg, twisted his waist, and loosened his shoulder. Then, with all his might, he delivered a straight punch directly to Tang San's face. The icy, bone-chilling sensation shattered his nose. Snot, tears, and blood flowed down, a mixture of salty and bitter tastes. His mind buzzed. His feet left the ground, and he flew backward. Blood bloomed in the air, blossoming into crimson flowers. Whoosh! Still not giving up, as he flew backward, Tang San didn't forget to use his hidden weapon technique, throwing the clear sky hammer in his hand. Unfortunately, Yichu still managed to dodge it with his divine power. Tang San's attack speed was too slow, and his understanding of Yichu was still stuck in his days at Nodding Academy. Yichu, on the other hand, was different. He had a thorough understanding of the current Tang San. With his intentions on the side of the unsuspecting, who else could possibly lose? Bang! The clear sky hammer smashed a crater the size of a wash basin behind Yichu. Tang San also crashed to the ground not far away. His head tilted slightly back, a hint of madness in his eyes. What kind of soul skill is this? Impossible. It's impossible that I couldn't hit it. This is impossible, Tang San muttered incoherently, struggling to get up. Yichu walked forward unhurriedly. From the beginning until now, it had only taken 5 punches, and Tang San was already bleeding profusely from his head. Tang San knelt on the ground, slowly rising, his face covered in blood, which slid down his chin. In contrast, Yichu, dressed in a white and silver-trimmed outfit, was spotless, without a single drop of blood. There's no way you can miss. Die, his hands, resting on the 24 bridges under the moonlit night, blurred into blur as he relentlessly hurled hidden weapons at Yichu. Yichu walked slowly, watching his throwing technique. Then he slowly began to run, his speed increasing as he charged towards Tang San. Bathed in hundreds upon hundreds of hidden weapons, he neither dodged nor evaded, none of them touched him. He quickly reached Tang San. With a light tap of his toes, he instantly appeared beside Tang San, aiming for the back of his collar. Tch, Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, quickly straightening up and retreating. At the same time, slightly hunching over, a thicker arrow shot towards Yichu's face from the back of his collar. A crossbow with a floral pattern. Swish. Unfortunately, it passed right through without a doubt. Yichu continued his advance, his brows suddenly furrowing. Under the scrutiny of his Sharingan, Tang San's throwing technique had subtly changed. Tang San, his face grim, mechanically threw his hidden weapons, several poison darts. The darts grazed Yichu's body, and he was already standing before Tang San. In his crimson eyes, a disheveled figure, his face covered in blood, was reflected. Finished throwing, Yichu stood before him, his voice calm. Finished, fear had vanished from Tang San's eyes, he focused entirely on using his purple demon eye, guarding against Yichu's illusion. Zhuan Yu hand. A punch came at Yichu, utterly lacking in skill. Yichu dodged to the side, causing the attack to miss. Ice condensed on his hand, ready to strike Tang San. Tang San ignored it, seemingly willing to trade injury for injury, and also threw a punch at Yichu. But his speed was no match for Yichu's. Xiao be careful, Yichu! Behind him, Xiao Wu and Zhu Ziuqing cried out in alarm. Tang San finally stopped hiding his true feelings, revealing a slightly manic smile. Haha. Too late, whoosh. Batwing reincarnation. The several darts Tang San had thrown earlier arced through the air, piercing Yichu's back just as Tang San finished speaking. Sizzle. Cough cough, a few drops of black blood appeared on the ground. Yichu's smile remained unchanged. Several darts were embedded in Tang San's shoulder, and his whole body trembled slightly. How could you? PFFT, Yichu didn't give him a chance to speak. Gauntlets reappeared on his fist, and he punched Tang San in the stomach. Tang San's feet left the ground. And when he landed again, he knelt directly on the ground. What a pity. Still a little short, Yichu chuckled. He had already noticed something was wrong with Tang San. Yichu was somewhat familiar with his underhanded tactics. Batwing reincarnation. That one technique was what led him to become the Shrek Academy champion. Tang San knelt on the ground. Clutching his stomach, blood dripped from his mouth, his lips tasted bitter, and he almost vomited bile. He gasped for breath, unable to speak, completely exhausted and unable to fight any longer. Yichu stopped abruptly. He didn't want to delay Tang San's help with Oscar's soul hunt. If his son didn't go, his father wouldn't come either, and his act wouldn't be possible. The injuries Yichu had inflicted were merely superficial, and the poison was his own. He should recover quickly. It wouldn't disrupt their journey. Xiao, are you alright? Xiao Wu and Zhu Ziuqing ran towards him. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yichu went to meet them, taking one in each hand. Yichu, Did Rongrong go to your room? Zhu Xiuqing blushed, mimicking Xiao Wu's gesture, and hugged Yichu's arm tightly. Her heart was pounding with anxiety. She's definitely there, she smells like Rongrong. Xiao Wu sniffed at Yichu and rolled her eyes at him. Let's go find Rongrong for breakfast first, Yichu chuckled awkwardly. Though he wasn't the same person he used to be, his face still flushed. Zhu Xiuqing gave him a very different feeling, very fierce. Okay, Xiao Wu also noticed Yichu's change, frowning as she looked at the ominous sign emanating from Zhu Xiuqing. She sighed helplessly. Zhu Xiuqing nodded, her body swaying slightly. Not only her, Yichu's face also felt hotter. The three of them completely ignored Tang Sen, who was still crawling on the ground, not even deigning to glance at him. They stepped over the fallen carrots and slowly walked away. Xiao Chu, buy me some carrots. Xiao Wu's crimson eyes were gentle as she shook Yichu's arm, pleading sweetly. She was indeed a little hungry. But she only wanted Yichu's carrots. Okay. If we go shopping today, I'll stock up for you, thank you, Xiao Chu. Xiao Wu happily kissed Yichu on the cheek, her eyes forming crescent moons. She preferred Xiao Chu's taste to carrots. Xiao Wu, Tang Sen, like a defeated dog, lay prostrate on the ground, his head covered in blood. He looked up and watched Xiao Wu accompany Yichu as they slowly walked away. His heart was bleeding. Yichu. Wait, I'll definitely kill you. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, and blood seeped from the wounds on his face again. His hands gripped the grass tightly. You just wait. His Tang clan's methods didn't stop there. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust. The three arrived at Yichu's residence, opened the door, and entered. Yichu, where have you been? Ning Rongrong had only just woken up, rubbing her eyes as she sat up, forgetting to pull the covers up. Yichu, what did you and Rongrong do? Why isn't she dressed? Zhu Xiuqing asked Yichu, blushing and looking down. We didn't do anything. Just like that day with you, Yichu coughed twice and explained, holding Zhu Xiuqing's hand. Hearing his words, Zhu Xiuqing's face turned even redder. She had made quite a sacrifice that day. Rongrong. Why are you wearing only a transparent dress? Xiao Wu, that rascal, had already stepped forward and was poking at her conscience. Xiao Wu, Xiuqing, you, why are you here? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise, quickly grabbing the blanket and snuggling back under it, her whole head turning red. HMPH. We didn't see you when we woke up, so of course we came here to catch you cheating. Ouch. Xiao Chu's Xiao Wu covered her head, looking at Yichu, who had given her a flick on the forehead, with teary eyes. Why are you saying such harsh things? Yichu helplessly rubbed her head. That's right. I belong to Yichu, Ning Rongrong echoed, clutching the blanket tightly. Looking at Zhu Xiuqing, who was wrinkling her nose beside her, her smile suddenly froze. I think Xiao Wu is absolutely right. Zhu Xiuqing's cold voice rang out, picking up a blue and white striped garment. Her gaze towards Ning Rongrong held a hint of displeasure. This girl was even more outrageous than herself. By the way, did this get damp from being left on the ground? Zhu Xiuqing rolled her eyes, looking at Ning Rongrong with a mocking expression. Ning Rongrong stammered, unable to speak, and overwhelmed with embarrassment, she screamed and buried herself completely under the blanket. Rongrong, you've removed all your gear. Xiao Wu also looked at Yichu curiously. What are you two doing? Zhu Xiuqing also turned her gaze to Yichu. No, don't tell. Ning Rongrong's anxious voice came from under the blanket. It's nothing. The weather was indeed a bit damp last night. Yichu scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. He really couldn't tell the two of them about this, otherwise Ning Rongrong would kill him. Zhu Xiuqing just glanced at him indifferently. She wanted to throw what she was holding to Yichu, but her face flushed, and she threw it back on the ground. Xiao Wu also stuck out her tongue at Yichu and made a face. Yichu smiled awkwardly and called out to the bundle of blankets, Rongrong. Come out quickly, okay, wait for me, soon. The bundle of blankets wriggled a few times, and Ning Rongrong poked her head out again. She had changed into normal clothes. Not long after, the group went to Shrek Academy's cafeteria together. Zhu Xiuqing and Xiao Wu hugged Yichu. Ning Rongrong followed beside him with a flushed face and her head slightly lowered. She probably wouldn't be able to lift her head for a while. Dai Mu Bei, feeling angry, decided to avoid seeing it and went out to eat with Fatty. Oscar, however, was mostly focused on cultivation. Therefore, there was no one else in the cafeteria this time. Breakfast was spent feeding each other. Dong, dong, a loud bell rang. This was the sound of Shrek Academy students assembling for class. Why is class starting so soon? Xiao Wu asked, biting her chopsticks, somewhat unhappy. Don't worry, I'll be with you for at least this period. That's good. Ningrongrong wiped her mouth, looking at Yichu happily. Zhu's Huking also had a hint of joy in her eyes. Although she wanted to become stronger, it didn't seem to conflict with spending time with Yichu. Alright. Let's go, Yichu smiled. Assembling at this time meant Oscar must have already broken through. He placed the utensils in the designated area. Yichu led the three girls to the training ground, 2 chapters combined. A long chapter of 5,000 words. Wishing everyone a happy life. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Good Soul Master. 2 figures were already standing on the playground. Short and stocky, like a city wall, Xiao Wuji had some scars on his face. Beside him was a white-haired boy with captivating eyes, Oscar. Looking at the beautiful women around Yichu, Oscar felt incredibly envious. Is it just you few who came? Xiao Wuji frowned, looking at Yichu and the others. Yes, Teacher Xiao, we just rushed over from the cafeteria, we didn't see anyone else. Hearing Ningrongrong's answer, a smile flashed in the eyes of Yichu and the other two. She truly hadn't seen anyone else. HMPH. These little brats. Xiao Wuji clenched his fist and stretched his thick neck. TCHY not little bear blind man, Xiao Wu pouted, muttering under her breath. Xiao Wu, what are you saying? Xiao Wuji glared at her, his scarred face showing a strangely fierce expression. Yichu instinctively shielded Xiao Wu with half his body. Ningrongrong and the other girls stared intently at Xiao Wuji. His wide eyes glanced subtly at Ningrongrong. Thinking of her identity, the wound on his face suddenly throbbed slightly. Teaching this year's students was truly frustrating. A hint of embarrassment appeared on his face, but he didn't pursue the matter further. Alright, I called you here to inform you that all classes are cancelled today. Take a good day to rest. Tomorrow morning we'll head to the starred out Great Forest to hunt for Oscar's 3rd spirit ring. Oscar has broken through to level 30. Ningrongrong looked at the white-haired boy next to Xiao Wuji, her eyes filled with surprise. Yes. He just broke through this morning. Oscar's face beamed with a smile. As a commoner spirit master, to break through to the spirit venerable level at this age was indeed a monster. Xiaoyao, you should tell Tang-san and the others to let Mu Bai and the others rest well when they get back, so they don't look like weaklings tomorrow. Understood, Teacher Xiao? That's all for now. Everyone disperse. Xiao Wuji patted his shoulder, waved his hand, and turned to leave. He also needed to rest. As the instructor leading this group of students, he dared not slack off in the slightest. Xiao Chu, since there's nothing else, let's go shopping and buy carrots. Xiao Wu rested her head on Yichu's shoulder, feeling very pleased with Yichu's care earlier. No problem, Yichu nodded, it was a good opportunity to buy some supplies. Wrong. Oscar, who was standing to the side, hadn't left yet, looking at Ningrongrong as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Oscar, is there something you need? Ningrongrong was about to say something to Yichu when he interrupted her. She turned around and looked at him strangely. I want to talk to you alone. Oscar looked at Yichu with some concern. After all, Ningrongrong was now his woman, and his request was indeed somewhat inappropriate. Ningrongrong frowned slightly, exchanged a glance with Yichu, and sought his opinion. Seeing him nod affirmatively, she agreed. Alright, let's go over there. Ningrongrong pointed to a clearing under a large tree not far away. Yichu, wait for me here for a while. Understood, Yichu chuckled. He probably knew what Oscar wanted to talk to Ningrongrong about. Oscar followed Ningrongrong to the tree. Yichu, I won't go. I want to master the concealing spirit technique you gave me as soon as possible. Sorry, Zhu's Huking, who had been holding Yichu's arm, released him at this moment. Her face showed a hint of apology. It's alright. Just focus on your cultivation. Yichu knew that she only wanted to become stronger, so he didn't mind. He took her small hand, pulled her into his arms, and whispered in her ear. When I have time, I can practice combat with you alone." "Really?" Hearing the word alone, Zhu Zhuking's eyes lit up, and she looked at Yichu happily. Of course, Yichu answered affirmatively. He completely ignored Xiao Wu, who was pouting beside him. "By the way, how far have you progressed with that secret technique?" Yichu released her, reached out and touched her pretty face, the warmth from his touch reddening her fair skin. He brushed aside the strands of hair on her face. Zhu Zhuking grabbed his hand, which made her feel itchy, and 3 spirit rings, yellow and purple, rose from her feet. "I can already conceal a 1,000-year spirit ring, but I'm not proficient yet. I can only conceal 1. Rongrong is much better than me." There was some joy on her face when she talked about herself, but she became a little disheartened when she mentioned Ning Rongrong. She had clearly spent much more time than her. "Why are you making that face? Didn't I tell you? I'll help you." "That's right. Zhuking has Xiao." Xiao Wu stepped forward and took her hand. "And Rongrong and I." "Yes, I believe you." Zhu Zhuking looked at Yichu and nodded slightly. Yichu raised an eyebrow, directly pinched her chin, and lifted her slightly lowered head. He gently touched her red lips. He looked at her earnestly, a warm smile on his face. His voice was soft and sincere. "Zhuking, you should believe in yourself more than me." Zhu Zhuking looked at her reflection in those azure eyes. A soft smile suddenly appeared on her rosy face. She released Xiao Wu's hand, cupped Yichu's face, and kissed him. Xiao Wu looked at her in surprise, and could hear the sound of teeth clattering together. "All right. I'll go cultivate now." She released Yichu, wiping her mouth shyly. Without waiting for Yichu's reply, she turned and left. A faint smile remained on her face, and the coldness in her eyes was gone. Yichu was right. But there's no need. Even if she becomes stronger, she still wants to lean on him. "Xiao Wu, what are you doing?" Ugh. Just as she was watching Zhu Zhuking leave, Xiao Wu grabbed Yichu's pale face and, standing on tiptoe, offered her lips to him. "Oh. Xiao Wu, you're actually trying to rub against me, aren't you?" Cheating. Having just sent Oscar away, Ning Rongrong, who was walking towards Yichu, snorted and ran towards him. "Hey, Rongrong, let me catch my breath." Xiao Wu had barely moved her lips when Ning Rongrong grabbed Yichu's collar. It was a seamless transition. Oscar, who hadn't gone far, also heard Ning Rongrong's voice. He couldn't help but turn around and glance at her. He just happened to see Ning Rongrong's move, and a look of envy and strangeness flashed across his face. His lips twitched. In public, it was really indecent. But in an instant, he withdrew his gaze in a little regret. A relaxed smile appeared on his face. He had already joined the 7 treasure glazed tile school. From now on, he would receive a large sum of money every month, and he would no longer have to worry about money. Ning Rongrong also promised to introduce him to the younger generation of the 7 treasure glazed tile school elders. He wouldn't have to worry about marriage anymore. After a short while, Yichu took the 2 women into the city. He didn't spend all day playing with Xiao Wu and the other girl. After shopping with them and buying some things, Yichu sent them back to Shrek Academy first. Then, he went alone to the Spirit Hall branch in Soto City and found the 1,000-pound demon-slaying brothers. He asked for several pairs of mother and child glass balls to pass messages. On the way, he finally contacted Xiao Lan. It turned out that Du Guyan had taken her with him to various spirit arenas for practical training with the royal fighting team. After instructing her not to cause trouble and to pass on a few words to Du Guyan, Yichu continued to attend to his own affairs. Back at Shrek Academy, Yichu and Zhu Zhuking practiced sparring again. Soon the sun was high in the sky. On the ground, there were small holes from spider spears, pits from fireballs, and claw marks on tree trunks. In a sparsely wooded area, Yichu's voice rang out. "Zhuking, that's enough for today. I have some things to take care of." "Okay." Yichu sheathed his martial soul. Zhu Zhuking, not far away, also sheathed her spider spears. She quickly walked to Yichu and straightened his clothes. She didn't ask where he was going. "Come back soon." "Yeah, I should be back before sunset." Yichu looked at the pair of cat ears in front of him and couldn't help but reach out and pinch them. They felt wonderful, warm and soft. Zhu Zhuking's heterochromatic eyes trembled slightly. The cat ears that had grown from her martial soul turned pink and hot, just like her face. Her cat tail seemed to struggle, swaying wildly. Although Yichu's actions made her very uncomfortable, she bit her sexy red lips, lowered her head slightly, and silently endured it. I can wait until you come back." Her voice trembled, and the last word, play, was barely audible. If she hadn't been so close, Yichu might not have heard her. Ahem, sorry. Yichu coughed twice, a hint of embarrassment on his face, and pinched her soft cat ears again before reluctantly withdrawing his hand. "It's alright." Zhu Zhuking's cherry lips parted slightly, her breathing becoming labored, her face flushed. Even her legs felt a little unsteady. Then I'll go, okay," he nodded gently. Zhu Zhuking watched Yichu disappear from sight, the blush on her face still lingering. She raised her hand and pinched her cat ears, her body trembling slightly. The feeling after being touched by Yichu was different from usual. The next day, the sun rose, and the dawn broke. The Shrek Academy assembly bell rang. Shrek Academy students emerged from their dormitories one after another, heading towards the training ground. Yichu, too, had finished getting ready under Xiao Wu's care. It was unclear whether the three girls had planned to take turns raiding him at night, but these past 3 days had been anything but the same. Although he and Xiao Wu had already had a physical relationship, Yichu had resisted a relentless pursuit and hadn't let her succeed. Today, he needed to conserve his energy. On the training ground, by the time Yichu and the others arrived, everyone was already there. Even Flander, who had disappeared for several days, reappeared before them. Tang Sam stared at Yichu with a sinister gaze. The wounds on his face had mostly healed, leaving almost no trace. Xiao Wu, seeing Xiao Wu, he greeted her as usual, but she responded with a cold snort. He felt a pang of sorrow mixed with relief. At least Xiao Wu wouldn't ignore him. Daimubei also glared at Yichu with murderous intent, not just at his exposed hand which was wrapped in bandages, but at his entire right arm. The flesh inside would likely take quite some time to heal. Even if it grows back, it won't be the same as before. Ma Hongjin didn't show any reaction, but his eyes became more subdued. Yichu? Right. Flander adjusted his new glasses, his sharp, eagle-like gaze fixed on Yichu. Yes, Dean Flander. Yichu nodded to him. He had also seen the hateful looks in Tang San and Daimubei's eyes. As the dean, he had to say some things. It's fine if you come along, but you must cooperate properly during the soul hunting process. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Don't worry, Dean, I know what I'm doing. Yichu would certainly spare no effort in hunting souls for Oscar. After all, he was now a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, so nurturing him wouldn't hurt. That's good, Flander nodded, not saying anything more about Yichu's topic. Well then, I have nothing more to say. You can set off with old Zhao now, huh? Teacher, we haven't had breakfast yet. And we have to walk such a long way. How can we possibly manage? Ma Hongjin immediately complained, rubbing his stomach and frowning. HMPH. Isn't there a mobile supply station in the team? If you can't keep going, just ask Oscar for some sausages. This is also a kind of training for you, Flander squinted. He should have been in this class much earlier, but Tang Hao had delayed him. Yet, fatty, as long as I'm here, you definitely won't starve. Oscar patted the fat guy, who was a head shorter than him, and waved a sausage in front of him. Little Oscar, if you dare to hit my face with your sausage again, believe me, I'll breathe fire and burn it. The fat guy snatched the sausage from his hand and pushed him away in disgust. Hey, fatty, you'll have to beg me someday, alright? Stop fooling around, let's go now. I hope you all come back safely. Old Zhao, Flander stopped them from continuing their antics. Xiao Wuji stepped out beside him, hands on his chest, a cruel smile on his face. Follow me, we need to run all the way to the starred-out Great Forest. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed out. No way, teacher. Are you serious, fatty? Stop howling and catch up. Daimubei smacked him on the back of the head and quickly followed Xiao Wuji's pace. Huh? Yichu, do we really have to run? Ningrongrong ran beside Yichu with a bitter face. Let's run first, and when you get tired, I'll let you rest in my divine might space for a while. Yichu could indeed take her directly to the starred-out Great Forest. However, although the teaching at Shrek Academy was incredibly monotonous, it was undeniable that running was indeed somewhat useful. Moreover, judging from Zhu Zhuking's condition, she would definitely keep running, and Yichu had no reason to abandon her. Wrong, if you really can't keep going, we'll help you. Xiao Wu didn't seem to care much, as long as she could be with Xiao Chu, she was willing to do anything. Zhu Zhuking nodded in agreement. Alright then, Ningrongrong wasn't unable to keep going, but she had a more convenient option. The Stardao Great Forest is located in the southeast of the Bara Kingdom, with a small portion bordering the kingdom's territory. Soto City is also in the southeast of the Bara Kingdom, only about 500 kilometers away from the Stardao Great Forest. With Oscar's help, Daimyubei and the others were able to replenish their stamina. Ningrongrong boosted Oscar's speed, but he was still being supported by Tang San and Daimyubei. Ningrongrong herself was also being supported by Yichu and Xiao Wu. Without stopping, they ran until nightfall, only a few dozen kilometers from the outer edge of the Stardao Great Forest. Following Xiao Wuji's footsteps, the group arrived at a small town. Those who live near the mountains live off the mountains, those who live near the water live off the water. This small town seemed quite prosperous. Shops lined both sides of the street, selling mostly things related to soul masters. There were antidotes, armor and weapons, and some people even sold small captured soul beasts. Xiao Wu, who had been looking around, saw the soul beasts imprisoned in cages, a hint of sympathy flashing in her eyes, and her mood sank considerably. Yichu grabbed her hand and squeezed it. Ahead, Xiao Wuji stopped in front of a very ordinary-looking inn. The first floor was the dining area, and the second floor had private rooms. "We'll rest here tonight, and you'll have to pay for your own expenses," Xiao Wuji pointed to the inn. After saying that, he ignored them, booked a room, and went upstairs. Shrek Academy's financial situation didn't allow for travel expenses. But they were clear-headed, their teacher wouldn't take advantage of his students while they were away. After booking their rooms, the group tacitly agreed to have a meal first before going upstairs. Finally, I can have a proper meal. I've been eating Xiao Ao's sausages all day, I'm about to throw up. Amidst Ma Hongjin's howls, the waiter seated Yichu and his group of 8 at the same table. "Shut up. Hurry up and order." Daimyubei gave him a cold look and tossed a menu to him. Ma Hongjin, besides being a womanizer, was also a glutton. He was quite the expert at ordering food. "Boss Dai, this time. I don't know what to order." Ma Hongjin glanced at the 7 people around him, somewhat embarrassed. Although the 8 of them were gathered around the same table, the atmosphere wasn't good. They were clearly divided into 3 factions. At this moment, Oscar, who had already received a considerable amount of gold soul coins, stepped forward. He patted his chest, his face beaming with smiles. With money in his pocket, his back straightened a bit. "Fatty, order whatever you want. It's on me this time, damn." "Xiao Ao, you're not serious, are you?" Ma Hongjin looked at him in shock. When the 3 of them occasionally went out for meals, Daimyubei always paid the bill. Although Oscar's life was better than his own, which was obsessed with prostitution, it wasn't much better. "Of course it's true. Consider it a thank you for helping me hunt souls. Over the years, I've managed to save up a bit, then I won't be polite." Ma Hongjin rolled up his sleeves, as if he was really about to make a big splash, and quickly ordered more than a dozen dishes before turning to look at Yichu. "Oh, brother Yichu, is there anything else you need? After all, I don't know your tastes, it's enough, thank you." Although Yichu didn't particularly like this evil fire phoenix, he didn't want to offend someone who was smiling. "Then bring us one of these." Oscar didn't even blink, took the menu, and tossed it to the waiter. Just then, another group of men and women walked in from outside. They were about the same size as Yichu's group, 8 people. The leader was a middle-aged man, followed by 6 men and 1 woman, 7 young men and women around 20 years old. They were all dressed in moon-white soul master robes, with a middle-aged man at the front wearing a robe embroidered with silver threads that shimmered with light as he moved. Each of them had a giant circular mark on their shoulder bearing the words Kang Wei. Their ostentatious entrance immediately drew the shop owner's attention. This also caught Ma Hongjin's attention. His beady eyes scanned the only woman in the Soul Master group. "Boss Dai, look, that girl's not bad looking, she'll definitely be a good match." Daimyubei glanced at her briefly before looking away. Watching Zhu Ziuking wash the dishes for Yichu like a dutiful wife, Daimyubei, who was almost bursting with anger, merely glanced at the group from Kanghu Academy and snorted disdainfully. "Just a small Kanghu Academy, what's there to be so proud of?" Neither Daimyubei nor Ma Hongjin lowered their voices, especially since soul masters have exceptional hearing. Not only did the female students from Kanghu Academy glare at Ma Hongjin, but even Xiao Wu and the others gave him a slap. The fat man's words were truly vulgar. "Kid, who do you think you are, daring to insult our Kanghu Academy?" At the next table, a young man slammed his fist on the table and stood up, glaring angrily at Dime Yubei and Yichu. Fatty and his gang are going to cause trouble again. This is going to be good. Oscar was already used to it and obediently watched the excitement. What kind of good show? Tang San, who had been staring at Xiao Wu, also came back to his senses and looked at him strangely, somewhat puzzled. This is what my teacher said, a soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble isn't a good soul master. As the saying goes, those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre. Mo Hongjin smiled indifferently. He didn't choose his target randomly. He knew very well that provoking people from the Soul Master Academy was the safest option. At most, it would just result in a fight. Is that so? As expected of the Monster Academy, even their training methods are so unique. Tang San was stunned for a moment, and a slight smile and praise appeared on his face. Yichu took a sip of the tea that Zhu's Huking had poured for him and quietly watched this scene, a famous scene about how to become a good soul master. HMPH. You are not worthy to know the name of our academy. Dime Yubei smiled coldly, completely ignoring them. At this time, the dishes that Ma Hongjin had ordered were ready. The waiter was just about to bring the dish over when he passed between two tables. The people at the Kanghu Academy table exchanged glances. Immediately, someone shoved the waiter, followed by a gasp. The dish, still covered in hot soup, was about to be dumped on Dime Yubei's head. If there are any issues with the chapter, please refresh. This is a 3-in-1 chapter, a 6,000-word-long chapter. Wishing everyone a pleasant life. Chapter 171 Going Home. Tang San, who happened to be sitting next to Dime Yubei and glancing sideways at the group from Kanghu Academy, naturally saw their actions. He simply reached out and snatched the dish from the waiter's hand. With a smile, he placed it in front of Ma Hongjin without any hesitation. Fatty, your food is here. Dime Yubei's expression turned cold, a disdainful smile appearing on his lips. As the young man made his move, another person from Kanghu Academy also stood up, pretending to help the waiter. However, he secretly kicked out, trying to knock Dime Yubei's chair away. Dime Yubei's bandaged right hand had already begun to secretly gather soul power. He also lowered his body to stabilize his stance. He was already holding back a lot of anger, and he wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to vent his frustration. Bang! A muffled sound. The young man's body stiffened, and his face turned ugly. It was as if he had kicked a tree. His entire leg went numb. You're courting death, Dime Yubei coldly shouted, his already pent-up anger exploding in an instant. Clenching his fist, he swiftly turned around, unleashing a terrifying punch towards the chest of the fairly tall young man. Not good. The young man's expression changed drastically. He tried to raise his hand to block, but it was too late. Bang! Dime Yubei's fist slammed solidly into his chest. The young man was sent flying backward, crashing onto the dining table of the Kanghu Academy group. The Kanghu Academy members quickly caught him, and the middle-aged man who was leading them also stood up. His face was a mixture of shock and anger. PFFT, the young man lying on the table coughed up blood, looking much weaker. Sorry, I misjudged. Dime Yubei was completely unfazed, spreading his hands, his face showing innocence, but more so, mockery and disdain. I didn't expect him to be so weak. Haha, kid. Which academy are you from? The leader of the Kanghu Academy glared at Dime Yubei. I already said, you're not worthy to know. As Dime Yubei's words fell, the surrounding diners stood up one after another, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Their eyes were also filled with excitement. After all, they might be able to watch a free group battle. Crunch, crunch. Mo Hongjin next to him was also eating his food casually, not taking Kanghu Academy seriously at all. The food in this restaurant is pretty good. You guys are really arrogant, all of you. Go and teach them a lesson. The middle-aged man leading the group had a dark face and waved his hand to order his students to fight back. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wu jumped up and put one of her little feet directly on the table. Great. There's going to be a fight. Yichu's displeased nasal voice came from the side. Oha. Xiao Chu, after being glared at by Yichu, she could only sit down reluctantly, clutching the hem of her clothes. PFFT ha. Ningrongrong giggled and wiped the table in front of her clean. Aside from the person injured by Dime Yubei, who was level 27, and the only female student, who had just broken through to level 30, the other 5 were all below level 25. After they activated their martial souls, their soul rings were uniformly one white and one yellow. This made Daimyubei and Ma Hongjin burst out laughing. Haha. Is this what they call an advanced Soul Master Academy? This fatso, Tang Sen, let's activate our martial souls. Their disdain intensified. Daimyubei's muscles bulged. And 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, floated beneath his feet. His right arm, wrapped in bandages, was completely asymmetrical compared to his left. Clenching his fist, Daimyubei glanced back at Yichu and the others who were watching the spectacle with a hint of killing intent. Phoenix Possession, Tang Sen and Ma Hongjin also summoned their martial souls. Blue-silver grass swayed around Tang Sen, and 2 chicken wings hung from the fat man's arm, looking somewhat comical. A soul master, the leader of Kanghu Academy's team, narrowed his eyes, looking at the youthful faces of Daimyubei and his group, somewhat shocked. Whose subordinates were these? He thought his students were already quite excellent, but now, compared to them, the others were simply monsters. The 5 members of Kanghu Academy, seeing the soul ring configuration of Daimyubei and his group, also considered retreating. Before their leader could even recover and tell them to go back, with a single command from Daimyubei, they were all dealt with. Little San. Fatty, Daimyubei didn't care about anything else, he needed to vent his anger. First soul skill, entanglement, Tang San understood immediately, his first soul ring flashed, and many blue-silver grasses appeared out of thin air in the restaurant. They directly bound the 5 men. Ma Hongjin and Daimyubei didn't want to cause any deaths, so they didn't use soul skills, but instead quickly stepped forward and punched each of them several times. Stop. All of you, stop. The leader of Kanghu Academy, hearing the screams of agony, immediately unleashed an aura of power. He stood in front of the 5 people, forcing Daimyubei and his group back. You all step back. Looking at his students with bruised and swollen faces, his face darkened. He looked at Daimyubei and his group with a serious expression, wanting to know their background. I am Yichu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Kanghu Academy. May I ask which academy you are from, Soul King? Daimyubei's heart tightened. He hadn't expected there to be a master on the other side. We are from Shrek Academy. Yichu? Yichu? His name is a bit like yours, Ningrongrong Bitter Chopsticks, and she, who had been watching the show, suddenly turned her gaze to Yichu. Yichu, however, had no time to pay attention to her. His eyes were fixed on various directions. In secret, he had already activated his Sharingan, but he concealed it with life mimicry, so that he looked no different from usual. Xiao, what's wrong? Xiao Wu tugged at his sleeve, thinking she had upset him earlier. Nothing, I'm looking for someone. Yichu grabbed her hand and shook his head slightly. Looking for someone, Zhu Zhuking, who was adding food to his plate, looked at him strangely. Although she knew Yichu's martial soul could see through things, he clearly hadn't activated it yet. Sure enough, there nearby, he suddenly tightened his grip on Xiao Wu's soft hand. A slight smile appeared on his face. He quickly looked away, just in case something went wrong. While Yichu was looking for someone, due to the shop owner's request, their battleground had moved to outside the inn. Oscar hesitated for a moment, but still followed. Mainly because the view was clearer outside. Hurry up and eat, then go upstairs to rest. Seeing Xiao Wu's eager eyes, Yichu helplessly took out a carrot from his divine might space and fed it to her. Outside, Yichu had already set up his stance, arms crossed. I'll give you another chance. It's not too late to admit your mistakes. Daimyubei smiled wickedly. Wrong? What's wrong? What's right? Might makes right, HMPH. Young people who don't know their place, at this point, for the sake of the reputation of his Kanghu Academy, he had no choice but to take action. His face showed anger, and he roared. Come at me all at once. I'll teach you a lesson on how to behave. He then stretched out his hand and beckoned to Tang Sen and the other 2. You can make the first move, haha. Remember, we're not human, we're monsters. Ma Hongjin flapped his scruffy wings a couple of times, looking quite smug. His lewd eyes also glanced at the only female student on the other side. Before he could finish speaking, Daimyubei's second spirit ring lit up. Second spirit skill, White Tiger Blazing Light Wave. A milky white beam of light shot from his mouth directly towards Yichu's chest. Tang Sen followed closely behind, his first spirit ring flashing. A thick patch of blue-silver grass sprouted beneath Yichu's feet. Well done, Yichu shouted coldly. 5 spirit rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, immediately rose from beneath his feet. Facing the attacks of the two, his first and second spirit rings simultaneously lit up. First spirit skill, Zhuan Turtle Protection. Second spirit skill, Zhuan Water Ice Seal. A Zhuan turtle spun half a circle behind him. Then, a tortoise shell enveloped his body. Turning his back, he used his tortoise shell to meet Daimyubei's spirit skill. Around him, a black light, like flowing water, spread out with a chilling aura. Tang San's blue-silver grass visibly frosted over, slowing considerably. When it approached and touched Zhichu's tortoise shell, it quickly shattered inch by inch. Bang! Daimyubei's attack also landed on his tortoise shell, and Zhichu's body didn't even tremble slightly. Ma Hongjian's movements were much slower, but he wasn't about to fall behind. A phoenix fire line shot directly towards Zhichu from his mouth. His evil fire was extraordinary, dispelling much of the surrounding chill and emitting wisps of white smoke. Feeling the heat from behind, Zhichu quickly dodged. His first soul skill was, after all, white. Facing the fat man's flames, he was somewhat powerless. Haha. You old turtle, why aren't you hiding your head? You're courting death. Ma Hongjian's nickname had touched a nerve. He hated nothing more than being called a turtle, let alone an old turtle. While Ma Hongjian was arguing, Tang San and Daimyubei had already rushed forward. Third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Daimyubei's muscles bulged again, raising his fist to strike Zhichu. Tang San also used his entangling soul skill again, interfering with his vision and movements. His hand was already on the 24 bridges under the moon. HMPH. Third soul skill, Profound Water Surge. Zhichu snorted coldly, opening his mouth to exhale wisps of black, cold air towards Daimyubei. The chill emanating from his body also spread through the blue-silver grass. Frost slowly rose on Daimyubei's injured right hand, causing it to tremble slightly. Just then, Fatty's Phoenix Fire Line arrived, actually blocking Daimyubei's soul skill. Daimyubei immediately tried to retreat. Whoosh! Several cold lights attacked him. Tang San had already begun using hidden weapons. Fourth soul skill. Zhuan Turtle Earth Shake, not good. Boss Die, Fatty, retreat quickly. Seeing that the opponent had already used his fourth soul skill, Tang San sensed danger and quickly called for the two to retreat. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. A giant Zhuan turtle suddenly appeared on Zhichu's body, then slammed heavily into the ground. Invisible waves radiated outwards. The terrifying impact left Daimyubei, who was closest to him, unable to react. He was struck hard in the chest, a trickle of crimson blood spilling from his lips, and was sent flying backwards. Tang San's hidden weapons were also ineffective, being blasted away in midair. His face was pale, and like the fat man, he had been knocked back quite a bit. Even Yichu, sitting inside the inn, could still feel the ground tremble. Clang! 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 Daimyubei staggered a couple of times, clutching his chest, barely managing not to fall. Come on, Zhichu smiled smugly. Tang San drew his huge crossbow, about to attack again, when Xiao Wu came down from upstairs. What are you doing here so late at night instead of sleeping? He had been observing from upstairs, and seeing Daimyubei and the others were at a disadvantage, he came out. You're their teacher, Zhichu, wearing a tortoise shell, poked his head out. Go back, all of you. Xiao Wu ignored him, directly ordering Daimyubei and the others to return. Inside the inn, seeing Xiao Wu had appeared, Yichu decided not to watch any longer. He had originally considered whether to trick Tang San, but to avoid disrupting tomorrow's itinerary, he refrained from doing so. Alright, there's nothing more to see. Let's go upstairs after we finish eating, okay? The three girls nodded in unison, got up, and followed Yichu's movements, heading towards the guest rooms upstairs. Stop! A shot stopped Yichu and the others. Yichu turned around, surprised that Zhichu was so weak, getting swatted away so quickly. Teacher Zhao, is there something you need? Yichu still didn't speak. Zhu's Huking was cold-hearted outside, and Xiao Wu didn't understand her. Therefore, Ningrongrong became the three's mouthpiece. Behind Xiao Wu were Tang San and the others, their faces pale, Daimyubei even more so. Why didn't you all attack together just now? I was the support. We were planning to catch him off guard, but before we even got a chance, Ningrongrong chuckled lightly, not taking it to heart at all. Seeing Xiao Wu turn his gaze to her, Zhu Xiuqing also expressed her opinion. I just think that a mere, commonplace soul master cultivation level has no right to cause trouble. What did you say? Zhu Xiuqing's words made Dai Mubei's expression change, glaring angrily at the woman standing on the stairs, looking down at him. This was clearly directed at him. Just stating the facts, haven't your fates already proven me right? Dai Mubei's face was grim. Tang San beside him also clenched his fists, his eyes filled with killing intent. On the steps, Xiao Wu, who hadn't spoken, was now flushed, her earlobes dripping blood. Yi Chu was whispering in her ear that he would come to see her that night. Her reason for not intervening was simple: Yi Chu was the most important person in the world. If Yi Chu wouldn't allow it, she definitely wouldn't do it. HMPH. Even if you have 1,000 reasons, you must remember, you are a team. Zhao Wuji looked at the two still whispering sweet nothings, veins bulging on his forehead. Seeing that no one responded to him, he could only continue speaking with a dark face. You all, this is the last time. Disperse. Oscar, get some sausages from you Bai and the others. Yes, Teacher Zhao. Inside the inn, the group from Kanghu Academy was also about to leave. Yi Chu frowned, feeling someone was watching him, and looked towards the door. It was the female student from the Kanghu Academy group. Just one glance, and she blushed and looked away. Yi Chu. Don't look. Ning Rongrong poked his waist, her almond-shaped eyes glaring. I wasn't looking. Let's go. Yi Chu smiled helplessly, took her hand, and continued upstairs. Dai Mubai and the others ordered another table of food. The three girls' room was next to Yi Chu's. A pair of blood-red eyes gleamed in the darkness, scanning the surroundings. When he spotted his target, Yi Chu slowly lay down again. He closed his eyes and rested for a while. Only when the moon rose did Yi Chu stand up. His figure passed directly through the wall and into the next room. Yi Chu had just walked over when his eyes fell upon slender branches laden with fruit. The bright white full moon came into view. His nose felt hot, his pale face flushed, and he couldn't look away for a moment. Zhu Xiuqing was changing clothes. The two looked at each other, and Zhu Xiuqing was stunned for a moment. Yi Chu? She exclaimed in a panic, clutching her clothes to herself. Her face was flushed. Why are you here, huh? Xiuqing, what are you talking about? Ning Rongrong, who had been lying on the bed, sat up abruptly, looking at her strangely. Following her gaze, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Yi Chu? She ran barefoot towards Yi Chu, throwing herself into his arms, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Oh, you. Did you come here on purpose to peek? Don't talk nonsense. I came to see Xiao Wu. Yi Chu scratched his head, turning away embarrassedly. Looking for Xiao Wu? Why not me? I can do what she can do. Ning Rongrong looked at him with a wistful gaze, squirming in Yi Chu's arms. Stop it. I wanted to take her home, he said, playfully slapping her bottom. Ning Rongrong stopped, a shy smile on her face. Xiao Wu is still taking a bath inside. Come sit for a while. Zhu Xiuqing quickly dressed, blushing as she sat on the bed. Okay. Yi Chu sat down on the bed as instructed, the two women on either side of him. I didn't mean to. Okay. It's alright. Zhu Xiuqing gently shook her head, her arms already wrapped around Yi Chu's arms, her presence quite imposing. Leaning on Yi Chu's shoulder, she didn't care about what had just happened. After all, she had no secrets from him anymore. Why do you suddenly want to take Xiao home? Zhu Xiuqing looked at him curiously, as did Ning Rongrong. Yes. By the way, where does Xiao live? Yi Chu pondered for a moment, grabbed Ning Rongrong's wandering hand, and rolled his eyes at her. He still didn't plan to tell them now. He took their hands. After this soul hunt is over, I'll have Xiao tell you herself. What? So mysterious. Zhu Xiuqing didn't ask any more questions and quietly leaned against him. When Yi Chu's cheeks were glistening with tears, Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Chu. The bathroom door suddenly opened, and a naked figure leaped up and threw herself at Yi Chu. Thud. Ah. Xiao, why didn't you dry yourself off? Amid Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xiuqing's exclamations. Yi Chu was directly straddled by Xiao. He's sorry, Xiuqing, you can sleep in my bed first. Xiao already knew Yi Chu was coming from inside, so she came out somewhat impatiently. Xiao Chu, can you get dressed first? I'll take you home later. Yi Chu blushed slightly under Ning Rongrong and the other girl's gaze. How could this guy be so shameless? Okay, Xiao Wu nestled against Yichu, her rosy eyes filled with longing. She had already overheard his conversation with Zhu Qing, so she wasn't surprised. Dumming and Erming will definitely like you, Kissa. Wrong, what are you doing? Xiao Wu, who had just pouted, wanting a kiss, suddenly realized she was slowly moving away from Yichu. Ningrong and the other girl were now holding her arms, pulling her up. Get dressed first, you still have one night to go, now it's ours. Rongrong is right. Ningrong and Zhu Xiuqing blushed and tossed the still throwing Xiao Wu aside. Then they lay down on either side of Yichu again. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 172 Brother-in-law. It didn't take long. Looking at his Xiao Chu being wantonly violated by the two women, Xiao Wu, looking displeased, quickly dried herself and got dressed. Xiao Chu, hearing her sarcastic voice, Yichu propped himself up, escaping the gentle embrace. He kissed the two women again as a farewell. Wrong, Xiuqing, you two should rest well tonight, we have soul hunting tomorrow morning, okay? I know. Zhu Xiuqing lowered her head, pulling up her clothes. Her face was flushed, and her neck was still pink. Ningrong, who had gone even further, lay on the bed, her face red. A slightly tipsy, intoxicated look appeared on her face. Wrong, you went too far. Xiao Wu glared at Ningrong, picked up a tissue from the bedside table, and wiped Yichu's face, hands, and neck. There were still a few teeth marks on his neck. Zhu Xiuqing nodded in agreement. It was incredibly bold of her to directly grab Yichu's hand and do something indescribable. Ningrong remained silent, her long legs crossed, a silly grin on her face. Alright, that's enough for now, Yichu awkwardly interrupted them. After all, it takes two to tango. Without his cooperation, Ningrong wouldn't be able to get excited. Xiao Wu snorted coldly, picked up the blanket, and covered the disheveled Ningrong. Yichu channeled the extreme fire from his yin-yang eye of ice and fire, his palms becoming incredibly hot. He dried Xiao Wu's hair, starting from the top of her head and running along her hair strands. He didn't forget Zhu Xiuqing either, drying her hair in the same way. As for Ningrong, there was nothing he could do now, since she hadn't washed up yet. Xiao Chu, let's go. She didn't tie her hair up anymore, letting her long, flowing hair fall loose, and hugged Yichu's arm. A gentle smile graced her face, like a lotus emerging from water. Her voice was soft and sweet, indescribably obedient and clever. Okay, Yichu nodded. Zhu Qing, wrong, I'll be leaving now, okay? Zhu Qing nodded slightly. Ningrong, who had just come to her senses from under the covers and was extremely embarrassed, also made a muffled sound. Yichu's eyes flashed with a red and purple eternal kaleidoscope. A flash of blood-red light appeared in his eyes, and his divine power space swept out. The two figures disappeared from the room. To save time tonight, Yichu had already made preparations yesterday afternoon. After sparring with Zhu Qing, he went to the starred-out Great Forest. He went deeper and deeper into it. The trees that blocked out the sky blocked out the bright moon, not letting in a single ray of moonlight. But the starred-out Great Forest did not seem dark. It was full of plants that emitted a faint glow, and some glowing insects flew in the air. It made the forest very beautiful. But the roars and screams that came from inside from time to time told of the danger here. In a clearing surrounded by giant trees, Yichu's figure appeared first. Looking around and finding no danger, a transparent spatial vortex appeared, and a graceful figure appeared before Yichu. Xiao Chu. As soon as she appeared, he couldn't wait to rush into his lover's arms. He gently inhaled Yichu's scent and the long-lost air of the starred-out Great Forest. He felt completely relaxed. Alright, Xiao Wu. Let's go inside first. He pushed away Xiao Wu's face, which was trying to kiss him. Although Yichu also enjoyed her cherry lips and gentleness, he should still be mindful of the occasion. Okay, she rolled her eyes at him and left Yichu's embrace. Looking at the surrounding environment, her crimson eyes sparkled. Then let's go. In a much better mood, Xiao Wu took Yichu's hand and was about to walk inside. Wait a minute, Yichu called out to her. Xiao Wu turned around and looked curiously at the tiger-headed, tiger-like soul beast that had suddenly appeared in front of her. It was pure white, with an excellent appearance, and had transparent wings on its back that clung tightly to its body. Its emerald green eyes revealed an innocent and serene look, clear and peaceful. Upon appearing, it was very affectionate towards Yichu, constantly rubbing its large head against him. Xiao Chu, what's this? Xiao Wu looked curiously at the somewhat unusual soul beast, so friendly with humans. With a gasp, Yichu scooped her up onto its back. This is my pet, I guess. Yichu climbed on top, sitting behind Xiao Wu, his arms around her waist. With a slight squeeze of his legs, the tiger understood and slowly walked forward. This tiger was none other than the jade-eyed cloud-winged tiger. Yichu returned to the ice and fire yin-yang well and, seeing it all alone, took it with him. Xiao Wu, don't conceal your aura, okay, I know. Xiao Wu nodded gently, stroking the soft fur of the tiger beneath her, releasing her own aura. Roar Tiger let out a low growl, its forelegs suddenly feeling weak. For the next moment, Yichu focused intently, activating his Sharingan, guiding Tiger carefully forward. Xiao Wu quietly held Yichu's hand, nestled in his arms, smiling sweetly. Xiao Wu, do you know what I'm looking for Dumming and Erming to do? With such a soft beauty in his arms, Yichu decided to consult with Xiao Wu first. If she was unwilling, he would have to find another way. I know, Xiao Wu answered softly, tilting her head and looking at him earnestly, a hint of a smile in her eyes. Don't worry, Xiao Chu, I'll support you, thank you. Yichu lowered his head, meeting her gaze. Xiao Wu didn't avoid his blood-red eyes, she loved this feeling of being completely filled with Xiao Chu. Completely filled. Pink mist welled in her crimson eyes, her expression becoming intoxicated. Her rosy, glossy lips parted and rose, and the two kissed. Tiger, sitting beneath her, stopped abruptly. Roar, a loud roar suddenly echoed from afar, soaring into the sky even through the dense trees. Tiger staggered, trembling slightly. Yichu and Xiao Wu regained their composure. Looking up, Xiao Wu's lips were slightly swollen, glistening. Her pretty face was flushed and alluring. She softly nestled into Yichu's arms, letting him straighten her disheveled clothes. It's here. Erming, the earth trembled, trees collapsing in the distance. Yichu's gaze fell upon a gigantic creature, several meters tall, approaching. Its steps were quick and hurried, scattering and pushing its way through the crowd. Yes. It's it. Xiao Wu snuggled closer to Yichu, listening to his heartbeat. She had no objection to Yichu's plan. She believed in Yichu, and also in the strength of Dumming and Erming. She also remembered how Tang Hao had tried to kill her Xiao Chu. Tang San had also attacked him several times, trying to kill him. She had long wanted to kill Tang Hao to avenge Xiao Chu. Roar, the violent roar made Yichu's ears ring. He frowned and hugged Xiao Wu tighter. He put away the trembling tiger cub. And before doing so, he didn't forget to stuff some top-grade herbs into its mouth. Boom! The head of a huge ape-like creature appeared above Yichu. The giant tree in front of him collapsed to both sides, and the bright moonlight finally shone on the ground. In just an instant, the moon was obscured again. A huge black shadow enveloped Yichu and Xiao Wu. Bang! The giant tree fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and a gust of wind. Blue, half-length, tousled hair danced in front of Yichu's eyes. Xiao Wu buried her head in Yichu's arms, avoiding the gust of wind. The blood-red eyes finally made out the full appearance of the titan giant ape before them. In mid-air, two golden lanterns seemed to be hanging, twinkling. Its exterior was entirely black, its body enormous. Every part of it exuded power, its bulging muscles resembled small hills, their texture harder than granite. Yichu stared blankly at it. Such terrifying aura and physique. Yichu estimated that if you were to charge in with this Susanoo now, it would likely be nothing more than a buttock blow. Even if it stood there, and he tried to shake its head with Kamui, he might not be able to budge it. Even if he used Amaterasu to burn it, it would probably take quite a while. This was one of the overlords of the starred-out Great Forest, a 100,000-year-old soul beast, the titan giant ape Erming. Its speed, strength, and defense were unparalleled, without any obvious weaknesses. Except for its brain. Yichu remembered that Erming seemed not to have learned to speak human language yet. Roar, the titan giant ape's two enormous iron fists continuously pounded its solid chest muscles. It roared at the bright moon in the sky, expressing its joy. Then it bent over, lowered its head, and roared at Yichu. Its eyes, however, were fixed on the girl in his arms. With each breath, it exhaled a considerable hurricane. Yichu's hair flew wildly, and his face darkened. What a boastful tone. Erming, you're so noisy. Xiao Wu poked her head out and shouted directly at it. Roar, with her speaking, Erming indeed quieted down a lot. But its gaze was fixed on Yichu, who was holding Xiao Wu in his arms. A pressure came over Yichu, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He looked at it with some surprise. This guy could actually control his gravity field so precisely. Xiao Wu was so close to him, yet she wasn't affected. But his condition couldn't escape Xiao Wu's eyes at all. Ming. You're not allowed to touch him, believe me or not. Xiao Wu will beat you up. Xiao Wu spread her arms and blocked Yichu. Roar. Just a soft roar made Yichu's ears ring. It withdrew its gaze from Yichu and slowly crouched down. Luckily, there weren't many trees around anymore, otherwise it would have been in real trouble. Its lantern-like eyes even showed a hint of doting affection. Ming, long time no see. Xiao Wu patted Ming's fingernails on the ground. A touch of nostalgia crossed her face. Yichu stood quietly behind her, watching their exchange. He couldn't understand Ming's roar at all. I know, I missed you and Daming too, Xiao Wu kept responding. I'm doing very well now, very happy, Xiao Wu said, turning back to look at Yichu. Yichu smiled back. Then, Xiao Wu's next sentence almost crushed him. Although some people bully me, roar. Hearing this, Ming roared angrily, trying to grab Yichu. Holy crap, the sudden movement startled Yichu, his face turning pale. The deep furrows on that hand could bury him. Stop. You idiot, Ming, I'm not talking about him, he's your brother-in-law. Xiao Wu quickly stepped in front of Yichu again. Ming froze, scratching his head in confusion, letting out a low growl of bewilderment. He seemed not quite understanding what his brother-in-law meant. Xiao Wu blushed, grabbed Yichu's arm, and tapped him on the cheek. He's the man your sister Xiao Wu found. Seeing the usually fierce Xiao Wu now acting like a little bird, nestled against a human, Ming was stunned for a moment, his eyes frozen. Then his pupils dilated, his gaze turning hostile, and he growled at him. Confused, he then roared at Xiao Wu, as if questioning her. Ming. Xiao Chu is very good to me. He already knows my identity. You're not allowed to talk about him like that anymore, or I won't talk to you anymore. Xiao Wu frowned, and her words stopped it from roaring. Its eyes, however, remained fixed on Yichu. Seeing Xiao Wu tug at him, Yichu also looked up, waved, and greeted it. Hello. Ming, my brother-in-law. Roar let out a soft roar, turning its massive head to the side. Hot air billowed from its nostrils. Yichu chuckled awkwardly. Alright, Ming, take us to see Daming. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Ming glanced at Yichu, its movements hesitant. Hurry up, urged on by Xiao Wu again, it finally lowered its hand. Xiao Chu, let's go. Xiao Wu happily took Yichu's hand, and together they leaped into Ming's palm, then were placed on its broad shoulders. Rumble. Ming began to move, heading towards the Lake of Life. The journey was somewhat bumpy, so Yichu sat down cross-legged, and Xiao Wu nestled in his lap. The howling wind and Ming's disgruntled roar filled their ears. Soon, the surroundings became much quieter. The trees were much thicker than those outside, all taller than Ming. Xiao Wu opened her arms, somewhat nostalgic for this feeling. The warmth emanating from her waist and back was also captivating. On Ming's shoulder, Yichu looked into the distance and saw a bright pearl magnifying. As he drew closer, Yichu realized that the pearl, emitting a faint halo, was the Lake of Life where Daming was. Roar, even from a distance, Ming roared joyfully, relaying the good news of Xiao Wu's return to Daming. Suddenly, the calm lake surface rippled, then churned. Splash! Splash! A pair of enormous bullhorns slowly rose from the lake's surface. Then came the entire head, its diameter estimated to be at least 4 meters. Below it connected to a section of the dark blue-black snake body, several times thicker than a water vat. 2 lantern-like eyes gleamed, looking at Ming. Ming, Xiao Wu, and humans. The azure bull python's voice carried an ancient, weathered quality, grand and extraordinary. Its bright, intelligent gaze caught Yichu on Ming's shoulder. Daming, Xiao Wu waved to it, her face beaming. Thump. Thump. With several loud thuds, Ming quickly reached the lakeside and carefully lowered Yichu and Xiao Wu into the water. Daming, long time no see. Roar. Xiao Wu's voice was drowned out by Ming's roar. Ming pointed at Yichu and Xiao Wu, gesturing incessantly. It was complaining to Daming. Ming, why did you interrupt my greeting with Daming? Xiao Wu glared at it, punching it, but her own hand went numb from the impact. Brother-in-law. After Ming's voice subsided, Daming was also somewhat stunned. Looking at the 2 holding hands on the ground, His expression hardened. Sister Xiao Wu, Erming is right, his name is Yichu, and I'm already his wife. Xiao Wu raised her hand holding Yichu's, a smile on her face. But, he's human, but I will be too. Xiao Wu's words left Daming speechless. Indeed, his sister Xiao Wu would become a living human. She was no longer the same as them. Slowly, his gaze swept over Yichu, his large eyes scrutinizing him. Yichu was also looking at this, currently the strongest being in the starred-out Great Forest. A 100,000-year-old soul beast, the azure bull python. Its soul power was immense, and its body's length was unknown. Daming, hello there, Yichu greeted him with a smile. Facing his smiling face, Daming's voice was not friendly. Human. You shouldn't be here, roar, Erming echoed from the side. Daming, Xiao Chu meant no harm, he came here for me, for Sister Xiao Wu. Daming looked at her strangely, somewhat puzzled. Yichu's words dispelled its doubts and filled it with fear and lingering dread. Xiao Wu's identity has been discovered by a titled Douluo. There were no hidden agendas. Yichu's time was limited. He didn't care whether his two brothers-in-law were willing to acknowledge him as their brother-in-law. There was plenty of time later, he could take it slow. What? Discovered by a titled Douluo. Sister Xiao Wu, are you alright? Daming's shocked voice rang out, its body churning in the water, splashing water on the lake surface, ripples spreading outwards. Roar, Erming also pounded its chest and roared in anger. Its mind was rather simple, now it only wanted to tear that titled Douluo to shreds. Don't worry, Sister Xiao Wu is still standing right in front of you, isn't she? Xiao Wu spun around in place, leaning against Yichu. And look, I can completely conceal my aura now. It's all thanks to Xiao Chu. A crimson light suddenly emanated from Xiao Wu's body, and the aura of a soul beast vanished without a trace. Daming's bull head twitched twice, observed for a while, and then withdrew his gaze. His gaze towards Yichu softened considerably. Since that's the case, are you sending Sister Xiao Wu back here so she can stay, after things are over? If Xiao Wu is willing, it's not impossible. Yichu was also taken aback, glanced at Xiao Wu, and still gave his answer. Ah. Xiao Chu, how can that be? Xiao Wu immediately became unhappy. Xiao Chu has so many women around him. What if he forgets about her and gets seduced by other women if she doesn't come with him? Sister Xiao Wu, Daming's eyes were somewhat disappointed, while Erming let out a low growl. Daming, Erming, don't be like this. Xiao Chu's soul skills are very convenient. I can come to see you often in the future. Xiao Wu hugged Yichu, looking at him pitifully. Xiao Chu, you'll help me, right? I still want to stay by your side, didn't I just say it's up to you? As for sending you back to see Daming and the others, it won't take much time. Yichu put one arm around her and placed the other on her head, gently rubbing it. His divine power was indeed a powerful tool for travel, with many advantages. It was quick and energy efficient. Roar, Erming's voice held a hint of surprise. Of course it's true, Erming. Daming was much more rational, though somewhat puzzled. What kind of soul skill is it? You'll find out when we leave. Xiao Wu smiled radiantly, not intending to tell them now. Daming frowned slightly, but didn't dwell on it too much. Its sister Xiao wouldn't lie to it. A sense of joy welled up inside it. Then what about the human before, Daming? Stop calling me human. Xiao Qiu has a name. It's alright. Yichu patted her back, calming her down. Yichu? Forced by circumstances, Daming had no choice but to change its address. What was the matter you mentioned before? The titled Douluo who knows Xiao Wu's soul beast identity will soon enter the starred-out Great Forest, and I want you to help kill him. Kill a titled Douluo? Daming's voice was somewhat shocked. That's right. As long as he's not eliminated, Xiao Wu's identity will be more likely to be exposed. Besides, I already have a fairly complete plan to lure him deep into the forest. As soon as Yichu finished speaking, Erming beside him began to pound his chest in frustration. It was clear that he had already agreed. But Daming, who was smarter than it, considered things more carefully, but did not refuse. I want to see your plan first, Yichu chuckled. It seemed that Xiao Wu still held a lot of importance in their hearts. Tomorrow, the son of that titled Douluo will enter the starred-out Great Forest with us to hunt souls, and that titled Douluo has been secretly protecting him. Hearing the words hunt souls, Daming and Erming were both a little unhappy. But they didn't think too much about it. Daming, having heard this, had already figured out Yichu's general plan. It also vaguely understood why that title Douluo hadn't made a move against Xiao Wu yet. Without any suspense, Duming also agreed to take action. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from the lakeside, and the ground covered with thick, fresh grass sank. Yichu looked up at Erming's still somewhat dazed eyes. Erming, I need you to help me put some things away. Huh? Xiao Chu, what are these iron pillars for? And so many iron balls. Xiao Wu was also startled. Huh? Yichu, what are these? Duming was also puzzled. He had only activated his martial soul, and these things had suddenly appeared. This is called an Italian cannon. Yichu smiled, patting the hollow iron pillar beside him. Oh, right, I also brought Erming a gift, huh? Under the curious gazes of Erming and the others, Yichu activated the flight soul skill of his blue-silver emperor right leg bone, soaring high into the air. Then, he activated his divine might. A vortex appeared, and a loud explosion echoed from the ground, causing the surrounding ground to tremble. Erming's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 173 Soul Transfer. The night was endless. In the Stardew Great Forest, in the mixed zone, the main inhabitants were 1,000-year-old soul beasts and a few 10,000-year-old soul beasts. Outside a cave shrouded in the shade of trees, the entrance was faintly tinged with blood, and piercing screams echoed intermittently. A streak of blood-red light flew in from afar. Your Majesty, evil blood, at the cave entrance, 2 soldiers in the armor of the Heavendao Empire, wielding spears, stood guard on either side. The streak of blood-red light landed, ignoring their bows and greetings. Instead, it walked straight into the cave. This person was an old man with long, blood-red hair and a beard, dressed in a black robe reeking of blood. From the white at his collar, through the blood red, to the black at his shoulders, it was clear that the black robe was simply the result of years of blood staining. His face and exposed hands were extremely thin, giving the impression of utter exhaustion. He strode inside, seemingly oblivious to the screams around him. A crimson reflection shone in his jet-black eyes. Your Majesty, the evil blood, please. Upon entering, a soldier handed him a cup of thick blood. The old man, addressed as His Majesty, downed the blood in one gulp. He tossed the cup aside casually. A touch of red appeared on his pale face as he licked the blood from his lips, his crimson brows furrowing slightly. A hint of disdain lingered. Soul beast blood just won't do, he said, his voice hoarse and grating, chillingly unsettling. His gaze then fell upon a large pit filled with blood in the center of the cave. In a corner lay a family of 10,000-year-old soul beasts, their blood long since drained and flowing into the pit. Soul Wind, is it not ready yet? Almost. The one who replied was a young man in a black scholar's robe. He had short, neat black hair. His appearance was unremarkable, yet clean and pleasing to the eye. He wore round-framed glasses, his yellow eyes gleaming with wisdom and seriousness. At this moment, Hun Feng stood beside the blood-red crater. Above him floated a group of black skulls with blood-red fleshy wings and small blood-red horns. 4 spirit rings, yellow and purple, hovered beneath his feet. The 4th spirit ring was constantly lit, its eyes fixed intently on his feet, as if performing some kind of ritual. 2 figures were submerged in the blood-filled crater. One wore a blue, close-fitting outfit, with a dragon-shaped creature tattooed on his collar. He was bleeding from all 7 orifices, constantly howling in agony, his flesh slowly withering away. Floating behind him was the blue lightning tyrant dragon, known as the #1 beast spirit of the entire continent. Hun Feng's demonic spirit was relentlessly devouring the blue lightning tyrant dragon, then transporting the gnawed fragments into the body of the other figure in the blood crater. The other figure in the blood crater was naked. He had dazzling reddish-brown long hair, and his once noble face was now terrifyingly ferocious, pale and bloodless. He was clenching his teeth, blood spilling from his mouth. His body seemed to be torn apart, constantly cracking open, only to be repaired by the blood in the pit. Luckily, I had this kid start absorbing the blood and energy of others to strengthen his body early on, otherwise, it's uncertain whether he could have withstood it. The shrill voice of the evil blood rang out again. Somewhat bored, he sat down on the other blue lightning tyrant dragon clan member lying on the ground. There's nothing I can do. Who told Zubang to choose to have twin martial souls? As his teacher, I can only grant his wish. Hun Feng forced a smile, looking at Zubang in the pit. There was some appreciation in his eyes. He knew very well that during the soul transfer process, the physical pain was secondary. The soul tearing caused by forcibly stuffing someone else's martial soul into his body was the most painful. Ugh! With Zhu Bang's high-pitched cry of pain, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan disciple beside him also completely died. His body became withered, floating on the blood. Zhu Bang's body convulsed with pain as he shakily looked at Han Feng on the shore. Looking at his unharmed body, disbelief filled his face. "Teacher, I succeeded." "Yes," Han Feng nodded, slowly retracting his martial soul. The fourth soul ring beneath his feet quickly dimmed, leaving only a faint glow. "Ha ha ha, I succeeded. I can finally become a strong person." "Ha ha ha." Zhu Bang suddenly gripped his heart tightly, laughing hysterically. He had run away under the pretense of hunting souls, but his true purpose was to hunt down the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. To add a martial soul to his own. To completely shatter the stereotype of the Heaven Dao royal family as weak and incompetent. Mr. Hun, a soldier clad in armor, carrying several cups of blood from human hearts, approached Han Feng. Han Feng staggered, his face deathly pale. His fourth soul skill, soul transfer, not only had an extremely long cooldown but also consumed a large amount of his energy. Fortunately, he was prepared. He picked up the cups of blood and drank them down in one gulp. He immediately sat down cross-legged and circulated his soul power. A strange blood-red light flashed in his eyes, and then red light flowed through his blood vessels and meridians. His complexion improved. When he opened his eyes again, Zhu Bang was already dressed and waiting for him with Zizu. "Teacher, are you alright?" "I'm fine." He stood up with Zhu Bang's help and looked at him curiously. "How do you feel?" "I still have some rejection." 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, rose from Zhu Bang's feet, and a white swan covered in blood-red light appeared behind him. Then he switched to Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, but there were no soul rings under his feet. "Just get used to it." Seeing this, Han Feng took out a notebook, made a few marks in it, and then pushed up his glasses before explaining to Zhu Bang. "Understood." Zhu Bang nodded in agreement. He was still very afraid of this teacher who had come to him when he was powerless and almost died at the hands of his elder brother. These people are all lunatics. Madmen who want to kill gods. Soul Wind turned his gaze to the other side. "Your Majesty, evil blood, how is it? Any gains? Did you find any remnants of the evil god?" Evil blood shook his head indifferently. "The Stardew Great Forest is too vast, and the vegetation is too lush. I didn't find any trace of the dark demon evil god tiger." "Alright, let's not talk about this. You deal with this kid first. Then I'll take care of skinning him." Evil blood patted the person sitting on him, his voice calm and indifferent. Even Zhu Bang couldn't help but swallow hard. Soul Wind, however, was used to it, only showing a slight discomfort on his face. "Your Majesty, my head is really going to be overloaded." "There's no other way. We need to plant some spies in the upper 3 sects. Soul Wind's martial soul is called Soul Devouring Beast. His soul skills are all aimed at other people's souls and martial souls. Unfortunately, this kind of martial soul is also one of the cursed martial souls." Soon, he randomly pointed out a guard. Using his third soul skill, Soul Swap, he swapped their martial souls. Although the bloodline issue couldn't be resolved, it was more than enough for him to act as an undercover agent. Then, using his first soul skill, he devoured the disciple's soul. As soon as he withdrew his martial soul, he was immediately struck by a splitting headache. He trembled all over, his clothes soaked with sweat. His mind already contained the memories of many people. "Your Majesty, if this continues, I will go mad." "Clean up his memories properly." Zizu ignored him, and 9 soul rings rose from his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. Behind him was a sea of blood. The first soul ring lit up, and a beam of blood flew from his hand, striking the corpse of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan disciple lying on the ground. In an instant, a stream of blood gushed out, leaving only a complete human skin. "Snowbang, after we return this time, introduce me to that old Kajazu Yi. I will help you obtain the throne." "Yes, I understand." Snowbang looked at Zizu Douluo, who was carrying a blood-stained human skin, and his face turned deathly pale. He answered hastily. More than Han Feng, he feared this titled Douluo who had only appeared before him a year ago. Cruel, cold, devoid of humanity. And he constantly proclaimed his insane ideals to him, to let gods fall to earth, to let death shroud humanity. Zhu Bang didn't know where their confidence came from, or what it was based on. He only knew that only they could help him turn the tide. A mark was also etched on his back, a blood-red crescent moon enveloping a skull as round as the sun. On the other side, Yichu was unaware that Zubang had also arrived in the starred out Great Forest. He was also unaware that many unknown people had appeared around him. At this moment, with Erming's help, he had found a propitious spot. He had set up his carefully prepared Italian cannon. Then, Xiao Wu dragged him around the Lake of Life. Xiao Wu walked on a fallen tree, her small hand held by Yichu on the ground. Enjoying his concerned gaze, a contented smile graced her face. Looking at Yichu's neck, she suddenly felt an urge to climb on top of him. Xiao Chu, come a little closer, okay, Yichu looked at her questioningly, then obediently walked over. Turn your back to me, Yichu did as she said, tilting his head up to look at her with some curiosity. Don't look up yet, Xiao Wu covered her short skirt, her face blushing. Okay. Yichu had just agreed when a long leg clad in white stockings suddenly climbed onto his shoulders. Xiao Wu, riding on his neck, laughed brightly, tightly hugging his head. Then she cautiously asked Yichu, Xiao Chu, is this okay? It's fine, you're not heavy anyway. Yichu only hesitated for a moment before reaching out to hold her beautiful leg in place. Xiao Wu's rosy eyes darted around, her cheeks flushing slightly as if she were thinking of something. Little Wu will reward you later, so, my dear little Wu, where are you going now? Over there, okay. Hold on tight. Yichu played along with her playful antics, heading in the direction she pointed. Erming had already taken the gift Yichu gave him and gone out to play. Daming poked its head out, looking at the place where laughter and joy were coming from. Then it slowly lowered its head again. It should feel fortunate, little Wu had found her happiness. Little Wu guided Yichu to a place full of blue-silver grass. The grass was very affectionate towards Yichu, swaying constantly, as if welcoming them. The two lay down on the grass, snuggling together. Little Wu, where's my reward? Yichu looked at the soft girl leaning against his chest, asking for the reward he had promised. Little Wu's face suddenly turned red, her body feeling hot. She slowly leaned close to his ear, her red lips touching his earlobe, her breath hot. Her voice was a little embarrassed. Yichu's expression suddenly froze. It turned out this mischievous rabbit was only after the carrot he'd prepared. What kind of reward was this? Yichu was somewhat resistant, not wanting to give it to her. But he couldn't resist her persistent pleading and had no choice but to give in. After all, for now, it was meant for her. On that patch of grass, as the two pulled at each other, the phantom of a red acacia flower reappeared. Yichu suddenly realized that his soul power had actually increased slightly. Although he didn't understand why, he could only attribute it to the powerful effects of the King of Flowers. So, Yichu simply stopped trying to control it. The blue-silver grass suddenly grew wildly, turning into a sphere, enveloping him completely. It prevented outsiders from disturbing his cultivation. Although there wouldn't be any other soul beasts here, it was still necessary to have some. Catching a cold wouldn't be good. Yichu clearly felt that he had broken through to level 34. The night gradually dissipated. After his soul power had smoothly circulated for several cycles, Yichu continued to cultivate diligently. The little rabbit, Xiao Wu, finally quieted down. Although she loved carrots, she couldn't eat any more so late at night. Dawn broke, the sky still dimly lit. Yichu's voice echoed across the grassy field, covered in waist-high blue-silver grass. Xiao Wu, time to get up. Xiao Chu, I'm exhausted. Her soft, sweet voice melted Yichu's heart. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face. He hadn't controlled himself last night and had stayed up late cultivating. This had also kept Xiao Wu awake late. Yichu didn't speak, gently helping her get ready. A moment later, Xiao Wu was swept up in Yichu's arms. She looked a little shy, burying her face in his chest. The blue-silver domain activated, its area of effect soul skill endlessly regenerating. The collapsed blue-silver grass rose again from the ground, moving without wind, seemingly waving goodbye to the creature that had toiled all night. Glancing at the distant sky, Yichu quickly carried Xiao Wu towards the Lake of Life. Splash! Splash! Sensing Yichu's approach, Daming poked its massive bullhead out again. Sister Xiao Wu, are you alright? Daming's eyes held a strange look. If it weren't for its decent hearing, it might have thought Yichu had bullied Xiao Wu. Although that was indeed the case, and nothing, Xiao Wu hugged Yichu's neck and gently shook her head. Being held by Yichu, the blush on her face hadn't faded, and she felt a little lightheaded. Daming, we should leave now. You have to keep a close eye on that bead. Don't worry, it concerns Sister Xiao Wu. I won't be careless at all. Wait a moment. I'll call Ming back to see you out. Ming had just opened its bull mouth, wanting to moo and call back the wild monkeys that had gone out to play. But Yu interrupted its call. No need, Ming, I can go out by myself. My soul skill allows me to teleport back and forth between places I've been in a very short time. Teleport back and forth. Spatial ability. Ming's lantern-like eyes showed some surprise. That's right, so bringing Xiao Wu back to see you isn't difficult at all. Yu lowered his head, affectionately pressing his forehead against Xiao Wu's forehead in his arms. Thank you. Xiao Wu also revealed a crescent-shaped smile, gently shaking her head. A thick black line appeared on Ming's broad forehead, somewhat speechless. Ming, it's getting late, I'll be leaving first. Goodbye Ming, goodbye Sister Xiao Wu. Oh, goodbye Yu. Ming also said goodbye to Xiao Wu, noticing her glare at him, and reluctantly said goodbye to Yu as well. Xiao let's go. Xiao Wu gave Yu a smug giggle. Yu smiled lightly and nodded to Ming. A blood-red light appeared in his eyes, and before Ming's astonished eyes, he disappeared into the lake of life. Moo. Ming let out a happy roar. Xiao Wu could come back to see them more often. At the same time, he was also calling for his troublesome younger brother to come home. It didn't quite understand what was so interesting about an iron pillar inside the divine might space. Yu put Xiao Wu down, letting her lean against him. Let me heal you first, okay? Xiao Wu nodded gently. She didn't want Rongrong and the others to laugh at her, and besides, she still had to hunt souls later. After saying that, Yu's body glowed with a soft green light and emitted a pleasant fragrance. Soon, Xiao Wu's back was no longer sore, and her legs were no longer weak. She felt refreshed. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Facing Yu's apology, Xiao Wu didn't accept it at all. After all, she was enjoying it too. Her face was red, and she lowered her head. If it can help Xiao, I can do it every day. She also felt that her cultivation had improved. Ahem, let's go out first. Yu coughed twice and directly led Xiao Wu to the inn. Zhu's Huking had already gotten up and was sitting on the bed in a daze. Ning Rongrong, who got up a little later, was still washing up. Yu, you're back. Seeing the figure suddenly appear in the room, Zhu's Huking rushed over and hugged Yu tightly, showering him with a generous amount of fan service. Cough cough. Yu was a little annoyed by her sudden appearance. Zhu's Huking wrinkled her nose, sniffed, and blushed, immediately letting go of him. Xiao Wu, under her gaze, turned into an ostrich. Teacher Xiao just woke us up, there's still some time, you should go and get ready first, okay? Yu nodded, hesitating whether to kiss Zhu's Huking on the lips. Zhu's Huking leaned in herself, a reproachful look on her face. Kiss go on, okay. Say good morning to Rongrong for me. Yu immediately activated his divine power and returned to his room. Xiao Wu, how are you feeling? After he left, Zhu's Huking looked at Xiao Wu with a deep gaze. Very, very good. Xiao Wu blushed and stammered, her body feeling weak just thinking about it. Yu. Where's Yu? Ning Rongrong came out of the bathroom, looking at Zhu's Huking and the others strangely. Xiao went to wash up. Rongrong, are you done? Yes. Before she could answer, Xiao Wu dried herself off and went into the bathroom. She couldn't stand Zhu's Huking's gaze anymore. Ning Rongrong frowned. She sensed something unusual about Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, you two were secretly doing it behind our backs. No way. The sun rose in the east. The Shrek group finally set off. Whether eating breakfast or traveling, the two women's resentful gazes made Yu feel uncomfortable. Ning Rongrong protected him tightly. Zhu's Huking also subtly protected him. Yu felt enveloped in a sour atmosphere, but fortunately, it was all relatively gentle and harmonious. Xiao Wu, who couldn't get close, didn't seem to care much. She had already been close enough last night. After exercising, she felt very relaxed and refreshed. She glanced at Yu from time to time, a gentle smile on her face. Even Tang Sen, filled with hatred, couldn't take his eyes off it. Before long, the group had arrived at the entrance to the starred-out Great Forest, 2 chapters combined, 5,004 chapters total, wishing everyone a pleasant life. Chapter 174. Too ugly. The starred-out Great Forest, like a colossal beast, swallowed them whole. The two women who had been supporting Yu finally released him. Stop. Zhao Wuji, who was at the front, raised a hand. The group stopped as he instructed. Xiao Wuji's expression was serious as he reiterated several points. Listen up, all of you. Once inside, you are not allowed to leave within 20 meters of me. If you encounter any soul beasts, do not attack without my order. Understand? Yes, Teacher Xiao. Mo Hongjin and the others had come along before and were quite familiar with the situation. Ningrongrong, Oscar, you two come to my side. The support-type soul masters in the group naturally deserved special attention, as they didn't have much offensive power. After entering the forest, they hadn't walked far before the sunlight was almost gone. The group's formation changed. Daimyo Bei and Tang San led the way. The purple demon eye had a wide field of vision, and its tiger claws were like a knife through butter. Xiao Wuji sat in the middle, with Ningrongrong and Oscar beside him. Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjin were positioned on the flanks. Xiao Wu, seizing the opportunity, snuggled up to Yichu. The two were at the very back of the group, whispering sweet nothings. Xiao Wuji's eyelids twitched uncontrollably at the sight. However, they didn't move more than 20 meters away from him, so he didn't say anything. Oscar seemed very excited throughout the journey. After all, he was about to obtain his long-awaited third spirit ring. The upper limit for a normal person's third spirit ring is 1,700 years. The outer area is mostly inhabited by 1,000-year spirit beasts, with 1,000-year spirit beasts appearing only occasionally. The mixed zone is an area where 1,000-year and 10,000-year spirit beasts coexist. Spirit rings aren't just about age, suitability is also crucial. Along the way, the group encountered many 100-year spirit beasts, some living in groups, others alone. Xiao Wuji didn't order any attacks, simply continuing their advance by taking detours. In their search for a suitable spirit beast for Oscar, the group was nearing the boundary between the outer and mixed zones. 1,000-year spirit beasts became more common. It was already noon, and the group was starting to feel tired. Alright, everyone stop and rest for half an hour. Xiao Wuji understood that the further they went, the greater the chance of encountering danger. Therefore, he wanted everyone to rest before entering the mixed zone. Yichu, give me a sip. Slow down. Ningrongrong sat down next to Yichu, leaning on his shoulder, and snatched the water bottle he had just put in his mouth. Xiao Wu leaned on the other side, munching on the carrot Yichu had prepared for her. Zhu Zhuqing was more reserved, sitting down next to Yichu and leaning against the same tree trunk. Oscar was distributing sausages to the others. His food was indeed quite good. Yichu had tried it, but the soul curse was thought-provoking. Ignoring Tang San and Daimyo Bei's hatred towards him, Yichu secretly activated his martial soul, glancing back in the direction he had come from time to time. Only when he saw that the person was still silently following him did he feel relieved. Taking the water bottle back from Ningrongrong, Yichu also drank a few mouthfuls. He wrapped his arms around her waist and used the blue-silver Emperor's soul skill to relieve her fatigue. Seeing Daimyo Bei's still persistent look, Yichu felt a mischievous urge. Suddenly, he handed the water bottle in his hand to Zhu Zhuqing beside him. Zhuqing, would you like some? Although she had prepared water in her soul tool, she didn't refuse. Her cold expression softened slightly, and she took a few sips without any disgust. Pfft, Daimyo Bei's tiger eyes glared, and the sausage in his hand was crushed to pieces. After resting for half an hour, Xiao Wuji's gaze suddenly became sharp and fierce. He stood up abruptly, and at the same time, he called out to the others. Everyone stand up, something is approaching this way. Hearing his voice, everyone reacted immediately. In perfect unison, Yichu and the others protected Ningrongrong and Oscar in the middle. Yichu also glanced in that direction, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. Then, a faint smile appeared. Zhu Zhuqing. See what it is? Hearing Xiao Wuji's command, Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. Sharp claws extended from her hands, and the straight trees were like flat ground to her. In a few breaths, she had reached the tree branch. It's a flying snake, about 3 meters off the ground, with a large, blood-red crest on its head and a fan-shaped tail. Based on Zhu Zhuqing's description, Xiao Wuji's eyes lit up. His voice was excited. It's a phoenix-tailed crested serpent. Its crest has many uses. Oscar, you're in luck. How long is this phoenix-tailed crested serpent, and what color are its wings? Tang San was also somewhat surprised by Oscar's luck. This kind of soul beast was extremely rare. Zhu Zhuqing replied, pale red wings, about 7 meters long. Great, Oscar. This is exactly a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed crested serpent. Its cultivation should be around 1,500 years, Tang San thought for a moment, then confirmed. Although Yu Xiaogang's theoretical knowledge of cultivation was a complete mess, he did teach Tang San a lot about soul beasts. Or rather, he encouraged him to read a lot of books. Oscar's peach blossom eyes lit up, and a sly smile immediately appeared on his face. Then I'll have to trouble you all later, no problem. We came all this way just to help you, kid, right? You can treat me to a few meals later. Mo Hongjin patted his chest, then rubbed his hands and chuckled. Stop arguing. Zhu Xiuqing, take a look at it now, it's here. The phoenix-tailed crested serpent was fast, and before Xiao Wuji could ask again, it was already at the foot of the tree. As Zhu Xiuqing spoke, she leaped down from the tree. The first soul ring on her feet lit up, and the sharp claws on her hands gleamed coldly as she stabbed down at the blood-red crest. Just as she said, it had a body more than 7 meters long and a large crest on its head. Moving with incredible speed, Zhu Xiuqing's netherworld thrust was dodged, striking its body with a muffled thud. Its body sank slightly. Tang San seized the opportunity to activate his first soul skill, entanglement. Blue-silver grass grew wildly beneath the phoenix-tailed crested serpent, binding it tightly. In desperation, it spat out a cloud of 7-color mist towards Zhu Xiuqing. Daimyo Bei's eyes lit up, and he was about to rush over when Yi Chu's voice rang out. Xiuqing. This snake isn't poisonous? Zhu Xiuqing paused, then immediately extended her claws to continue attacking the large snake. You. Be careful. Daimyo Bei's expression changed. But Zhu Xiuqing ignored him, unconditionally trusting Yi Chu. The 7 treasures are famous. First for strength, second for speed. Ningrongrong also reacted in time, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda appearing in her hand, 2 streams of light flying towards Zhu Xiuqing. Her body suddenly became much lighter, and her strength was abundant. The only yellow soul ring beneath her feet flashed. Another netherworld thrust. It pierced through the 7-colored mist, lightly brushing against her jade-like face, and indeed, caused no discomfort. The crest of a rooster, larger than its own head, suddenly glowed abruptly on the phoenix-tailed crested serpent's head. The considerable energy stored within was released, and its speed and strength began to increase. Its slippery body, covered in fine scales, was impenetrable to the barbs on Tang San's blue-silver grass. It quickly escaped, dodging Zhu Xiuqing's attack. Second, first soul skill, Phoenix Reborn. Phoenix Fire Line, Fatty Ma Hongjin immediately attacked, his second soul skill increasing the intensity of his flames by 30%. A scorching phoenix fire line shot from his mouth towards the phoenix-tailed crested serpent. Ma Hongjin's aura seemed to have a slight suppressive effect on the serpent. The large serpent stiffened, even falling a considerable distance. It was only for a moment before it had to dodge again. Second soul skill, White Tiger Blazing Light Wave. Daimyo Bei spat out a milky white beam of light, attacking it as well. Hiss! The fat man's scorching flames burned a large wound on the tail of the phoenix-tailed crested serpent. It twisted its body wildly, making it impossible for Zhu Xiuqing to lock onto it. Yi Chu looked at Xiao Wu, who was not very interested beside him, and the icy power gathered at his fingertips dissipated. He sighed inwardly. Anyway, with Xiao Wuji, a soul saint, here, there was no need for him to interfere. He took her small hand and smiled knowingly at her. Xiao Wu also wrapped her arms around his arm, and the gloom on her face eased a lot. Seeing that the phoenix-tailed crested serpent was about to escape, Xiao Wuji finally made his move. Fifth soul skill, Gravity Compression. Fourth soul skill, Location Tracking. A pressure from all directions fixed the phoenix-tailed crested serpent, which wanted to fly away, in place. With a soul saint making a move, there was no reason to let a 1,000-year-old soul beast escape. Xiao Wuji's fourth spirit ring flew out from under his feet, instantly encircling the snake. He leaped into the air, quickly appearing beside the giant snake, his hand, now transformed into a bear's paw, directly grasping the phoenix-tailed crested serpent. Great! It's done, Oscar, sporting a stubble, now displayed the demeanor of a 14-year-old boy, jumping excitedly. Alright, hurry up and kill it, its spirit ring is yours. Xiao Wuji grinned, surprised by the smooth progress of this spirit hunt. He pulled a dagger from his waist and tossed it to Oscar. Just pierce the soft flesh under its crest, and you'll reach its brain, Tang San instructed from the side. He was not only skilled in identifying spirit beasts and their age, but also had a deep understanding of their weaknesses. Thanks, Tang San, Oscar thanked him, excitedly drawing his dagger, his hands trembling slightly. Xiao Wu rested her forehead on Yi Chu's shoulder, unable to bear watching any longer. Just as Oscar was about to strike and succeed, a hoarse, aged voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. "Stop!" Whoosh! From the direction the phoenix-tailed crested serpent had come from, two figures, one old and one young, flew out. Upon landing, spirit rings rose beneath their feet. Both were women. The older woman appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, her white hair tied up and secured with a hairpin. Although her face was wrinkled, her complexion was excellent. Her cloudy eyes gleamed with a sharp light as she scrutinized the crowd before her. She held a 3-meter-long snakehead cane, and 6 standard spirit rings pulsed beneath her feet. Beside her was a very beautiful girl of 16 or 17. She had short, black hair that reached her ears, and wore a sleek black fitted outfit that tightly hugged her well-developed body. Her 2 slender, long legs were together, making her appear quite tall. Her large, deep brown eyes were fixed intently on the phoenix-tailed crested serpent held in Xiao Wuji's hand. She also held a snake-headed cane in her right hand, though it was only a little over 2 meters long, and 2 yellow spirit rings flickered beneath her feet. Tang San and the others were initially startled by the 6 spirit rings on the newcomer's body, but then calmed down after thinking of Xiao Wuji beside them. However, Xiao Wuji was not as calm as they were. Having roamed the world for decades, he naturally guessed the newcomer's identity. Yi Chu stood firmly in place, as if he had expected this. Zhu Huking and the others who had just attacked had not yet retracted their spirit rings, and the old woman easily saw their spirit power levels. She was not calm either, and her expression changed. She had thought it would be a piece of cake, but she hadn't expected that a spirit saint-level expert would appear in the outer area of the starred-out Great Forest. The children around her made her eyes widen in shock. They were all younger than her granddaughter, but their cultivation was by no means weak. Not only was one white-haired boy about to break through to Spirit Venerable, but 2 others were already 3-ring Spirit Venerables. Realizing she'd encountered a tough opponent, she didn't want to waste any more time and directly introduced herself. "Respected Soul Saint, I am Zhao Xiangxiang. May I ask your esteemed name?" "Snake Granny Zhao Xiangxiang," Xiao Wuji replied with an air of certainty. Snake Granny smiled politely, inwardly relieved. Having a title made things easier. Please forgive my rudeness. I am honored by the respect of my friends in the Soul Master world who have bestowed upon me this title. But I cannot accept it before you, Snake Granny. Stop with the empty formalities. Your title of Peerless Dragon and Snake is not for nothing. We are both seasoned veterans. I am Immovable King Xiao Wuji. Just say what you want to say. Xiao Wuji didn't take these words seriously. The Snake Granny's lover was a soul Douluo named Meng Shu, known as Dragon Duke. Not to mention their combined dragon-snake attack could fight a title Douluo. Dragon Duke alone was beyond his capabilities. He was merely a soul saint, he knew his own limitations, otherwise he would have died several times over. The Snake Granny's expression changed slightly, a hint of worry in her eyes. So you are the renowned Immovable King of the Soul Master world. Xiao Wuji looked somewhat embarrassed. He did have some reputation, but it was all infamy. If anyone else dared to speak like that, he would have already dealt them a beating. But the Dragon Lord and Snake Granny were practically inseparable, so the Dragon Lord was definitely nearby. He didn't want to act unless absolutely necessary. The Snake Granny, adept at reading people, didn't say anything more and went straight to the point. I'm a bit older than you, so I'll take the liberty of calling you Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, you mustn't kill this phoenix-tailed crested serpent. Why? Do you want to steal it? Oscar couldn't hold back any longer. This concerned his 3rd soul ring. You're the ones who stole it from me. The girl behind the Snake Granny pointed her snake-headed cane at Oscar, her face filled with anger. Yiren, the Snake Granny gave her granddaughter a look, signaling her to calm down. Haha. Little brother, don't be impatient. You can see the wounds I inflicted on the snake's belly and under its wings with my snake-headed staff. Xiao Wuji frowned, and after examining it, he found it to be as she said. But he couldn't just let it go like that. Well? Brother Xiao, could you please do me a favor and return this soul beast to my granddaughter? I will remember this kindness and repay it in the future. The Snake Granny finally revealed her true intentions. Sister Zhao, this is a bit difficult for me. My student also happens to need a 3rd soul ring. Xiao Wuji sneered inwardly. He, the Immovable King, wasn't one to be taken advantage of without effort. What's so difficult about it? This soul beast originally belonged to us. If we hadn't injured it first, you wouldn't have been able to capture it so easily. Give it back to me now, or I won't be polite." As she spoke, she raised the snake-headed cane again, her phoenix eyes narrowed, clearly angry. "Brother Xiao, is there really no room for negotiation?" The snake granny's face turned grim. She knew very well that if it weren't for the intimidating reputation of the peerless dragon snake, given the immovable king's style, he would probably have already killed the two of them. "I'm afraid I can't comply. I think Sister Zhao should leave quickly while it's still early." Xiao Wuji's face was also somewhat helpless, but he was secretly pleased. He suddenly remembered that many of his students had impressive backgrounds. "Grandma, I must have this soul beast." Meng Yiren was anxious. Hunting souls was no child's play. Finding a soul ring that suited one was not an easy task. Zhao Xiangxiang understood this as well, but after a moment's hesitation, she spoke again. "Brother Zhao, since both sides contributed to capturing it, why don't we follow the rules of the Soul Master world and have this young man and my granddaughter have a soul battle to decide the ownership of the soul beast? What do you say?" Xiao Wuji sighed helplessly. "I'm sorry, I can't agree, Xiao Wuji. Are you just playing games with me, or are you taking advantage of my wife not being around?" Zhao Xiangxiang's face darkened. She had already backed down enough, but he still wouldn't budge. "Sister Zhao, how could I dare to play games with you on purpose? It's just that my student, he's a food-type soul master." Zhao Wuji told her that Oscar was a food-type soul master. This surprised Zhao Xiangxiang again. She wondered where he had found so many monsters. She had never seen a food-type soul master cultivate so quickly. With so many people, wasn't there a single normal one? "Teacher Zhao, why don't I take Oscar's place? I'm currently level 29. Just when the situation reached a stalemate, Tang San stepped forward. But his movement also brought Yichu, who was standing behind him, into Meng Yiren's view. Yichu smiled faintly, holding Xiao Wu's hand, quietly eating melon. Meng Yiren's heart skipped a beat, and she held her snake-headed cane, momentarily unable to look away. His shoulder-length, dark blue hair, like the color of the sky, was still eye-catching even in the dark forest. His eyes were like clear lake water, or distant starry sky, very deep and captivating. His face was handsome and elegant, with distinct lines, three-dimensional features, and skin as smooth as silk. His fair complexion further highlighted his blue eyes. They were very bright, making her heart feel cheerful. He was tall and upright, with a straight back and broad shoulders, but his figure was both soft and powerful. He wore a white outfit, inlaid with silver threads, which reflected a faint halo in a dim environment, somewhat hazy, yet very noble. Although his smile seemed somewhat casual, it still gave Meng Yiren a warm, spring-like feeling. Meng Yiren's heart pounded. Yichu, however, cast a questioning glance at her. Zhao Wuji and Zhao Xiangxiang had already made their arrangements, so why was this girl staring at her blankly? His gaze made Meng Yiren's breath catch in her throat. She almost dropped the snake-headed cane, and her face flushed red. "Yiren, Yiren? Yiren," Zhao Xiangxiang called several times without getting a response, then turned around curiously and patted her granddaughter's shoulder. "Ah, Grandma. What's wrong?" Meng Yiren looked away, her heart still pounding, occasionally stealing glances at Yichu. She felt like she was falling in love. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "No. I'm fine." Meng Yiren gently shook her head and took a few deep breaths. She didn't dare look at Yichu anymore. "Don't worry, Grandma has already discussed it with Brother Zhao. As long as you win against this young man named Tang San, the phoenix-tail-crested serpent is yours." Zhao Xiangxiang and Zhao Wuji's thoughts coincided. Zhao Xiangxiang wanted to quickly get back the phoenix-tail-crested serpent from Zhao Wuji and end this matter. Zhao Wuji also wanted to resolve the issue as soon as possible, not wanting to wait for the Dragon Duke to arrive, at which point the situation would be beyond his control. So, after Tang San stepped forward, the two hit it off immediately and agreed to the solution. Tang San had already stepped forward and come to Meng Yiren's side. Two yellow spirit rings appeared beneath his feet, and blue-silver grass unfurled, swaying around him. "Miss Meng, my name is Tang San, my spirit is blue-silver grass, and I'm a level 29, two-ring battle spirit master. Please guide me, go, little San." Oscar cheered him on from the sidelines. This was crucial for his third spirit ring. Ma Hongjin also shouted. "Yiren, go," Zhao Xiangxiang urged. Amidst Tang San's anticipation, Meng Yiren only gave him a cold glance. Turning to her grandmother, she took her hand and pointed her snake-headed cane at Tang San. "Grandma, I don't want to fight him, Why?" Zhao Xiangxiang looked at her, puzzled. "Don't you want the phoenix tail-crested serpent anymore?" "Of course not. He's too ugly." I want to fight him." Meng Yiren blushed slightly, pointing her snake spear at Yichu, who was watching the scene unfold. Her eyes darted away, unable to meet his gaze. Too ugly. Tang San's face darkened, a pang of sadness rising in his heart. He immediately felt deeply insulted. Cold sweat broke out on Yichu's forehead. Zhu Huqing and the other two girls looked on with deep resentment. They had noticed Meng Yiren's strange gaze earlier. Xiao Wu gripped its arm tightly. Zhao Xiangxiang also looked at the young man in front of her with a strange expression. Even her eyes flashed with amazement. Seeing her granddaughter's shy appearance, she, as someone who had been through it all, understood the girl's feelings. Zhao Wuji and the others also looked at Yichu with some oddities. Miss Meng, my soul power is already level 34, Yichu coughed twice, a deep embarrassment flashing across his face. He hadn't even activated his martial soul yet. Are there so many people in this world who are obsessed with looks? Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 175 Goodbye. Hearing that Yichu's cultivation had actually reached level 34 Soul Master, Zhao Xiangxiang was almost numb. Another monster. While admiring her granddaughter's sharp eye, she couldn't help but feel troubled. If she fought him, wouldn't her granddaughter's third soul ring be given away for nothing? Yiren, I think you should spar with brother Tang San. No. I don't want to. I want to spar with him. Meng Yiren's face was flushed as she grabbed her grandmother's hand and started to act coquettishly. But he's already a soul master, it's okay. Let him not use his third soul skill, that's about right, isn't it? My soul power is also level 30, looking at Yichu, who was still a little confused not far away, she liked him more and more. His expression at this moment also made her want to rush over and comfort him. About right, hearing her say this, Zhao Xiangxiang's face wrinkled even more. Sister Zhao, what do you think we should do next? This sudden change also caught Zhao Wuji off guard. However, he also knew Yichu's strength, it was no weaker than Tang San's. Oscar was also excited. He had a clearer understanding of Yichu's strength. Not to mention that strange black flame, which instantly killed Tang San. Before coming to the soul hunting event, Tang San, covered in blood, came to him asking for sausages. It was still vivid in his mind. If Yichu were to make a move, his third soul ring would definitely be secured. Looking at his granddaughter's genuinely emotional expression, Zhao Xiangxiang smiled bitterly. In the end, she could only shake her head helplessly, hoping she wouldn't regret it. Brother Zhao, then let's change it to this young man. That's fine too. Although Zhao Wuji was happy, he didn't show it. However, Yichu wasn't one of Shrek's people, so he couldn't make the decision. He turned around and asked, Yichu, what do you think? Yichu's eyes darted around, seeing that none of the girls reacted. Oscar, however, clasped his hands together, looking at him expectantly. Yichu. Please, alright. Leave it to me. Yichu hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. It seemed this matter wouldn't end until he intervened. Then come over here quickly. Not far away, Meng Yiren had already taken a few steps forward, looking at Yichu expectantly. Zhu Huqing and Ning Rongrong's eyes were already filled with coldness as they looked at Meng Yiren. HMPH. Go ahead, Xiao Wu snorted coldly, letting go of his hand, and frowned at Meng Yiren. Yichu was also helpless, he clearly just wanted to watch the show. He took a deep breath, strode forward, and stood in front of Meng Yiren. Oscar looked delighted. Meanwhile, Tang San, far away, felt as if he had been stabbed several times in the heart. Since he stood there, no one had paid him any attention. His dark eyes were fixed on Yichu, it was all this damned guy's fault. What was so good about him? Meng Yiren looked at the man who was closer to her, her deep brown eyes firmly fixed on him, and an excited blush appeared on her face. He looked even more handsome than before. Yiren, Zhao Xiangxiang, standing outside the arena, frowned and called out softly. She was speechless at her granddaughter's sudden infatuation. Truly, lust had clouded her judgment. Meng Yiren blushed and snapped back to reality. She straightened herself, and 2 yellow spirit rings spread out from her feet. The snake-headed cane in her right hand also shimmered with light. My name is Meng Yiren, Spirit, Snake Staff, level 30, 2-ring battle spirit master, Yichu, spirit, Sharingan, level 34 battle spirit venerable. Yichu's eyes gleamed red, his back straightened, and 3 spirit rings, yellow, and purple, rose from his feet. Switching to his Sharingan, he exuded even more nobility. Yichu? That's a nice name, Meng Yiren murmured, her eyes lowered, determined to memorize the name. When she looked up again, she was met with a pair of eerie, captivating eyes. Her body trembled, feeling weak. A flush spread across her cheeks, and the long eyelashes of those deep brown eyes trembled slightly. Oh no! Yichu's expression hardened, and he immediately withdrew his martial soul. Miss Meng, my cultivation is slightly higher than yours. To show my sincerity, I can forego my martial soul. What did you say? Meng Yiren, who was slightly out of breath, was displeased upon hearing his words. Just as she was about to object, Zhao Xiangxiang almost beamed with joy. Yiren, since this young brother Yichu is confident, then so be it. How can this be? Oscar's face darkened, and he began to panic. How arrogant! Daimyo Bei snorted coldly, revealing a contemptuous smile. Ma Hongjin also nodded in agreement. Even Xiao Wu frowned. Oscar, don't worry, Yichu will definitely win. Ning Rongrong patted his shoulder. Yes. We must believe in Yichu, Zhu's Huking chimed in. She and Xiao Wu both felt that it was better not to use the martial soul. Otherwise, who knew what sparks would fly? Besides the 3 women, only Tang San understood Yichu's strength. He didn't think Yichu would lose. I still remember what I promised Dean Flander before I came. Yichu turned around, reassuring them. Zhao Wuji opened his mouth but didn't say anything. HMPH. You'd better not regret this. Meng Yiren gritted her teeth, her face showing a hint of anger. She had just decided to get to know him, even if it meant giving up the phoenix-tailed crested snake, but this guy dared to underestimate her. She'd teach him a lesson later. Miss Meng, let's begin. Yichu smiled, showing no intention of backing down, and extended his hand to invite her to make the first move. Alright, Meng Yiren didn't say anything more. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged towards Yichu, snake-headed cane in hand, eager to show him her power. Miss Meng, be careful, Yichu warned her seriously, then extended his index finger. A ball of soul power the size of an egg appeared at his fingertip, spinning rapidly. Whoosh! It compressed to the size of a walnut. In an instant, it shot towards Meng Yiren's face. What is this? Meng Yiren asked, puzzled but not daring to be careless. She held her snake-headed cane horizontally in front of her, just enough to block the Rasengan. The constantly spinning force exploded on the cane, making her hand numb. Suddenly, she felt a wave of intense heat. A large fireball was hurtling towards her. Yiren, be careful. Yichu's act of spitting out a fireball startled Zhao Xiangxiang, who couldn't help but worry about her granddaughter. Thud. Meng Yiren lightly touched the ground with her toes and leaped high into the air. The fireball struck the trees behind her with a loud bang. She finally saw that the flames were from Yichu. Seeing that Meng Yiren dared to jump up and become a live target, Yichu seized the opportunity. Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. He looked up at the beauty in midair, placed 2 fingers to his lips, and gently spat out 6 or 7 small fireballs that flew upwards. Meng Yiren's second soul ring lit up. Second soul skill, snake body. Her body suddenly seemed boneless, twisting and contorting in various inhuman poses in the air. Her body arched backward, even folding her legs together. Her alluring, contorted figure in the air stunned Yichu. She was, after all, 16 years old, her body perfectly developed. Compared to her, the 2 girls seemed rather immature. Her breasts were full and rounded, her slender waist swaying like a snake, her allure undiminished. Based on Yichu's experience with beautiful snakes, her body was definitely more flexible than Yan Yan's. After all, she possessed such a cheating soul skill. Meng Yiren twisted her body, narrowly avoiding the fireballs. However, a few beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and a few strands of hair curled slightly. Just as she landed, the snake-headed cane in her hand suddenly unleashed a 2-foot-long tongue blade, instantly closing the distance between her and Yichu. The tongue blade gleamed with a bluish-green light, clearly highly venomous. First soul skill, tongue blade. Holding the snake-headed staff, she swatted horizontally towards Yichu, using its sharp edge. Yichu didn't dodge, standing still and waiting. A layer of frost slowly appeared on her palm, beneath which lay the color of black jade. Why isn't this guy dodging? Seeing the tongue blade about to touch Yichu, and seeing him make no move, Meng Yiren suddenly felt a little worried. Meng Yiren gritted her teeth. Although she wanted Yichu to know her power, she only wanted to lightly tap him with her snake-headed staff. The staff was already in front of her, and Yichu reacted quickly. He reached out and grabbed the staff. Snap, the black snake-headed staff was in Yichu's hand, without feeling any sharpness. Yichu looked at Meng Yiren in surprise. Just as it was about to touch him, the tongue blade had actually retracted. Under Yichu's strange gaze, Meng Yiren blushed, realizing her worries were somewhat unnecessary. She tugged at it forcefully, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. Let go. That doesn't count. Let's start over. Watching her granddaughter shake her head, seemingly pleading, trying to take back the snake staff, Zhao Xiangxiang took a deep breath and shook her head helplessly. This scene made Oscar and the others' expressions quite interesting. This was supposed to be a battle of souls? More like flirting. Looking at Meng Yiren, who was bowing her head and had red ears, Yichu felt a little embarrassed. Feeling overwhelmed, he released the snake staff. Let's go again. Meng Yiren quickly took a few steps back, wanting to attack again. But Zhao Xiangxiang stopped her. Alright, Yiren. The outcome is decided. Why? I haven't lost yet. Meng Yiren looked at her grandmother in confusion. She hadn't even gone all out. Even if you haven't lost, you can't win. You're reluctant to continue. Zhao Xiangxiang's tone was teasing. Although it was teasing, she knew very well what was going on. Judging from his performance, this blue-haired boy had many tricks up his sleeve, even possessing several self-created soul skills. Her granddaughter most likely couldn't beat him. Grandma, what nonsense are you talking about? Who said I wouldn't dare to hide him? Holding her snake-headed cane, she pointed it at Yichu, seemingly trying to prove something to Zhao Xiangxiang. But after meeting Yichu's gaze, her voice trailed off, and she reluctantly put down her cane. Yichu, seeing this, felt a gaze that seemed to pierce him, and was somewhat speechless. Xiao Wu and Zhu Ziuqing were mostly unhappy and sulking. The jealous Ning Rongrong, however, was glaring at him through gritted teeth. Sigh, Zhao Xiangxiang sighed. Brother Zhao, we lost this match. Haha, Sister Zhao, I'm so sorry. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily. The matter was finally resolved. Great, Oscar jumped up happily. Yichu, from now on you're my brother. I love you. Get lost. Hearing Oscar's words, Yichu trembled, feeling a chill. Oscar looked at Yichu, his heart filled with genuine admiration. He never expected him to be so handsome, winning the battle with just his face. He's practically his idol. Forget Oscar, the most envious and jealous person was Ma Hongjin beside him. Comparison is truly infuriating. Oscar. How disgusting. If you dare say such things again, I won't let you off, Ning Rongrong warned him angrily. Brother Zhao, where are you working now? Zhao Xiangxiang inquired about her granddaughter's whereabouts. She was also very curious about where these prodigies came from. On the other side, Meng Yiren felt a little sorry for the phoenix-tailed crested serpent. However, she had more important things to do. She had never felt this way before. This feeling of being filled with joy at just one glance. Looking at Yichu opposite her, Meng Yiren put away her martial spirit. Mustering her courage, she walked lightly to him. Her eyes were shy as she extended her soft hand. Her voice was a little hurried. Why hello. Can we be friends? Yichu, who was about to step back to his group, stiffened. Hesitating for a moment, she reached out and gently grasped his hand. The touch was smooth and soft. A smile graced his face, his voice gentle. Yes. Thank you for your mercy, Miss Meng. It's nothing. Feeling Yichu's warm palm, the jade-like touch, and the faint fragrance emanating from him, Meng Yiren felt very happy. Her eyelashes fluttered as she softly responded. Yichu didn't hold her hand for long, releasing it after speaking. Meng Yiren cupped her hands to her heart. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves on the branches. Her short, ear-length hair swayed, partially obscuring the crimson blood. Yichu? Before she could say anything more, another voice interrupted her. Yichu? The three girls, who had been unable to contain themselves any longer, rushed over. Ning Rongrong grabbed Yichu's arm and even kissed him on the cheek, asserting her ownership. Xiao, are you alright? Xiao Wu and Zhu Ziuqing, though not as bold as her, also came to his side, subtly blocking Yichu's path. They looked at Meng Yiren with a hint of wariness. No, I'm fine. Yichu was a bit exasperated. Ning Rongrong's bite earlier hadn't been gentle, The teeth marks were still clearly visible on his face. Yichu? Who are they? Meng Yiren's expression changed, her amorous demeanor vanishing. They? Yichu was about to answer when someone spoke first. Can't you tell? We're all Yichu's women. Ning Rongrong hugged Yichu, openly touching and groping him. Zhu Huqing and Xiao Wu rolled their eyes at Ning Rongrong but didn't cause her any trouble, nodding in agreement, their faces flushed. What? All his women? Meng Yiren's face paled, her steps faltering. That's right. Yichu readily admitted. Meng Yiren took 2 steps back in disbelief. Her eyes, as gentle and alluring as a gurgling mountain spring, dimmed. Was it all going to end just as she was falling in love? She clenched her fist, opened her mouth, wanting to say something to Yichu. But Yichu had no time for her, he was surrounded by the 3 women and couldn't get away. There was no place for her around him now. Meng Yiren bit her red lips, her mind a jumble of thoughts, unsure what to do. After a long silence, she could only lower her head and stagger towards her grandmother. Yiren, why do you look so unhappy? Not to mention Meng Yiren, Zhao Xiangxiang herself was furious. Not only was her soul beast lost, but Xiao Wuji was also being evasive when she tried to ask for information. Nothing, Meng Yiren shook her head dejectedly. But Zhao Xiangxiang wasn't old and blind yet, looking at Yichu, her brows immediately furrowed. That kid, Zhao Xiangxiang's expression turned cold, and she was about to confront him. Her granddaughter had even risked her 3rd spirit ring, and this guy hadn't even given her a second glance. Grandma, forget it, don't go and bother him, Meng Yiren quickly stopped her. Zhao Xiangxiang snorted coldly, then sighed helplessly. As long as you don't regret it, Meng Yiren gently shook her head, she understood that everything just now was wishful thinking on her part. Alright, Yiren, let's go find your grandfather first. While it's still early, let's find you a new spirit beast. Zhao Xiangxiang looked up at the sky, her face showing some worry. She had originally thought that exchanging a 1,000-year-old spirit beast for a grandson-in-law was quite a good deal. Now it seemed like a huge loss. Meng Yiren nodded sullenly. Let's go. With that, Zhao Xiangxiang took the lead and left into the distance. Meng Yiren turned around and quickly followed. Yichu, a clear voice rang out. Everyone looked in the direction Meng Yiren had left. Yichu finally managed to peek out from among the women's heaving figures. Meng Yiren, who had walked a short distance, turned around, smiled, and waved to Yichu, her eyes seemingly glistening with tears. Goodbye, Yichu looked at her and nodded slightly. Urged on by Zhao Xiangxiang, Meng Yiren continued to follow, glancing back at Yichu every now and then, until he was out of sight. She had fallen in love at first sight, but hadn't taken a single step. She was still very unwilling. But she didn't know what to do now. He already had a confidant, and more than one. Yichu, is he handsome? A warm breath brushed against her ear, Ning Rongrong's teasing voice sounding in her ear. Ahem. I don't think I looked that much, did I? Yichu chuckled awkwardly. Really? When she jumped up just now, you were clearly staring wide-eyed. Ning Rongrong gave him a cold look. This guy couldn't control his eyes when he saw something beautiful. And she suspected that he might even be thinking about that woman, Du Guyan. Really? Yes. I noticed it too. Seeing Yichu trying to deny it, Xiao Wu also rolled her eyes at him. Rongrong is right, Zhu Huqing rarely agreed. However, she wasn't as angry as Ning Rongrong. After all, she had plenty of resources and wasn't afraid of anyone's challenge. This is normal. Yichu awkwardly scratched his head, eliciting a soft snort from Ning Rongrong. After seeing Zhao Xiangxiang and the others off, Zhao Wuji continued with what he had been doing. Oscar, hurry up and collect your soul ring, everyone else can rest for a bit. Coming. Oscar excitedly ran over. After waiting so long, it could finally begin. Glancing at Oscar, who was stabbing a dagger into the brain of a phoenix-tailed crested serpent, Yichu composed himself, took Ning Rongrong and Zhu Huqing's hands, and sat down under a tree. Xiao Wu quickly followed and sat down beside him. Yichu, what's wrong? Zhu Huqing noticed his strange behavior. He seemed much more serious. There are some things I need to tell you. Look into my eyes. Yichu turned his head to face Zhu Huqing, a faint bloodshot glint in his eyes. Zhu Huqing was stunned for a moment, her face showing hesitation. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to resist the temptation and would do something outrageous. She tightened her grip on Yichu's hand, her face flushed as she looked over. The bloodshot glint caught her eye, and she froze for a moment, a red light flashing in her eyes as well. Her face suddenly turned pale, but she recovered in an instant, nervously gripping Yichu's hand. Yichu, you want to? Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll explain everything to you properly after this is over. Yichu chuckled and scratched her palm. He had already used illusion magic to tell Zuzuking what would happen later. At the same time, he used the heavenly rice sun destiny to seal his Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi destiny into her eyes. Then he did the same to Ningrongrong. Yichu, what are you and Xiao Wu going to do? Ningrongrong's face was pale, and she was a little scared. Rongrong, we'll be fine. Xiao Wu knew they were very worried. That's right. Don't you know my soul skills? Yichu directly pulled Ningrongrong and Zuzuking into his arms, comforting them. Not far away, Daimubei and Ma Hongjin's eyes turned red. Daimubei was filled with hatred, and Ma Hongjin with jealousy. Tang-san also felt a pang of heartache when he saw Xiao Wu standing beside Yichu, who was surrounded by two women. He ignored the various gazes around him. While comforting them, Yichu also checked Oscar's progress in absorbing the soul ring. His hand had already quietly reached into his pocket and crushed a glass bead. In the core area of the starred-out Great Forest, at the Lake of Life, Erming sat by the lake, his hands empty, scratching his head and growling incessantly. Dumming poked his head out, his brows furrowed. He was annoyed by his restless younger brother. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out from a large leaf by the lake. A glass bead on it had shattered. Roar! Erming got up from the ground and asked his older brother. Dumming nodded. Erming, we should go. Thump. Roar. Erming pounded his chest with joy and let out a loud roar. He immediately ran towards the outer area of the starred-out Great Forest. The ground trembled, and the trees toppled. I should go out for a walk too, Dumming murmured, slowly reaching his head towards the shore. Splash. The sound of water continued, and a snake's body, thicker than a water vat, slowly emerged from the lake, its large, bluish scales looking strong and powerful. The bull's head had already gone far away, but its body continued to emerge from the water, a full 100 meters long. It was heading to the mixed zone. QQ Group. 831,821,005 wishing everyone a happy life. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.